The following program is rated TV MA LSV. It contains strong language, sexual situations, and violence. It is intended only for mature audiences.
They gave me my theme music!
Soundstripe.
This is a Planet Fanatics production.
That shit is probably the funniest shit out right now.
What is up? What's up, everybody? How is everybody doing today? Sorry we did not stream yesterday. I was trying to get some technical things done in here yesterday. I came in on OBS and fixed some things that were bothering me, changed some things up, and different things like that. So we are here, though, with you guys today, and we are going to jump into a few different things. It's myself and Q today. So we're going to jump into a few different things with you guys. Let's see. We're still going to talk. We'll talk at the end here. Also, a little bit more about there's no agenda also. I mean, I know that you guys see on the title what it says there. We're going to cover all those things, but there are a few other things that we're going to talk about too. There's quite a few bits of news this week that we did not get to cover since we didn't stream Wednesday. And Thursday's stream was obviously all Marvels and Loki. But we are going to talk Marvels and Loki still today a little bit. We'll talk about the things that are mentioned and a few other things. But before we get into it, let me try to see what's wrong with the chat on my screen.
I was gonna say, I don't know if it's just on mine.
Let's see. I don't know why it's doing that. I guess I could just leave it popped out.
I mean, it's on mine, so.
Oh, you can see it on yours?
Yeah, you might have to just pull it up on the actual thing over there.
Yeah, I must have to. That's fine.
If you want me to read who's here and everything,
Yeah.
checking in and stuff, but no, the chat's messing up on the computer. But Johnny Washington, Kenny, Raptor, JD, Profess the Film Fan, appreciate y'all being here. Johnny said just to start, he said, yes, sir, Rated R Blade, Avatar The Last Airbender looks amazing. I'm shocked how amazing Echo looked, and the new Planet of the Apes looks amazing. We should be eating good.
I agree.
No, yeah, lots of shit coming out. End of the year. Got a lot of shit coming out next year. So definitely have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, definitely have a lot to talk about. And like I said, there's no agenda. Today is you guys can fire questions in. We'll answer them.
Shout out Raymond. He said
shout out
woke
Raymond.
up just in time. What time is it where you at? Get up a little earlier, bro. It's like
Didn't Raymond say he's in New York?
Yeah, I think. Man, I don't know. I be forgetting. I feel like that's kind of weird if I sit here and remember where.
I think Raymond said he's in New York, but
appreciate you, Dexter Hobbs.
Any questions you guys have, you guys are free to fire
Everyone.
them off. We're going to talk about them. You guys are free to also. We'll be reacting to some of those trailers and things with you guys. We'll go over all of that. Will you make sure that's closed, Jay? We're going to, like I said, we'll be reacting to all of those things with you guys. And
yeah, and you waking up at 2:00, Raymond, bro. Come on. You in New York City. You got shit to do. He said it's Saturday. He said you're not waking up before sunset.
I'm gonna dive into some Twitter things too. There are some of the I won't call them scoopers, news outlets. I'll call them on Instagram. I'll dive into some of those stories too that they post. But let's see. The first thing that we can get into is like I said, I have no agenda. Let's do trailers first, I guess. Let's get trailers out of the way because I have things I definitely want to talk about, but I'm just trying to find the way that I want to, what order I want to do these in. So let's start with trailers, and let's start with Echo. I watched it. I've seen the Echo trailer already, and like everyone else, I was pleasantly surprised. I was not expecting that shit to look the way it looked at all. Does that mean I'm watching Echo?
Watch how much improvising and shit we do today. Because if y'all notice, nigga, he usually has a script for everything. So walking in, no script.
Yeah, no script today.
Gonna be a lot of uhs and hold-ons and read some comments.
So I had no expectations for Echo, and that's not a secret. I've not been quiet about that at all. Don't care about Maya at all. I don't. The only time Maya's ever interesting in the comics is when she's paired with Daredevil, and they made damn sure to show a very quick glimpse of Daredevil in that trailer because it's the only thing that's going to draw audiences to Echo. Here's the thing, and I can already hear some of the comments in the comment section, or people in the chat or whatever, because people came for me with the Marvels. People came for me with the Marvels on Twitter and everything like that. But it's fine, it's fine. Numbers still don't lie, but it's fine. The numbers aren't going to lie with Echo either. If people didn't go to the theater to see the Marvels, and as we know, Marvel is best when it is theatrical. If people weren't going to theaters to see Marvel, what makes you think that people are going to? Or people didn't even tune in when The Flash dropped on HBO Max to watch The Flash. People aren't going to tune in to watch Echo. Now, Marvel is doing a very good job of the smart thing. I've said this before, too, about dropping all 6 episodes at once no one's going to tune in still, but no one was going to tune in for 6 weeks for Echo either.
So is there 6 or 8?
I thought is it 8?
I thought it was 8.
Oh, well, even more so of a better reason that they dropped all 8.
It might be 6, but I thought it was 8.
Again, though, we're about to watch the trailer. The trailer is very dope. The trailer's good. I like the trailer. The trailer was it's that street level action that we've been wanting in Marvel, that we've been wanting to see in the MCU at least, and it does look interesting. But again, the only problem for me is the same problem that I have with every other character that has been introduced in Phase 4. It's the why. Why am I interested? Why should I care so much to tune in to 6 to 8 episodes of this character? Oh, it's 5. Okay.
The shortest.
Well, again, because Marvel knows what they have. So it's like, so why should I tune in for 5 weeks to watch, or 5 episodes, 5 weeks, whatever, to watch this character that I simply do not care about, and you as the the company have not made me care about this character. You watched Andor, the first episode of Andor with us, and that was the only episode I watched because I love Star Wars. But with the first episode, if you're not able to draw me in, like you said, Gen V, that first episode, we watched it.
Yeah, that shit.
Jaw dropping, bro. The first 10 minutes in that episode, it's crazy. That's the type of thing I'm talking about. I'm talking about when you are introducing something, it should be jaw dropping. Yeah. It should be something that makes me as the watcher want to come back and watch more. Again, Echo, maybe it is. I won't know because I'm not going to tune in. But are you said you're watching, right?
Yeah.
So Q will be here.
I'm definitely on the opposite side of the spectrum on this one.
Yeah, he is. To tell you guys all about it, and that's fine. I mean,
no, yeah.
And maybe if Q tells me, hey, it's great, you might want to check this out.
No, yeah. I completely agree with everything you're saying, but at the same time, I just started thinking about everything. The trailer dropped. The trailer wasn't bad. I mean, we're about to get into it again, so I'm sure we can talk after. But I just need a break from all this galactic-ass shit that they're attempting to do and not succeeding in doing. And so
I agree.
I'm just looking for some key things with this show, honestly. It's not even the interest in the Echo or Maya herself. I mean, hopefully she's done right. I'm not sure what they're doing in the sense of switching her powers and everything. I don't know why the director would just come out and call the source material lame and shit.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
I thought that shit was an L. Just to come out and say that shit when you know. Mm-hmm. Anyways, but it's just, I don't know. I think they might as well just go ahead, drop one more trailer, let it go. Because this one, it did well.
It did.
Let one more go before it comes out. Drop all the episodes. It is what it is.
But I want to add to that, please, what you just said, because I forgot about that. It is an L. For the director to come out and say that they found the source material of her powers to be not interesting and lame, it goes back to what Nate Moore said when talking about the X-Men and hiring comic writers that know the material. They rather have, that's a red flag to them, because they rather have people that with fresh new ideas. And with those fresh new ideas, you're in a fresh new pile of shit that you've put yourself in because of those fresh new ideas and not sticking to source material. People just want what we want in the comics. That's it.
And see, I don't know. I find myself arguing with myself a lot because at the same time, it's like I said in the Discord, if they were to give her original powers and everything, source material, is she not just MCU's Taskmaster? With them switching Taskmaster to being a female and everything.
She basically is.
I don't know. It's like I get it. You don't want to duplicate the
yeah.
character, but it's like at the same time, if she doesn't have anything like relevant to her powers at all in the sense of like remembering or being able to copy other people's fighting style, I don't know.
But I bet you that.
And
was a
I don't know
conversation.
I don't even know what the fuck else they can do unless they're about to turn this bitch just into an assassin or some shit. Like,
she's an angry, one-legged, deaf anti-hero that is upset. I mean, she lost her father.
Well, she's a villain in the
yeah,
show.
yeah, and that's what they said. She is a. That's what they said. She is a true villain.
They tried to
she's
say
not
they
changing.
made that prominent in Hawkeye. I was like, well,
Yeah.
nobody fucking watched that shit.
Yeah,
so.
that's what I'm saying. So but like you said, I get that, but the wording should have been better in my opinion.
They shouldn't have called that shit lame.
They shouldn't have. If you were, because I'm sure it was a conversation. I'm sure they thought they had the conversation like, well, we've already turned Taskmaster into a female. This would basically be a female Taskmaster, like you said. So what can we do to make her stand out? But to come out and say, well, we looked at the source material, and the source material is lame. That's
no.
In the climate that you're currently in, that's not the correct wording.
It'll be interesting to see how they do the Oklahoma shit, though. That's what they're doing with her roots. She's going back and discovering native ties in Oklahoma.
And it's really dope. Like I said, and I said this on Twitter. You and I, being native, being Choctaw and Chickasaw from Oklahoma, it is... I like that aspect. We always talk about representation. I said this on Twitter. The representation aspect, when I saw that in the trailer, I was like, oh, that's really dope. I like the fact that they are sticking to, that part of her source material as far as, her Native American background, the culture and everything like that. So I really love that. I do like that. I do want to see that aspect. I would like to see, Native American culture, our culture, that side of our culture, portrayed on screen, so that would be dope to see, and it did look dope from what they've shown so far. Like I said, the trailer looks good, so we're going to dive into it really quick. It's 1 minute 56 seconds. I'm sure everybody has already seen it, but we're gonna, and I've already seen it too, but we're gonna watch this real quick. All right.
Maya.
Like,
I see
this whole
everything
thing,
that you are.
Like that whole,
No, yeah.
like this is great.
I always have.
No, how they left that shit out throughout the trailers, really, I was like,
Yeah, no, it looks great. Like that. And
And then when they showed the blood like that, I was like, oh.
But remember, they did show the blood. Moon Knight, Oscar Isaac on his hands
that's
too.
true.
I forgot that until we rewatched it.
You have so much pain in you. You. So much rage. That you can't contain it.
Sure.
Little glimpse.
You and I are the same. So, who's the monster?
Like I said, I've given the show shit. It's a great trailer, and that's my third time seeing that trailer. It's a great trailer. It's probably one of the better trailers that have come out from Marvel lately.
Wow.
That is a very, very, very good trailer. I don't know if anybody has paid attention or seen, and I'm only saying this just because of the Native American aspects and a lot of the cinematography of it and everything. Have you seen the trailers for the movie Killers of the Flower Moon? Mm-hmm. That's another film that takes place here in Oklahoma that's not taught history that's swept under the rug. I didn't know about it until we watched the movie. It's crazy. It is crazy.
I've watched that shit.
It's crazy. But I got very major Killers of the Flower Moon vibes from this trailer, like the cinematography, the mystery of it. Looks like it's like people are getting killed, and there's like obviously people are getting killed, but like it looks kind of like a murder type of mystery, but not like a murder mystery to like, not like hard on the mystery part, but more like murder mystery, but also like Ego's doing the killing, so we know who's doing it. Like it's just, it looks really.
I mean, yeah, it honestly looks
really great.
like Kingpin done center after someone.
Yeah.
If I'm guessing, like I don't know, and that's where it's kind of hard to pick up off of, and where this show is going to be placed in. Because last time we did see them, for anyone who didn't watch Hawkeye or remember it, it's like she just shot that nigga in the face. So it's there. That was based off comics and everything. Like
right. That
she
was.
just found out that Fisk is the one that killed her dad, shot him for it. So now I don't know where they're going to pick up from that. I don't know if they're going to go back and tell like a backstory, which definitely looks like they are, but I don't know if that's episode 1. You think where Fisk is at, they're having that conversation, you think that's something at the end? Because that can be something at the end, or that can be something at the beginning where they're having a conversation.
I'm thinking
and
that.
then she realizes, okay, maybe this nigga did it for a reason. My dad was whatever they wrote him in to be or some shit, but I just don't think they showed anything from the ending of that show yet.
The dialogue, you know me. I love the dialogue. The
that
dialogue
tone,
is great, man. That the whole, especially the ending dialogue. So who's the monster, you or me? And you got him with the eye patch from what we've seen from Hawkeye, her pointing the gun at him, and that's great. That's great. But not just that. Even the dialogue at the very beginning. I see everything.
Yeah.
Beating the shit out of the dude. I mean, it's nowhere close to the car scene from Netflix. But I like the fact that they are still leaning into that, which kind of gives you hope for Daredevil. Gives you hope for if Kingpin is really going to be mayor of New York City for Spider-Man 4.
Yeah, no. And that's what I was saying. There's a lot of shit to look out for this and everything, and it's crazy because I don't even know what to expect because, like Raymond said, 5 episodes is too short for any show to really get into. So it's like maybe it's written more in the sense of like a special, because I don't think they plan on having 2. Maybe they do plan on having 2 seasons for these, but...
I know what I said 15, 20 minutes ago, but this is the 3rd time we've watched it. We may be watching it, honestly, because it feels like, it does feel Marvel, obviously, because you got Kingpin and everything, but it doesn't, like you said, it's a step back from the cosmic. It's a step back from the world is at stake.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to, wanted to get into. Like, it's kind of like, when we'd have the MCU and we could go watch whatever, but then we could go to Netflix and watch Daredevil. It's like, this is only 5 episodes, but it's like that little bit of like, almost like a taste of the future in the sense of it's the first R-rated TV mature MCU. That's one thing I'm looking out for. I want to see how they handle that and if they actually let everything go with it being TV mature and everything.
Right.
2, a lot of people forget how much we've been waiting to see him back as D'Onofrio back as Fisk and everything. And, we got it in Hawkeye, but everyone wasn't really, and no one was really, that was just 2 minutes I think a lot of people are interested to see what the MCU is going to do with him, but at the same time, like, he has his own fan base and shit. He does. Once people see he's back in this, and it's only 5 episodes, shit. It don't take that much of, that's the thing. People get bored. People stay at home. It's coming out on Hulu as well. People get bored.
You know what?
5
Those
episodes.
Are factors I forgot to factor in for this.
It's like me. I wake up sometimes at 4 a.m. and I'm like, damn, I'm starting my day early. Let me just watch something real quick. Yeah. And so it's like, that's the thing. Like, it has Daredevil. You don't know how much he's going to be in it, but that little glimpse of Daredevil. There's draws to bring people into the show. But like you said, that first episode has to be good because. I don't think if it's not, they're going to go, even though it's only 4 more episodes, I don't think people are going to waste their time on it. I don't think people are going to be like, oh, this episode, the first one was shitty. I don't really want to watch it, so I'm going to watch 4 more to get what I want to see. Like, no, you can go on YouTube and do exactly what we do and watch the scenes for shit that we don't really like. Yeah.
Hats off and bravo to my brilliant co-host and cousin Q, because those are factors I forgot to even factor in. D'Onofrio's fan base is one of the big ones. People love him as Kingpin. I mean, that was the whole thing when the petition for Charlie Cox came around for him to come back as Daredevil. It wasn't just for him; it was for Vincent D'Onofrio to continue as Kingpin. So that's a factor too. The other factor is it is going to be on Hulu. You know, I assume if you have a Hulu account, you have a Disney Plus with the bundle deal. But for people that maybe aren't on Disney Plus like that, you might see
just
it.
got Disney Plus for the kids.
Yeah, you might see it on there and be like, oh, what's this? It says Marvel. So those are factors. So let me retract a little bit. And because I feel like as I didn't do my due diligence as a YouTuber or whatever, I still feel the same way about the Echo show and things like that. As far as like I don't see the appeal in Maya, but as far as the show goes, as far as the viewership of the show goes, it does have hope and potential. Now I say that with a massive grain of salt because Marvel is still in the state it's in, and I just don't see Echo being that tide that turns that. But I'm not saying that people won't tune into Echo. I guess I am saying that, but I'm not saying it as hard as I was saying it. Yeah, like people could still tune into this show and it could still do better than maybe what Marvel is expecting, but I don't think it's still going to be that Marvel standard that they're wanting.
But in my in a lot of the characters that we have right now, like if there's a character to get people to like, Maya is one of them in my opinion. Like there's an emotional story to tell. If you want to write her as a villain, there's ways to get fans to actually understand her villain. As a villain and everything.
Yeah, they're not changing her.
Because her story and everything, emotional, sad. Yeah. There's a way to bring fans in. If fans don't know shit about, because most don't, and I'm gonna assume, it's easy to get them to like her, in my opinion. Yeah. I think you'd have to She-Hulk that shit to get fans to dislike her and everything, because what we got from her in Hawkeye and everything, a little glimpse, it was like, okay, I don't have anything to dislike. It's like when you watch shit, you can get bad first impressions, or you can just be like, okay, I need to see more. I didn't really get enough. And that's how I'm feeling and everything. So the good thing is that I wasn't like, oh, this is Echo. When I seen her, I was just like, all right, nigga, let's wait till we get more. But I still agree with some of the comments we're saying. It's just 5 episodes is...
It's short.
It sucks.
It does.
Because especially knowing you're probably not going to... You might get her again in Daredevil, but that's not the focus or anything. So
is this 2024, right?
This is January 10th. Yep.
So, in 2024, which we'll get to that. We'll get to that. That's going to be some of the stuff that's coming out. 2024, we'll get to that. But... as far as Echo goes, it does come out January 10th. It'll be hitting Disney Plus and Hulu. For anybody that is interested in watching, I did recently watch last thing I'm saying about it, I did recently watch the Netflix scene between Punisher and Matt, Daredevil, on the rooftop when Punisher's got Daredevil tied up, and they're having the conversation about, Punisher's telling him, so what, you kick their asses, or I'm not saying it word for word, but so what, you kick their ass, you put them in jail, and then 2 weeks later they're back on the streets. That's such a great conversation between the two of them. It's so real. And sometimes we forget in the cosmic things that are going on in the MCU and the big bads, and you got Arishem coming through fucking clouds and Thanos snapping existence out of all that stuff. We forget that there is a ground level MCU. There's still Frank Castle. There's still your Matt Murdock's. There's still your Peter Parker's when he is that friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Black Cat and all those other street level characters. So those are the type of things I'm wanting. Out of the street level stuff, I'm wanting that dialogue. I'm wanting that what Echo showed, that grit looking type of show. So. We may be tuning in, and you may actually maybe get a review from me, but for sure you'll get something.
Hopefully, shit don't get bad once like New Year's hit and some leaks start coming out and bad reviews, this and that. Hopefully, none of that happens.
Yeah. So, but as always, let us know down below in the comments what you guys are thinking of Echo. Are you excited for Echo, or are you like not checking for Echo, or are you in that same spot like a lot of regular Marvel fans and even some kind of hardcore MCU fans, where you're like, if it does not have anything to do with the overall narrative of the current story being told, which is the multiversal saga, I'm checking out. Let us know all those things down below in the comments. Like, subscribe, share with your friends. What's everyone saying?
Carolina Boy said it looks like they're using Daredevil's old costume. I couldn't tell, if I'm being honest. That
was so quick.
And I haven't seen any paused.
But possibly so.
I haven't seen any paused images or anything yet. And then Dexter said, I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of hyped for Echo. Her backstory was cool in the comics. Do we know how long each episode is?
Can we check that?
I don't know how long each episode is. I would definitely check after we read some of these. Raymond said, trailer looks good. Yeah, 5 episodes too short. Read that. And then that's pretty much it. Human F being said, slightly off topic. Marvel missed a huge opportunity with Doctor Strange. Hey, I know. They could have released 4 or 5 slightly different versions of the movie. I agree.
Yep. D Stizzle, appreciate you joining in. So we'll move here to the next topic. Well, actually, let me see here. We're going to get the trailers out. That's what I said first. So the next thing we're going to move is going to be that Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes trailer. Everybody saw that. We talked about that. We've talked about Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes when it was first announced by Wes Ball. That Wes Ball was going to be directing it. We first talked about it way back then. And I was excited about it because I love Planet of the Apes in general, whether it be Mark Wahlberg's, whether it be the newest installment with Caesar, or whether it be the older Planet of the Apes where they were actually in the prosthetics and things like that. I love Planet of the Apes. I think that it's a great story. I love the whole narrative of apes being in charge, and with this trailer, that's what we're getting back to. We saw humans as Neanderthals. We saw the apes on horseback roping the humans, and we also saw them not speaking broken English like they were doing in the first 3. That one ape at the end of the trailer said, "What a glorious day! Better than I just said it now." So we are actually into the Planet of the Apes. It's looking like, and this is not. I've seen some people saying, way before the trailer even came out, people were saying, "Well, no, this is years after Caesar. This is so like hundreds of years." It's not. This is Caesar's son. This is the son, Caesar's son that was in the second one, in the third one, all that stuff. This is his son, and Caesar's legacy, obviously, from we saw in the third one, he died, and that his legacy is going to be carried on throughout his son. But it looks like his son, like his father, has empathy for humanity. Looks like he's curious and things like that. So we'll dive into the trailer, and then we'll kind of talk about it after, and then dive into a little article what they had to say about it.
Before you start the trailer, shout out to Swing Out Museum for the super chat. He said, I think they're going to turn Blade into Bladea. They are attacking all masculine black men roles. First it was Black Panther. Black Panther at 2, next Bladea, then Spawnish.
Bladea. And we're going to get to Blade. That is a topic today. No. We're going to get to Blade. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. But we definitely appreciate that super chat. Thank you so much. But let's jump into this trailer here, and then we'll talk about it after.
When I was reading that shit, I was trying to pronounce it. Then I got the Medea reference, and I was like, that shit is funny.
Bladea. All right, here we go.
When I sleep, I see strange things.
Memories?
Not memories. New things. I see everything.
That is not everything.
Very excited for that. I am very excited for that. I've said this many times, out of all three of the Planet of the Apes, I think the second one, the newest installment, the second one is my favorite, the first one is my second favorite, that third one is ass. As we talked about many times, it's just false advertisement. I want my time and money back. I know it was a while ago, but I'm still bitter. I want my time and money back. There was no war, and I really wanted a war. There was no war. It was like the apes were enslaved the entire time. It was like a concentration. It was insurrection. It was an insurrection of the Planet of the Apes. That's what that one was. It was not War of the Planet of the Apes. So, I'm excited for this though. One thing that I really hope they get to eventually with this installment is where they got with Mark Wahlberg's. When Mark Wahlberg at the end of his movie, when he was coming back to what he thought was his reality, when he walked up on the Lincoln Memorial, it was that chimp, and then all these cops' cars showed up, and they were apes in uniforms with guns. I want us to get to that point. Like, I want us to get to that point where they're not still on horseback and living in. I want them to get to where they're living in homes, like they're presidents, they're government officials. Like, I want to get to that point where they're looking at humans as pets, as dogs, as like I just that's such a interesting.
Like how they were walking in Caesar in the
yeah,
park.
Yeah.
Like, there's got to be a scene where they're
walking humans, bro. I'm telling you, it's a really Planet of the Apes. Like I said, the older ones, Mark Wahlberg's, and these new installments are. I love them all. I love them all. So I hope that we really get to that point. I like the fact that, like you said, the last time we watched this trailer, or we talked about this trailer, and the teaser they showed. Him interacting with other animals, other wildlife, and things like that. That's really cool too. And it looks like there are several different fractions of apes, of clans rather. Like the one where he said, "What a wonderful day," that looked like its own. They were their own clan. The gorillas, if you remember.
Turn these niggas into Wakanda.
Yeah, if you remember in the older ones, the gorillas were always more like the security of things, and that's looks like that. Keeping up with that same theme. They've got electrical things that looks like they've made, so some type of technology. So yeah, it looks like it's going to be good. I really applaud Wes Ball. I'm a Wes Ball fan. I love the Maze Runner. I'm not the biggest fan of the second two, but the first Maze Runner,
the second one's not bad.
The second one's not bad.
It's kind of like the same with Planet of the Apes. The third one's shit.
Isn't the third Scorch Trials?
Yeah, I think so.
Just not good. Just not good.
Gotta stop the trilogy.
Yeah, just
but
not good.
I don't know. I have one complaint with that shit, and I don't know. It could turn into something big, but I just hope these niggas aren't perfectly speaking English the whole
time
and shit. Yeah, bro. Like that first time I seen that shit, and he screamed, "What a wonderful day!" I was like, nah, bro. I was like, this nigga has like perfect English dialogue and shit. Like, I don't know. I hope at least most of the movie they're still signing. I hope these niggas are still monkeys, monkey noising and shit. I just don't want to see, like, majority of the movie, these niggas just voice acting, talking monkeys and shit. I think that shit is cheap.
Yeah.
And so
they've got to. I also want to know how far this is from the last one, like, because the last one, the humans weren't Neanderthals. They were still...
And it's about his son, is it not?
Yeah,
his son's grown.
Yeah, so, like, how long does it take for apes to grow? Because I just don't feel like the humans would have turned into... I mean, I guess, I don't know. Let me see what that article said there about what we know about the Planet of the Apes so far.
That shit set him back in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's one thing I was thinking about, too. Like, how the hell these niggas done aged and the whole... rest of the world and regressed. Like, that shit don't make no sense that a monkey society progresses as the world regresses, but I guess we'll find an explanation.
Well, this is what Collider put out and what they had to say about it. Oh no, we need to just get to what we know about it. What do we know? Okay, here we go. What is the plot of Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes? Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes will serve as a soft reboot of the franchise, taking place years after the events of Caesar's trilogy. While those films will still be considered canon to the new films, characters such as Caesar, Koba, Cornelia, Maurice, Rocket, and Nova will likely not be appearing in the new film. The official synopsis of the film from 20th Century Studios reads, Director Wes Ball breathes new life into the global epic franchise set several generations into the futures following Caesar's reign, in which apes are the dominant species living harmoniously with humans, harmoniously, and humans have been reduced to living in the shadows as a new tyrant. It's supposed to be tyrant, basically. Ape leader builds his empire. One young ape undertakes a harrowing journey that will cause him to question all that he has known about the past, and to make choices that will define a future for apes and humans alike. So, like we said, he has empathy for humans. It's going to be one of these things where it's going to be probably kind of like what Koba did with Caesar. Caesar loves humans more than he loves apes. You know, that whole thing when him and Koba fought. And I'm sure that's going to be one of those things where they're saying you're choosing humans over your own kind and something like that, because obviously he's going to be sympathetic to him. Obviously something's going to happen where he's going to help them over helping his kind and things like that. So it should be interesting. I will say this. I'm not trying to shit on it because I haven't seen it. I don't know. I'm excited. As you guys know, I just said the synopsis, though, sounds like we've been there, done that. I just gave you an example with Koba and Caesar, but I feel like we've been there, done that. Like we've seen that story. He has empathy for humans, just like some of the humans had empathy for apes. Like, yeah, I get that. I mean, honestly, I don't have to use Caesar. I can use Mark Wahlberg's. There was the ape that had empathy for him. So. Been there, done that. I would like to see something where, I don't know, maybe the clans are going against each other. It's a power struggle within the ape kingdom or something like that. But so far, that synopsis, still excited, but like I said, been there, done that. So, any thoughts?
No. I mean, like I said, one complaint, just hope them niggas aren't perfectly speaking English.
Yep.
Just... You can look at him and tell it's voice acting and shit. I don't know. I think the only thing that can make this bad is if they don't have, like, a direction with where they're going in the end. Like, I don't know if they plan on making this a trilogy as well. I would assume that's what they're doing.
Yeah, it's going to be a trilogy.
What they're always doing. But I just hope at the end it's not like I'm walking out like I don't really know what the fuck that movie was about, because that's what it can turn into, honestly. You can get into there and they could just write it as monkey war, nigga. Like, you throw some apes and humans on screen with one ape. I mean, it's so easy to write this shit, if I'm being honest. Like, write a human or emotional ties with a fucking monkey to a human, and then literally the synopsis said, like, it's literally almost. It doesn't have to be about monkeys. That can be literally like any plot synopsis for like an emotional story. Like, yeah, that's almost how any war starts. Like,
every time.
Like, the young one realizes, oh no, these niggas are wrong. My species is wrong. My country is wrong. My side. There's always the rebel. I mean,
every time.
So, like you said, I just hope they do something different and don't drag it on. Like, I don't want the movie to be 2.5 hours or anything like that, where we have to watch like a whole intro and backstory, because like you said, we've already watched backstories and shit. Right. And if this is canon and everything, we don't need the backstory. And it's been a while, but we didn't forget what happened. Like, yeah, let's not try to connect anything to the third one, because the third one was shit.
It was.
Let's just move on.
I hope they also just like I said, well, like I said, we'll have to see it, but I would prefer a synopsis of, like, the clans, just a struggle for power between them or something like that. Like, I don't know. But, as always, questions for you guys. Let us know down below in the comments what you guys are thinking. Are you excited for the newest installment or a soft reboot for the Planet of the Apes, directed by Maze Runner director Wes Ball? Or has you never been interested in Planet of the Apes, or is this something you're looking forward to? Let us know those questions and comments down below. What is people saying?
Raymond said, I haven't seen one of the Planet of the Apes movies.
That is very sad. That's your homework this weekend, Raymond. I need you to, what time did he say it was where he was?
2.
There you go. You got plenty of time. I need you to go sit down. log out right now. We're not talking about any shit that you haven't already seen. Log out right now. Go watch Planet of the Apes, all of them, and then come back.
I'm not even gonna lie, you
Savant.
can leave the third one out.
Yeah, you can leave that third one out. The Insurrection, you don't need. You saw that January 6th. You don't need to see that.
Human FBN says they're gonna be at Doctor's house in the new one.
I don't know.
I would assume not if it's canon and that story's already been told.
Right.
I would assume there's a whole new emotional tie to some human being or some like
It's
resource
that girl
center.
they keep showing. It's her.
Yeah.
It's her. Yeah.
Our RW Chi-Town said, watched the Marvels twice, and the only problem I had was Nick Fury, weird edits, and the villain.
Now, I did. Okay, so I wanted to kind of save. I'm glad you brought that up. I wanted to kind of save this till we got to the Marvels, but since he brought it up, and there's no really agenda today, I can bring it up again when we talk about the Marvels. I do want to ask, because I meant to ask this Thursday. I text Q this during the movie. I personally, and I could be wrong, I don't think that's Nick, bro. He was acting like he was high the whole movie. Like, it was so goofy. Like, that, we've never seen Nick Fury act like that. We've never seen Nick Fury act that goofy, bro. Like, never. Like, so I need to know, where on the timeline is this? And Liam would know. Is Liam here? Where on the timeline is this from Secret Invasion? Like, is it before? Is it after? Because I just don't think that's Nick. He was acting so weird, bro. He was cracking jokes. Like, acting more like Nick would act if it were
Scroll.
Yeah, if it were what's his name, Taylor. So I'm just like, is that Nick? I don't know. Even the Saber agents were acting weird.
Yeah.
The dude, the big black dude, first of all, unnecessary character because he was weird as fuck. Like, I didn't understand his purpose, but
You know, shit, I can tell you. And shit. Had to teach a nigga about credit. What you mean? Shit. They had to have the brown nigga teach a black nigga about credit.
It was very...
Nigga said, how old are you? Said 300.
300.
Oh, yeah, it's too late for you to start your journey, buddy. No credit, nigga. You a no credit nigga.
Very weird.
Nah, but another thing on that movie, I agree. So, like, another thing I thought about, Darwin was a useless ass villain. Like,
I
from
said that
all,
before we got there.
But no, yeah, but you said that. But even after watching, like, from all points of view, like, her motivations didn't make her a villain. Like, what she did in the movie didn't really make her a villain. I don't know. Like, all she wanted to do.
I understood her point.
Yeah, all she wanted to
My
do was
people are
find a
dying.
home for her people.
Yeah. You caused the problem. You didn't fix it, so now I have to fix a problem for my people. That's the motivation there. It goes back to the whole "is Thanos really wrong?" conversation.
Yeah.
Because, I'm on Darwin's side, honestly. I mean, I think it's shit villain, but I'm on Darwin's side. My fucking people are dying. You came and thought that the Supreme Intelligence was our issue, and it really wasn't. Well, it was, but... and then you destroyed it in the process, destroying our home, and you never came back and fixed it. So now we, the people... have to take things into our own hands and fix our home, or we are going to become extinct ourselves. So whose side are you really on in that? Are you siding with Darben and the Kree, like, okay, yeah, we want to live? Or so I see her motivation. I don't think that that's villainous at all. When I think villain, I think, obviously Kang's motivations. I want to burn everything out of existence except for one timeline that I can rule. That's a villain,
Yeah, no, and even, like, at the beginning, like, she said she was willing to die to find a home. Like, she wasn't even trying to kill niggas. Like, she was literally trying to... I mean, I guess once she found out Kamala had the other bangle, cool, but...
yeah, but that's a means to an ends there. I got to kill you because you got something I need.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, that was cool because, like, yeah, but other than that, there was no really other villainous points of that movie or anything.
Yeah. What did Cornelius say? He said... Secret Invasion has to take place after. Okay, so if it does take place after, I don't care. That ain't Nick. If it takes place after, that's not Nick in the Marvels. He did not act like Nick Fury. I was saying that the entire fucking movie. Every time he came on screen and said something, I would say, that ain't Nick, bro. He's never acted like that. He's never acted. That was some goofy ass shit.
And that's one thing I wasn't even paying attention to.
He's never acted like that. Like, he was so goofy. Like, it was like he wasn't serious about some things. Like, even some of the fighting. Like, when they were shooting when they were switching places one of the Krees ended up on the ship he was in. Like, yeah, when Kamala threw him the gun, he kind of, Nick Fury'd it up. But he was like, ah.
I mean, yeah, no, that was the only point I feel like it was actually Nick Fury whenever Kamala was floating in space and he was like, who the hell
Yeah,
are
now,
you?
see, that was Nick. That felt like Nick.
But just since we're already on the topic of the Marvels and everything, I didn't talk about, because Thursday we were rushing and everything, just how, I forgot his name and everything, but they had the Skrull General there and everything. And do you remember his name? They had to move to Asgard. General fucking...
The one in the Marvels?
Yeah, the Skrull.
The one that was like the main one?
Yeah, the one that the Kree were about to negotiate
Oh,
with.
I forgot his name.
Whoever that was, like, that's like the main Skrull leader who leads, like, I forgot if it's the good or bad side, like the war and everything. So it's interesting how they're setting some of that shit up and putting a lot of people on fucking Asgard or New Asgard and everything. And so it's just, I think there's a lot of shit there, like, it's just the fact they've had so many bad writers that Marvel's been put in, like, a deep hole. But, like, they're able to dig themselves out of it, I think, because as I'm watching, there's just such little plot points that they're able to connect shit. Even with this movie, they had little things that connected to the universe and everything. It just, I still don't like how we only got that little whole tear in the universe when for, like, 2 years I thought I was about to watch an incursion.
And a massive incursion.
Swear for 2 years I thought we were getting, like, the first MCU incursion. And I still don't even know what... Are we calling that's not an incursion we watched? That's not what they're calling it. Is there like
that's not that's not visually what an incursion looks like in the comics.
That's not.
So no, that was a tear in space and time. That was all that was. But also,
yeah, like Cornelius said when he said black girl magic to. Fucking...
That felt. Did that not feel like Nick?
No, I'm just saying, like, there were only like one or two lines.
Things.
They paid Nick Fury for like 5 lines. They paid Sam Jackson. The rest was CGI.
And every time the poor Skrulls, bro. Every time we see the Skrulls in the MCU, that poor race is so tired.
Yeah.
I'm just like, God, they can't catch a break in any fucking project in the MCU. But I still don't like the direction they're taking with the Skrulls. I would have preferred them to have just been what they are. But then, hey, that's the makeshift MCU version of Secret Invasion we got. So, who else said something?
Cornelius also said, he said he said that, but then he said a tear in reality that would have been an incursion if left open.
That's true too.
Well, they should have left that shit open.
They just said I just thought we were going to actually see, like, but I guess we eventually will.
Gray said Sam was just happy to be back in a Marvel movie. And then Xavier said he didn't seem like Nick to me either. There were no ramifications for Secret Invasion at all.
No. That's what I'm saying. If this is before Secret Invasion, then how long before Secret Invasion is this? Because the Nick attitude, the Nick we get in Secret Invasion is a completely different Nick than the Nick in the Marvels. So that's what I'm saying. How far before Secret Invasion is this? Because I thought he was, from what we've learned in WandaVision and from what we learned in Spider-Man, Fury's been off-world. Spider-Man didn't know that, and he's an Avenger. Cleary, who I still say is a Skrull, knew that when no one else did. In Secret Invasion, he's battered. He's hurt. He's trying to fix a wrong. In the Marvels, he's cracking jokes. So how far before Secret Invasion is the Marvels? Because I just don't see him, like, cracking jokes, hanging out with the cons and in space and all this stuff, and then from there grow all that gray, and then having to deal with the bits of Secret Invasion. Like, that's what I'm saying. I just don't think that's him.
That's what Corey said. I'm trying to understand how he aged so fast from the Marvels to Secret Invasion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't. I just don't think that's not him. That's not him. I think that's going to be revealed in something. I don't know what project. That's him in Secret Invasion. That's definitely him in Secret Invasion. But in the Marvels, that ain't him. That just wasn't him. Unless they told Sam, "Hey, have fun." But that just wasn't, in my opinion. So, Anything else before we move?
RW Chi-Town said, I watched it high the first time and I got pissed at a few scenes left out thinking the movie was okay. I watched it sober and realized there were no stakes in the movie at all.
A lot of people have been saying that too.
Hey, there really wasn't.
A lot of people have been saying that. But we'll move here to the next topic. And the next topic is another trailer we're going to jump into, a trailer that got dropped, something that I've been anticipating since its announcement in 2018. And that was Netflix's live-action adaptation of ATLA, Avatar: The Last Airbender. Now, for those of us that have paid attention to Avatar: The Last Airbender way before 2020 when it was put on Netflix, and everybody binged it during their downtime because we had nothing else to do. I, like many others, were watching Avatar: The Last Airbender week to week, season to season on Nickelodeon. And it was life-changing animation experience for me when I saw Avatar. I thought it was great. I was like, it came out when I was in middle school. It ended when at the end of middle school. Yeah, it came out. I think 5th grade. Then it ended at the end of middle school.
Yeah, you want to know how old you were when I was? I was sucked when I was like 4, and a fucking episode would come on, and then I'd have a basketball tournament, and then the next week I'd miss 2 episodes, and I'm sitting there like, man, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
I was 11.
Then you know the AAU schedule growing up. You got practice Tuesday, Thursday, 6 to 8. You got school all day. You miss everything, nigga. So that Netflix, I went back and rewatched like a couple. I still got to go back and rewatch the whole thing before I watch this shit, though.
Did you not watch it originally?
No, I did. I'm just saying I have to go back and rewatch that shit because I went back to rewatch it during COVID, but never finished it. I only got like 2-3 seasons back into the rewatch because I originally rewatched it when I was like you said, in middle school and shit. But I didn't like 5th, 6th, 7th grade. I didn't forgot that shit. Like, yeah. Don't smoke weed. You start
Avatar
to
is
forget
great.
a lot of things.
It's a great damn show, man. I love that show. It's timeless. I can go back and watch that show like I did in 2020. Actually, just recently rewatched it like a couple weeks ago. It's a very good show. Very good show. I know a lot of concern came when the original creators that worked on the Nickelodeon show backed out of the Netflix adaptation, and that scared a lot of people. It scared a lot of people even when their name was attached to it, when it was announced it was going to be live action, because we still have the M. Night version that is awful, and I do mean awful. There's that whole scene of the Earthbender when Aang is in the Earth Kingdom, and he's for like 5 minutes doing all this crazy earthbending shit with his hands. When he finally releases it, it's just a little pebble that he throws. It's a very shit movie, and it's awful. It's awful.
But if there's one thing you can be optimistic about, Netflix has been doing well.
Netflix has been doing very well. Very well. At least with the animated live action adaptations, they've been doing pretty solid. So they have. I'm not a One Piece fan. I don't know anything about One Piece outside of what Trey has told me and what others have told me about One Piece. But I know it did very, 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 very well on Netflix. So I'm not really worried about this adaptation.
That nigga? Monkey D. Luffy.
What is he?
Luffy D. Monkey.
I don't know his name.
All I know is that trailer came out in the movie theaters. That nigga Darius said, "This is what they like." That nigga said, "Oh no."
I was just confused, but
you said this is that shit Trey likes.
It doesn't. I saw some episodes. I saw some of the live action episodes, and some of the live action episodes I saw, I was like, "Oh, this is not bad." I don't know if I could get into the anime itself. For me, it's the whole. It's not in English. I have to.
I'm sorry, I just can't. I can't listen to the sound effects they be making this shit, bro. Like, there's no reason like I should be watching a show and an 8-year-old laughing is like really a 32-year-old sexually moaning and shit. Like, that shit does not make me feel good at all, bro. Like, not at all.
So, with their live action stuff, it looks like Netflix has a handle on things. And like I said, when the original creator stepped away, people were worried. But like you said, be optimistic about it because Netflix has been doing some good things. And from what we saw from the trailer, and even before the trailer, the behind the scenes photos, when the actors and actresses were announced, when it was put out that they were putting emphasis on the cultural aspect of things, and that they wanted to make sure that the cast was accurate to the race that all these characters are and everything like that. Just not just that, from the casting and characters that are going to be in it. We know that the cabbage guy is going to be in it. They've put so much detail. Even the face stealing god is going to be in it. So much detail has been put on this. They're really diving into what the animated series was, but bringing it to life in live action. And the trailer did look phenomenal. So it does come out in February. We're going to dive into this trailer. We'll give you guys
How long is the show?
More thoughts. I'm not. We'll pull up what we know about it after. I'm not exactly sure. I do know it's going to be 3 seasons, though. Obviously.
3 seasons?
Yeah, water, earth, fire.
Oh, yeah, that makes. I think, yeah, we talked about that.
And then we still have everything that Avatar Studios and the original creators are doing over there with their movies and things coming out too, separate from Netflix. But we'll dive into the Netflix, and then we'll give you guys our quick thoughts after it.
Time is a funny thing. The past, the future, it all gets mixed up. There's only one way to keep it straight. Always remember who you are.
Yeah. Can't wait to see that. It looks great. The scale of everything looks phenomenal. You know, we talked about that when we were talking about the behind-the-scenes stuff, when we showed the practical sets that they were building for the Southern Water Tribe and things like that, because I believe, like the movie, the original movie, that's where this first season will end, just like the animated series did, with the big battle with the Fire Nation and the Southern Water Tribe, where Princess Yue became the moon spirit and everything like that. So, because General Zhao is in this, we saw the pictures of him, and we know that he led the attack on the Southern Water Tribe. So, all those things are supposed to be happening, and it looks great. It looks really, really good. I think the dialogue there at the beginning is Avatar Roku talking to him, I believe. Either that's Roku or that's Monk Gyatso, but I think it's Roku. It looks great. Like I said, there was a lot of speculation, a lot of worry for this because of how we were treated with the M. Night film. So, but seeing this now from Netflix, seeing it come to life, it looks really good. The first look at Appa, the first look at Momo, the first look at, not the first look at Aang, but the first look at him actually moving as Aang, and then the clearing the smoke with the air bending. The scale of Omashu, you know, we're gonna see King Boomy. We know he's it just, man, I'm telling you, it just looks really like they really hell, they did take their time. Shit, it was announced in 2018. So
yeah, I was about to say
they really took their time.
I was
with
about
this.
to say, I remember we first started talking about this like pre-COVID.
Yeah,
I was like, man, and that was at the time whenever live action stuff wasn't even doing that. Like switching anime to live action stuff was just like, eh. But since then, we've gotten a couple good projects and everything, or a couple good adaptations, and so it's like, not even does it like look good. It's they're not really showing too much of it either. So it's like, we know the Avatar story and everything, but we don't really know what we're getting in the sense of what we're about to get ourselves into with the first season and everything, and how we're getting to the end of that to transition into the second.
Right.
And so, like you said, I don't know how long or how many episodes is in the first season or anything, but and that's another thing. Do you know if they're releasing them all? They're releasing all at the same time, right? I would assume. If
I
it's
believe
Netflix.
so because it's Netflix.
But then again, sometimes they be doing that half here, wait a month, and then you get the next half shit. So
they may do it that way too. Not really sure. I'm trying to see here what the thing said here, because they've got this.
That's true. Diesel said, unlike most adaptations, this doesn't look like fan fiction.
No, it doesn't. Like I said, it looks really good. So I guess, what was the question? What we were trying to see what we know about this one, the series so far. This is coming from Collider.
If we knew how many episodes were first season, how long they were, they're releasing all at once.
I don't know if this is just a synopsis of what we already know, but this is about Avatar. But this is what Collider said. In the world of the Avatar Last Airbender, people are born into one of 4 nations: the Water Tribe, Earth Kingdom, Air Nomads, or the Fire Nation. Depends on which nation you're a part of. You might have the ability to be a bender, someone who can literally bend your nation's element to your will. Only the Avatar can master all 4 elements because he serves as the bridge between the human and the spirit world. Okay, so these are things we know. After blah blah blah, blah Aang must take blah blah blah. Netflix is attempting to fix what was broken. The main plot of the series will follow Aang's journey to become a fully realized Avatar, while also giving them more room to develop the supporting cast and subplots that might have been brushed off in the original. Using the extra runtime to its advantage, the animated series is a standard half-hour program. And while it's beloved by many, it could have benefited from longer episodes. For example, Aang and Katara learn waterbending at a very rushed pace. Here, each episode will likely be around 40 minutes to an hour, giving the characters more time to be fleshed out. And then it says, does it have a release date? Netflix Avatar Last Airbender will premiere, obviously, February 22nd, 2024. And the original aired on Nickelodeon 2005, February 21st. So the original creators are not involved. Like they said, when it first started, they were involved in 2018, but they are not any longer. They are over at Avatar Studios, and we know that. So that's really. I'm just assuming here that the first season is going to be akin to, obviously, the first season of the animated series and the M. Night movie, because the M. Night movie is a very quick version of the first season. Even Jet, everybody's cast. Jet is cast. We've got the swamp benders are even cast. They are really diving deep into this world, and like Collider said in their article, whereas it did, well, I really didn't pay attention to that, but if it felt rushed to you, where it felt as Aang's waterbending was rushed by being taught by Katara in the 30-minute episodes from the animated series, well, these episodes are going to be a little bit longer to, like they said, to flesh out some of that stuff, flesh out characters, give more characters, more supporting cast, time to shine and things like that. So it looks great. Can't wait to see it. Huge Avatar fan. I'm not just here for the Netflix stuff. For those that don't know, Avatar Studios and the original creators, they're creating the movie that comes out in 2025 with the original Avatar cast, but they're going to be older, so it's going to be following a journey of them as they're older and things like that. We're getting the new Avatar Earthbender series coming from Avatar Studios, because the last obviously was Korra. She was the waterbender, so next in line to be Avatar as an earthbender. So we're going to get that series, and that's going to span a few different seasons. We're also going to see the Zuko movie. We're also going to see a Korra film. We're also supposed to be getting a Avatar Kyoshi film. So there are a lot of things happening over at Avatar Studios, a lot of stuff they're trying to build. It's, I recently did watch a video where one of the original creators was doing an interview where he was talking about Avatar Studios, and he was talking about, well, we made Avatar in 2005. It was something that was small on a piece of paper for us, but now we're being asked to create an entire universe. And he said, that's crazy. It's daunting. He said, but I'm really excited for it. So it's going to go from what we saw in the original animated series, to now it's going to be a fully fleshed out and realized universe, like everything is starting to be. Everything is becoming its own cinematic universe. So Avatar: Last Airbender will also be its own cinematic universe. So that's coming soon. So let us know everything that you guys are looking forward to. If you're excited for Avatar, did you watch the original when it first aired, or was it something you tuned into in 2020? And when you tuned in, did you instantly fall in love? Or are you like me and you believe Avatar is timeless? So let us know all those questions down below in the comments, and let us know what you guys are thinking.
Jay Namakaz said, the teaser made me cry. From the costumes to the locations and the music. It was all one-to-one like the show, and I felt like a kid again.
Yeah, it was great. It was
Human
great.
said, they have a deadline, though, Sozin's Comet.
That is true. They do have that deadline.
Dorian said, how much of the animated show would be in the live-action series? I'm curious at how many of the Season 1 stories will be in this new show.
And again, just from what I've just peeped from the casting, it's going to be pretty in depth. Like I said, the face stealing god, the cabbage guy. I'm trying to think of some other minor characters that they've even just casted. They even casted fucking Judy from There's No War in Ba Sing Se, or There's No so it's real, bro. I think they're going pretty in depth with this show because they want it to be, especially when the creators walked away. I think Netflix is trying to prove something now. They can do this. They've proved it with One Piece. They've proven it with other Netflix original series. And
Arcane was gas.
Yeah, Arcane.
Even
all
though
those
it wasn't,
things.
Live action, I guess. But and then Dorian also said 3 seasons long. Each season, Aang is learning and mastering each element. We got to see how Zuko and Iroh relationship is together because that's going to be a factor also with how they write the gang.
That's true. And, I think, a lot of people like myself were worried about visually how Zuko would look with the Scar live action. And visually, it does look great. It looks good. It doesn't look bad. I forget guy's name that plays Uncle Iroh, but he also plays in Star Wars, plays in Kim's Corner Store, whatever the fuck that show's called. He looks great, and that's true. That is a major relationship in that series, in that show, and that is something that not just that relationship, but Iroh in general. There's the whole episode of him singing the song about his deceased son from the war, and he's singing it in Ba Sing Se and laughing with all these kids. But then you realize at the end of that episode, when he bends down next to that tree and pulls out the picture and he's crying, that entire happy song at the beginning of the show turned into a very sad and depressing realization that Iroh lost his son during a war his brother started. So it's just like those type of things, those type of emotional connections need to be, and I fully believe they are going to bring them out. So,
let's see. Raymond said, I grew up watching Avatar: The Last Airbender. The finale was the event of the summer. And then he said, Zuko's scar can be a bit bigger.
It could be, but I thought I thought it looks good. I'm ready to see what the lightning looks like from Azula.
Then he also said my fault. He said the trailer was alley beautiful. Seeing them take scenes from the show, this might actually be good. Mm-hmm. And then Xavier said, if it makes me forget the Shyamalan film, I'm all in.
Yeah.
And then Human also said M. Night messed up and asked if they'll do the Korra film after that, and then you answered yes, I believe.
Yeah, Korra's not being done by Netflix. It's being done by Avatar Studios, but yeah, they are doing a Korra. It's animated. It's not live action. Everything over at Avatar Studios right now is animated. None of it is live action, so, but it is coming.
Then Dorian said, I watched Avatar when they both aired and ended up finding comics that happened right after both shows ended. I'm a fan even when played both video games. I'm happy to see what this show brings.
Yeah, me too.
Black said, I'm curious to see as to how Azula will be portrayed. Her viciousness and eventual insanity is what I'm looking forward to.
Me too. When it comes to any type of stuff like this, villains are always my go-to. I've always told you if the shit was real, I'd be a villain. I wouldn't be a hero. Easily, sorry. I'd just be a villain. Villains are so much cooler in my opinion. They have the better powers. They're just cooler. In Azula, I love a good villain. Azula is not a villain just for the sake of being a villain. She has a a backstory. She felt like she wasn't loved by her mother. She was seeking approval from her mother while also simultaneously seeking it from her father, competing with her brother. And she was just an evil fucking child. So and that turned into an even eviler, but with a hurt backstory adult. So yeah, I want to see how they handle Azula for sure. She is very like the beach scene. She doesn't know how to interact with people. When they go to that beach and she's like, trying to get invited to that party, and she's flirting with that guy, but doesn't know how to, she's just disconnected from everything. She only knows one thing, and that's conquer and rule. So I really want to see how they handle Azula.
Last one, or no, a couple more. Xavier said, I have faith they'll do this show justice. I think the cast looks amazing, and the world brings me back to when I first watched the original series.
For sure.
Dorian said, Leaves from the Vines gets me every time. That was the last piece of work that the original voice actor for Iroh did before he died.
Yes, yeah.
And then last one, Human said, Avatar has to end at some point. Otherwise, we're going to have space benders and S technology advanced very quickly in Korra.
That's very true. As far as how the advancement of technology went in Korra that differs from Avatar, the original Avatar, and things like that.
I gotta go pee.
I would even question that. Does it have to end at some point? Can it not keep going? Can they not advance it and it keep going, on and on and on to where at one point we're 15 different avatars in, still recalling events from Aang's time as Avatar, still recalling events from Roku and Kyoshi and all those others. I mean, I feel like, the Avatar is a cycle, like Roku has told Aang so many times. The Avatar has to continue. The Avatar is always reincarnated, and, unless killed while the Avatar in the Avatar state, then the Avatar would cease to exist. But I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of different places that the original creators could go. While we're waiting on Q, I guess I can show that really quick what he was saying, as I found it really interesting. They have a very big plan over there for Avatar Studios. Give me just a second, guys. I'll pull this up for you. Here it is. This is the one I recently saw, I believe. Yeah, here we go.
We still find the Avatar world to be really rich for us creatively, and we always would have ideas while we were making one of the two shows. Wow, wouldn't it be cool to explore that? Wouldn't it be neat to do something in a different tone? And now we're getting to expand the franchise in different directions all at once.
You're on-screen talent, kid. Leave the storytelling to the masters.
Now we're making a movie, our first movie. Really craft something that you're not just rushing and having to put it out. And so that always, as an artist, that was really alluring to me.
We're gonna do big business with these movers, as I call them.
It's executing it is the hard part. Getting those ideas woven together in some sort of a meaningful, satisfying way. Then executing that in animation, which is really a hard medium, especially hard to do consistently, on schedule, on budget. I can't really wrap my head around the final mix and the final color correction on the feature.
It's just a mover. Don't overthink it.
Avatar.
So you saw there the animation that they were using. Well, not animation they were using, but he was just saying how he's right here. How he was saying, they can go different tones. They can now go different directions with this because, they have that ability to expand all of their different ideas as far as the Avatar universe goes. When they say they're building a cinematic universe, they are building a cinematic universe, but it's kind of like this way I'm thinking of it. This is not the way they've put it. This is just my thinking of it. Think of James Gunn's DC universe. How there are things that are canon, but there are Elseworld things. They are going to do things that are canon to the overall story that they're trying to tell with Aang's gang and the overall reincarnation of the Avatar. But as you see here with this animation here, where he said we can expand and do things that we could never really do before. That would mean, to me, I'm thinking Elseworld type things, where you can do your one-offs, your spin-off type of shows that has nothing to do with what you're canonically telling. Your movies that you could do spin-offs that have nothing to do with what you're the current story being told. So, like I said, as a big Avatar fan, it's exciting. It's still a long way away. It's like Kang Dynasty Secret Wars time. It's still like 2025, 2026 before we're going to see that movie, before we're going to see anything from Avatar Studios. So, in the meantime, Netflix is going to fill that void. So, I forgot what made me pull that up. Somebody asked a question. But yeah, it does. It looks good. So, did we already? Were you answering questions before you left?
I mean,
were we
there's
reading?
a couple more.
Okay, go ahead.
If you, Jay Namakali said they're gonna have the face stealing spirit. My God, if they do it right, that's gonna be some scary shit to see.
When I saw that they casted him, I was like, that's crazy. Because, again, unless you watch the show like that, the animated series, you know that that's not like a god that shows up consistently. That's like for 6 minutes of that episode.
Yeah.
He's not in there long. So that's why I said they're going in depth with it.
And then Xavier said if this show is a hit, I'm sure they will try to run it into the ground like everything else. No, that is one bad thing. They'll milk the fuck out of it if it's making them money.
Yeah. Netflix is trying to gain subscribers back.
I mean, shit. After all the shit they done did and shit they done lost, I don't blame them.
The up in the prices, they got one more time to up that price. I'm telling you, they're gonna lose me next. That shit is damn near $25. I remember when that shit was $6.
Man. And now you can't even, like, you gotta pay to have it on multiple screens too. Like, I think my mom was watching Netflix and I tried to turn something on. It was like you have to pay to add another TV. And I was like,
wild.
I was like, bro. So then I checked how much, and I was like, it was like $3, and I was like, bro, that shit makes it like from 15 to 18.
Yeah, that's
like, which may not seem like a big difference, nigga. That is 18 a month. That's crazy.
That's what I pay for HBO. It's $18 a month for HBO Max. But to me, that $18 for HBO Max, that's just worth it. That is, I spend more time on YouTube and HBO Max than I do on anything else.
No, that's why I went ahead and I have YouTube Premium. I have YouTube
I was
TV.
Thinking about it. Is it $54 a month?
For YouTube TV, it is, but I mean, I think I'd paid like, you pay like you get like a deal if you just buy it for the whole year. But the YouTube TV is worth it because you get YouTube,
you get
YouTube
ESPN,
no ads,
don't
and
you?
bro, you get like cable basically.
That's what's.
And then I spent the extra fucking $100 and got the fucking NFL Red Zone. So there's packages on there where you can like you get a discount for like HBO Max through YouTube TV. It's worth it. I'd say I bought it.
I'm about to get this shit.
Just because they have everything and you can go through and record shit like.
Oh really?
That as so you can save it to your
record the games
and save it to your
See, that's my biggest thing. It's NBA season, and I hate having to go to people's homes or watch highlights or things like that because I'm supposed to have ESPN with my fucking bundle with Disney Plus. That shit don't work.
I mean, what's crazy is you can add like League Pass for $10 a month for you and get every NBA game for YouTube TV, or you can pay like $100 for the whole NBA season, or you can pay like $60 for only one team and get every team's games. It's crazy, bro.
I don't want to do that. I would do that, but there's other teams I care
That's
about.
why I'm about to just ask for $100 for Christmas for that specifically, so I can watch every damn NBA game because it's worth it, bro.
Yeah, Christmas. You got the Thanksgiving game coming up.
Bro, yep.
The Christmas games coming up.
With the in-season tournament, a lot of the NBA games have been competitive too. They've been
the start of college. College basketball.
March Madness coming up.
March Madness. Duke got upset last night by Arizona.
Caleb Love looked tough over there, but that nigga need to go to the fucking league. He been in college too damn long.
The dude, I forget dude's name. He's got the chin strap beard, braids now. Played on the same team as
Damian.
Is that his name? Arizona at Arizona.
Is he? Oh, he's at Arizona.
He played with. He's one of my favorite fucking kids out of high school. Why am I blanking on his name? Dance and TikTok.
Oh, Jared.
Yeah, with Jared McCain. He played on the same team. What AAU team was Jared on?
Jared played on Why Not.
Yeah, he was on Why Not with Jared.
Oh, I don't know then. I thought you were talking about a nigga from Griffin.
No. He played on Why
You're
Not with
about...
Jared. He was at Arizona. They played against each other last night. That because they were making it a big deal. They're like from teammates to rivals. Brother looked so tough last night, bro. That lay he did. I was like, my God, bro. I miss basketball so much. It's not just watching it. I mean, obviously I can watch it, but I miss being there. I miss the excitement of being on the sideline. I know it's not a sports conversation, but just we have no agenda, like I told you before we started. I miss being on the sideline. I miss coaching. Bro.
Everything. That shit. I'm not gonna lie. I do not miss playing. If anyone that that knows me is watching this shit and thinks I miss playing, no. Like,
I just want to coach.
And then
again.
I know this way off topic, but I see a lot of niggas still hooping and shit and like bouncing around from college to college, and I'm like, y'all niggas are idiots if you think I couldn't be doing the same thing right now. And then I'm just like, that shit ain't worth it. Show me your pockets. Show me your credit score. Show me your credit.
It looks. I just miss it. I miss it so much. I'm itching for a tech, bro. Like I miss basketball.
People in the chat saying you can use Streamies to stream every game too, which is what I use. But
really?
That shit, but it gets like. That shit gets old to me because it'll be certain moments you want to watch and it starts lagging or ads start popping up. And it's cool because, you can watch games, but then they're behind. So I'll get the notification on my phone that the team already won. And I'm like 3 minutes. And I'm like, man, I can't stream this shit.
No.
Teams that I want to. It's the same thing with UFC fights. Nigga, I'll get the notification they got knocked out and I'm still pre-walkout. Nigga ain't even made it to the ring yet. I get the notification.
But see, at least you get that. Like I'm so fucking lame. Because I'm supposed to have ESPN with my Disney Plus bundle and all that shit, but it didn't work. I got to YouTube guys that are verbally covering the game to listen and watch the game. No. Like Stephen Curry's got the ball, he passes over the Clay. That's how I'm listening to the game.
But
like
that's
it's
crazy.
On the radio.
That's crazy because when I bet on them, it's like I could watch them on the stream, but the stream's behind. So I deadass do this. I go to ESPN and watch the play-by-play because I'm like, I'm not gonna be 2 minutes behind, nigga. I'm gonna get this shit as it's happening. Bro. Like, nigga,
I need to know
I'm not gonna have a homie text me like, nigga, did you see that? And I'm like, nah, wait a minute. Like, nigga, wait 2.
See, that's why I had to stop watching the game with Greg because me and Greg used to watch all the like he would call me like maybe third. He's like, bro, you see what's going on? Like, and we would watch it, but his TV would always be ahead of mine. He'd be like, oh. I'd be like, Greg, I'm getting off the phone with you, bro, because you're spoiling the game for me. Like, so.
Hate that shit, bro.
Yeah.
Hate it so much. Like, I'll be like, man, I'm gonna just put my phone down because I don't even want to see this shit no more. But yeah, no, you can like if it's just a game you want to casually throw on, you can pull up Stream East and it's like a movie site basically, but for sports.
You still got to show me the gambling side of it.
Yeah, no, that shit. The thing about called? There's hella shit, nigga.
What's the one that everybody always advertises?
Prize Picks.
Yeah, Prize Picks.
And I'm on the same, but it's like I'm on Sleeper and it's the same thing. But nigga, last night, boy, that nigga Chet, that nigga, no. I was finna turn like $20 into $600.
Damn.
And this nigga Chet went 0 for 3 from the 3-point line, missed 2 free throws. Nigga, I bro, when I tell you, I texted him, I was like, nigga, if I ever see Chet in this city, bro, I'm gonna punch that nigga in his chest, cause just 0 for 3, nigga, like the day I bet on you,
bro. I gotta give his credit where credit's due. I saw them. I watched the game they played.
I was gonna tag you in something, nigga. You wrong.
I watched the game they played.
That nigga's tough.
He looked good.
He
looked good.
And that's the thing.
And I told you, I will always give credit where it's due when I'm wrong. I'm not saying I was completely wrong.
No, because I get what you're saying too. He's not this. Let's bring Chet onto the team and he changes your world. He's
not that.
But for what he does, like the defensive role and having just a mobile big that can shoot and.
That's something they needed.
That's what every team needs in my opinion. You don't want to, if you have a point guard that can ISO, you don't want to just put a 7-footer down there and clog shit up. So, I mean, he'll be good for him, but the nigga's still like, I be thinking about shit. The nigga like my age. nigga.
Like,
These niggas in the league are Josh Giddey, nigga
bro,
younger than
like I said,
the nigga Wemby is 7'4" at 19.
The other day, because Steph's, I think it was just Steph's birthday. I said Steph is only 5 years older than me. Damn, like I didn't know that. Like it's crazy. But like, yeah, no, it's I really want to watch these fucking games and shit. So, catch the what's the last?
Johnny said Prize Picks is not good for my mental health. Planet Fanatic Sports Reviews is I love it. No, but that's the thing. Like the thing about you is, I'm gonna have to tell you, nigga, there's gonna be times where you lose some bets off some fuck nigga shit.
I would be upset.
And I know you're going to be so mad, bro. I'm telling you, you'll bet on some shit you'll bet on Luka to go have 20 points, and my nigga will have a game where he just he'll take 30 shots. It's just an off night, and he ends it with 19. Nigga. And like, bro, I'm telling you, you feel like
I'm mad I'm not doing it now because
just looking at that shit, you could feel like, yo, pride just like, damn, nigga, this nigga just
started already.
But then at the same time, you like, at least me, I'm like, it's Vegas. Like, this is what the game is. I gotta beat them. Like, I can't be mad the niggas done beat me a couple times because, like I said, I've won. Every day this week I've won except yesterday. That's why it pissed me off because I bet a lot yesterday thinking I was gonna have good old week. No, nigga. No. See, back to where we started.
I don't know. I'll definitely get upset too because you know me. No. You know how I am during the playoffs. Like, bro, y'all call me what you want. This is the last time I say about sports, and we're gonna move on. Call me what you want. I get super serious about it when it comes to playoffs. Like, I get argumentative. Like,
fuck
honestly, fighting words.
No.
I'm
prideful about.
I'm prideful about the preseason,
like,
regular season too. I am, but I get real when it comes to playoffs, bro. Like when it comes to playoffs, and especially if
I was about to say, I think that's the difference between me and you, because you're Golden State, and they're supposed to be competing for a ring every year, whereas I'm a fucking Nets fan. My window's closed. How bad it hurts to watch that Kyrie and Harden and KD highlights, nigga, and then watch Giannis step on this nigga foot, bro. That shit hurts my heart. I try not to think about it because I'm like, bro, we're not gonna win a ring till
we're not winning a ring this year. We're not.
Fuck this year though. Nigga, I'm talking 10, 15.
Oh, I don't think until the Warriors make a drastic change and actually stop wasting, roster space, get a big that can actually, move with them at the pace they move and things like that. Looney's fine, but he's Looney. But get an actual big in there. It's not going to change.
James Wiseman fucked them over.
Yeah, it's not going to change. It's not going to change. Chris Paul said the other day, I'm sorry, I am done. Chris Paul said the other day, he goes, it's crazy. I can play a whole game, score 2 points, and we still win. Kind of makes you wonder why the fuck you're there, doesn't it? I don't get why. Sorry. So anyway, let's move on.
We got a couple sports comments. You said, I think it was about 25 years ago, me and a friend calculated Jordan's pay rate. It was just under $38 a second. For that money, you don't get to miss free throws. And then Johnny Washington said, I know y'all seeing LeBron going crazy year 21. Greatest of all time.
LeBron is going crazy, but I know y'all see my guy, Wardell.
Man.
Steph is going crazy right now, too,
them niggas
bro. Steph is killing right now.
It's crazy the day and age we're in, fucking medicine. This nigga LeBron could be really playing until Tom Brady age.
And you know what? I'm not even a LeBron fan. I'm not a LeBron fan.
Me neither.
But I love LeBron outside the court. I think he's a stand-up
strong
individual. But hey, if we actually get a reality,
that's the epitome of a strong black king, right there.
Yeah, LeBron is
niggas who be calling LeBron my king. I just can't get that shit, bro.
No, I'm not a LeBron fan in that way at all. But if we actually get a reality where he gets to play with Bronny, because we've never seen that. We've never seen a father-son duo in the NBA. I do want to see that. I do want, and that would be the only time I would be rooting for that motherfucker to get a ring. Yeah, because that'd be dope. That's history being made there. So
yeah, Cornelius said 0 scandals. Yeah, no, few athletes, and then he also said the Steelers finna go down tomorrow too. Cornelius, one thing I'll tell everybody, I'm so uninterested in. I've never been this uninterested in fucking Steelers football in my 21 years of life. I tell you, like, Nigga, I turn on the game, we don't score the first quarter, and I go to sleep. And I wake up and we somehow won. That'd be the most shocking part to me. I don't even know who we play tomorrow. And shit, I usually always, I'm wearing Nets gear. I'm not in my Steelers shit this weekend, and we play tomorrow. Like, them niggas, until Matt Canada, offensive coordinator, gone.
I think I've told this before, but
done.
You know, I went when Steph came here 2 years ago. I sat outside. I was the first one there. I made sure I was the first one there. I was the first one in line, bro. I sat outside of Steph's hotel for like 4 hours, and the line just filled up behind me. I was so like, I was so hype. I was the first one there. I sat there for so long just for him to pass by and say, "That was it. That was it." And he got on the bus. Bro, I have the video. You could hear me in the back say, "Oh my God." Huge fan.
What up, nigga? No, that's pretty much it for the sports comments and everything. I know we got a couple of things we got to get back to, but RW said Steph pushing the record every game. No one catch up to him. No, yeah,
Yes.
That nigga's shooting percentages are
He's
insane.
competing against himself. He looks great.
Shit's nutty. But at this point, so is LeBron. That nigga shit, if he keep hooping, ain't nobody gonna touch that scoring record. It took him 20 years to pass Kareem. It's gonna take a nigga a minute to do that.
Yeah, for sure. So. But that's enough. Thank you for joining our little side. We might do a side thing called Sports Talk. Planet Fanatic Sports Talk, something like that. I don't know. But Q and I love basketball. He's more into other sports than I am. I'm basketball only. I went to a soccer game in high school. I went to a soccer game in high school with some friends. I have a friend from London, and he was one of our best friends in high school. He moved back to London. Still talk to him, but he was here. And Josh was here for basketball. Josh was 6'7", good at basketball and everything like that. Obviously, he's not in the league or anything like that now. He's got a son. You know how the story ends for most people. But got a son now, home, all that kind of stuff. But I went to a soccer game, bro. It was cold as baseball game. It was cold as shit at that fucking baseball game. I'm sitting there shaking. People are in blankets and shit. This is my first baseball game. I live in Norman. I'm not going to baseball games, so it's my first real time going to a baseball game. So I went to the baseball game. I'm complaining because it's cold, and Josh is like, "Darius, man, you're always fucking complaining about it being cold." He's like, "Stop bitching about it." I'm like, "Josh, what the fuck? You better calm that shit the fuck down, bro." I'm not a sports person like that. Like, I'm basketball only. If it's an outside sport, catch me on what's the weather like. What is the weather like? I'm not like football. No. So basketball though, I'm there all day.
Shit. That's crazy. Nigga got hit on that football field and ain't looked back since.
Oh yeah, when I played,
yeah,
clocked
ain't
the
looked
shit
back
out of me in middle school. Clocked the shit out of me. My mom would not let me quit. She said, "You signed up, you're playing." I failed that class on purpose, so I would be ineligible. Okay?
Hey, on God, my mom's probably not watching. On Jesus, I have a similar story. 7th grade, we played I went to More West, so the last sports story. We played Brink. They had this, like, nigga, I'm like 5'4" at the time. I played corner. They had, like, this 6'3" receiver. So we played him once in the season. That nigga did me dirty. We end up having to play him again in the little city championship game. Nigga, I got ISD for the week. I was like, I'm not playing that. I'm not playing that, nigga. I swear to God, I showed up to school. We're not allowed to wear hoodies or nothing, so I just showed up to school, walked into class, put my hoodie on, fell asleep. They woke me up, looked at the teacher. Okay. Fell back asleep. She's like, "You fall back asleep, I'm going to send you to the office." Fell back asleep. She took my jacket, walked out. So she sent me to the office, fell asleep in there. I was trying to just fall asleep. I didn't sleep at all the night before. I'm going to sleep all day. Hopefully they send me to ISD. I'm not going to practice, and I'm not going to play. That shit worked.
That's what I did. Yeah.
Nigga, I swear to God, like, that might be the only time on the football field, and I quit after that year, too.
I wish.
I was like, bro, I'm 5'4". These niggas is 6'3".
Yeah.
Why am I playing corner out here, bro? Like, I'm getting done dirty, bro.
It was just that first time getting hit. I was done. Cornelius, you are very wrong, brother. It gets stupid cold here. It's that type of cold here when the minute you step out and you're trying to go from the grocery store to your car, you'll be cussing from your car to the door. That shit, fuck, damn, fuck.
It's that type of cold,
shit,
nigga.
It's cold, bro.
Yeah, I'll be a light-skinned nigga turn white. I'll be frosty as hell, lips white, nose chapped. Shit's bad. Be dry as fuck.
But okay, we'll get back to.
I don't even know how much shit we got left.
We'll get back to the actual shit. Let's see. Next thing we'll talk about. Let's do Blade. We'll go over Blade. So to reel it back in here on what we were saying.
Avatar. Yeah, no, we're gonna Yeah, that's coming out. We're gonna talk about Blade.
Yeah. Okay, where to start with Blade? So. We've discussed Blade a numerous amount of times. We've discussed Blade. Nothing has been positive that we've discussed about Blade. The last thing I think we discussed positively about Blade was when Blade was announced at SDCC in 2019 and Mahershala Ali stepped on the stage. That was the last positive news that I want to say really came out for Blade until recently. But we'll get to that. But with all of that stuff that came out in 2019, hearing in SDCC that Mahershala Ali was going to take on the Wesley Snipes role as Blade and things like that, a lot of people got excited. The MCU was moving forward in it was in a good spot at that time. We were all excited for the future of the MCU, and seeing another prominent black character like Blade show up on screen was something that a lot of us wanted to do, whether you were black, white, Puerto Rican, Asian, whatever. Blade is a very cool character. However, quickly after I don't want to say quickly because here we are 2023, about to step in 2024, and it was 2019 that it was announced. But soon after, we started hearing negative things about Blade from behind the scenes. We started hearing that Mahershala Ali was upset. Mahershala Ali wanted to step away. We started hearing that he wasn't going to be the lead. We got a plot leak of what it was. We heard from Jeff Snyder in the hot mic that from reports that the script that was written was only 90 pages with 2 lackluster scenes. We also heard that it's now in its 5th rewrite. It's gone through 2 different directors. It's gone through several different writers. At one point, Bo DeMeo, who was working on X-Men 97, was one of the writers. And, just many different things have gone wrong with Blade and behind the scenes. So one of the major things that, have recently come out, I don't want to say recently come out because we talked about this already, but it resurfaced, and I don't know why some people are making it seem like it was a new story, but this is not new. It was always in the plot leak, and that's why Mahershala Ali was upset. Mahershala Ali was never going to be the lead. We talked about that. At one point in time, it was going to be Blade's daughter who was going to be the lead of the film, making Blade the 4th lead of the film behind 2 other characters, I'm sorry. And it was going to be ushering in his daughter as the new up-and-coming Blade and things like that. And when you get a caliber of actor, Academy Award-winning Mahershala Ali to come in and do a role such as Blade, and we all love Wesley Snipes' version of Blade, and I always bring up the club scene and the second Blade and everything like that. We all love Blade. We've been looking forward to Blade. We've all said if it's not done this way, it can't be done. If it's not this, it's not blah, 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 blah. So to hear Mahershala Ali was upset and to have him come on and all those things going wrong about it, Marvel had to make a decision, and we've talked about that too. Kevin Feige being spread too thin, and I think that was made more apparent in the Variety article. I'm, again, not excusing Kevin Feige for any of the bullshit that we got from Phases 4 and so far what we've gotten from Phases 5, but it's no secret that he was spread too thin, where he was able to put his final finishing touches on certain projects. He wasn't able to do that because of everything that's been going on with over at Disney, Disney, Marvel Studios, and etc. So, but now he's able to. So he stepped in with the controversies with Blade and had the conversations with Mahershala Ali behind the scenes. We don't know the in-depths of that conversation, but seeming like Mahershala Ali is now back on board and wanting to step in and continue his role as Blade. Now, the newest reports have come out, and this one's more positive, is that Blade is going to now be rated R, and that is something that we've all talked about from talking about Blade was. How are you doing Blade? Is it going to be rated R? We can't have some hyperviolence like it is in Moon Knight, or I don't want to put quotes around Moon Knight, hyperviolence like it was in Moon Knight. And, that's just not Blade. You can't do that. So hearing that it's rated R, that's a positive.
I think the first positive was just to backtrack a little how Marvel came out with the little spotlight thing on how they're going to have a different platform for all the little standalone or little more mature things. And it's kind of just like, it's honestly just their Netflix, I feel like, in the way of bringing, and that's another thing that kind of, just to backtrack a little more and talk about Echo and this and just the rated mature things and the rated R things, it's like, that's why I want to see Echo done right. Because, I mean, if they're not going to do those 5 episodes right, and it's like, you have to start putting care into every character that you're bringing to screen instead of just the main ones. Because we're at that point where the Marvels wasn't the worst they've came out with. And so if Miss Marvel was better and had more attraction, and Amon Vinali had more appeal in the MCU, there's a reason the numbers could have been better. So it's like, you have to start bringing fans at least to some of these characters. I remember me and my friend were talking about it. It's like, as much as all of us are talking about we want to see Blade, the average MCU movie goer who takes their kids, I don't think they don't really remember how many times this has been delayed or fired the director. They don't care anymore. Like, they're like, oh, okay, we this, that. Yeah. They're like, they're not waiting on Blade how we are. Right. And so it's like, you can't bring us a TV mature rated R, whatever we're calling it. You can't bring us a show that's not really good in the mature standards and then hope for us to expect good from Blade, because that's the pivotal point. If that's the pivotal point with a lot of these, and that's why I say that the spotlight thing is a good thing to bring on, because it's like Daredevil has to be rated R. There has to be some parts of Spider-Man, in my opinion, when he's messing with Daredevil and Fisk, which I hope this is what we're all getting to, rated R. Blade has to be rated R. There's just certain characters where they have to be done right and everything, and so it's like, not even certain characters. You can bring in Iron Man to do rated R shit, and so it's like, if they do the spotlight thing right, where they're able to go and take certain series or stories and just go tell them with cameos on there, where it's like, because I think I've talked to you about it, where it's like, yeah, we want everything to connect, but like we talked about, there needs to be those side stories and the street level things going on, to where we're not just everything is galactic, everything is multiverse, space, this, that. It's like, so that's the main thing. And it's like, that's why I want Blade. That's why I want Daredevil. That's why I want the Punisher. It's because not everything needs to be this at world cost thing. It's like, we need these street level things where it's like, I'm not scared of Dormammu. That nigga's not real. Like, I'm more scared of something in Echo where you can make me feel like there's an actual real stake of like, even though I know it's fiction, but it's like, this is something that could really happen to someone at any given point in time. Like, and so that's why we need, I mean, I know Blade's complete fiction too with the daywalking vampires and stuff, but there's still elements to that story where you can put people in and make them feel actual fear and everything. And so I just don't, the one thing that I don't like is it's becoming too much of a standard to do this shit with projects. Announce it, delay it. Like Fantastic Four, X-Men, Blade. I mean, how long did they talk about fucking, what was the last movie? Not before the Marvels. How long did they talk about, what came out before the Marvels? Not Loving, or Quantumania and shit. Before that happened, they had to go back and redo so many things because I feel like they didn't know how they were going to do Kang. They didn't know how they were going to turn Ant-Man into this family man, into this galactic ass thing. And so it's like they're doing that too much where they have to. Well, I'm reading comments and Raymond said, "Yeah, I saw Blade isn't fiction." But it's like they have to get it right to where they can go and do things and have a schedule, because who's to say this is done right and Blade and Mahershala, he's not like, I'm done. Yeah, Mahershala Ali could be like, I'm done. I don't like this script either. I don't like this, because the only reason he's there, in my opinion, has to be because he believes in Feige. Feige wants him there. That relationship has to be the only reason, because it's like, if something I'm doing gets rewritten, I'm leaving. Like, nigga,
he's the only one that texted Feige, right, and said, that's the character I want to play, and they gave him that character.
Yes.
Like, they didn't seek him. He went to them and said, I want to be Blade.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the another thing was, he's also the one who's, how they're coming out with, there's gonna be like British tones and everything, and the people aren't gonna not all black story, and his daughter's gonna be the main whatever this and that, and he's gonna be he's the one he's texting Feige about that, like, I don't like this, I don't like that, because like we said, Feige hasn't been able to put his time towards everything, so I doubt he didn't know that was it until he went to him and told him. And so I just think that we're getting back to the point where not everything is good or not everything is bad, but it's like it's okay to have not everything's a billion.
The sky is not falling.
That's where it's like, yeah, not everything has to be a $1 billion project, because it's like this shit we've been waiting on. If you do it right, we're gonna watch it, we're gonna enjoy it.
Right.
Like
it's ugly
for
right
what
now,
for what we went into the Marvels, we watched it, we didn't hate it, we didn't love it. I don't think you loved it. But it's like we had fun. We watched it. And so it's like that's just the point they need to get back to, instead of making you wait for this and rewriting all of this and that because they're not doing shit well. Which I know I've talked a lot, but just goes on to say the simple fact that when you have a good actor that wants to play a role like that, do good by him. Because Gore, no. Like we can name we can name so many actors in the MCU that have just not been done right, in the sense of where I think Marvel should be in a worse position than they're in, to be honest. They still have their fan base enough to where we hate on Brie Larson. Like, not we, but people hate on Brie Larson enough to where it's like your fan base is there if they're hating it. It's just you have to start doing shit right.
Yeah, I agree. You know, got to start doing things right for sure. You know, Blade is definitely one of those characters that people love. Thanking Wesley Snipes for ushering in Blade as the first Black Marvel superhero on screen. Before they did BP with Chad. Obviously, Wesley Snipes was the first to do that. To lead a film as far as superheroes go. And I know there are others like Meteor Man and stuff like that, but I'm talking like Marvel. So it's just it's important. It is important, but at the same time, it's one of those things. It's one of those. Blade is I would like to say a household name. I would like to say, regardless of you being a massive fan of the MCU and knowing the ins and outs of what certain terms are, knowing where Mjolnir was forged and things like that, who Blade is. And I feel like that is enough to put people in seats too, especially now that it's rated R. Once that first trailer comes out and Mahershala Ali starts being able to do press tours and talking about it and things like that, I think that's really going to have an appeal to people. And we've already heard Blade's voice in the MCU talking to Kit. So I'm very curious as to what that storyline is going to be. Not between him and Kit, but the storyline in Blade. What is that storyline going to then be? And then after that storyline, because we have the post-credit scenes. What are we doing there? What are the implications? Are we doing the Midnight Suns? Where are we going? Because I really want to see him teamed up with Werewolf by Night and Black Knight and Swamp Thing and all the others. So, yeah.
No, it's like you have, and that's another reason you have to make the new things you're bringing. That's what I mainly wanted to say. You have the new things you bring in, you have to make interesting, because that's why I brought up Miss Marvel. If more people had appeal to Miss Marvel, I think the Marvels would be doing slightly better, not even thinking about Brie Larson, just because you advertise Miss Marvel well and people had appeal to that. And so it's like, if everybody shits on Echo, the next thing you put Echo in, nobody's going to care for.
Right.
If you do Blade wrong and he's the fourth character in his own movie, who's going to give a fuck about Blade when he cameos in whatever comes next?
Right.
It's like, who in our theater, who reacted to Kate being at the end of the Marvels?
No one really.
Okay. Like maybe a couple people, but it's like, and so if more people had appeal or liked Hawkeye, probably would have had a bigger reaction.
Yeah.
And so it's like, not everyone knows, or like we've talked about, watches the shows because they're not good. And so you have to start doing good so that when you bring these cameos, you start doing the team ups, people actually are enjoying them or wanting to see them. Because it's like,
see, for us, obviously we enjoyed that scene.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it because I think the audience did understand whether or not they knew who Kamala Khan was or not. I think they understood that she was supposed to be the Nick Fury.
Yeah.
Doing the whole Nick Fury thing. I like that scene. I had previously seen it. Obviously, we saw it online prior to it. It, but
I like both. I like what both implicate what they're going to lead to and everything.
But like you were saying, people don't know, you know.
It's just if your shows had more appeal, then so would your movies. Or if your movies had more appeal, so would the next movie. Just because, like, how many people do you think even remember that Blade was at the end of Eternals? Outside of this chat, us, people in this space and everything, it's like you just got to start doing more memorable things because it's like, I bet you not a lot of people know that Thor's walking around with Love or Gore's daughter or whatever. Not a lot of people know. Shit, I couldn't tell you where Doctor Strange is right now.
What's going on with Arishem?
No, or
any of those things.
A lot of things. It's like we don't know what the Marvels are doing after this. I mean, obviously we can assume Kate or Kamala's going to go with Kate, but they didn't implicate anything. And that's another thing at that movie. So many holes. They didn't implicate anything for the end. Don't know where they're going.
No.
So they just got to start doing a lot of things better because if they want Secret Wars to even be relevant, some of these characters got to start to be relevant.
Yeah, I mean
or like they can't keep making household names into shit characters or writing them poorly and everything.
Right.
Because in my opinion, a lot of people know who She-Hulk is. Like She-Hulk, not a household character, but comic fans know who that is. Nobody likes that shit because of how poorly she was written.
Right. That's true. Like, no one's looking for She-Hulk at all. I might have lived Tatiana Maslany as Jennifer, but that show was ass.
The ending was ass.
And see, these members we have in the MCU, outside of Scarlet Spider, Iron Fist, Ghost Rider, and Brother Voodoo, we have these members here already. I would say don't put Doctor Strange in this team unless you want to do him in several teams. I like Doctor Strange in this team, but you know, there's so much going on with him right now. You know, so in the MCU. So I would say maybe replace him with someone else, or maybe just use.
No, just use Voodoo.
Yeah, I was gonna say just use Voodoo and then.
Or let that be Wong's story.
or that. Put Wong there because there is Wong, and then I say add in these two. But I think the team should be cut off here. Boom. Everybody else.
Maybe that's why.
And then Black Knight, because, you know, he is going to be in it.
What if they, like, make an Abomination in there? Maybe that's why Wong run around.
Maybe that, too, you know. But I thought that. At one point, I thought Abomination should have been a part of the Thunderbolts team. But
I'm not saying I care for Abomination after it's that nigga's voice now.
And
is him being
She-Hulk? Oh,
yeah.
God.
Nah, but that definitely could be a thing as well.
All right. What else were they saying? Was that it there? Did we close that?
No, we're still.
Oh, we still were. My fault. My fault. I mean, but really, that was it for Blade. I mean, it's rated R now. There were just a plethora of negative things.
Logan Rider is there.
Yeah. The Logan Rider. I'm sorry. The Logan Rider is taking over now as well. Who wrote Logan? So. You know, it's, again, the 5th time that it's gone through a rewrite, but the script is now being rewritten.
I'd take it as positives, though.
I'll take the positives.
He's still there.
He's
still believing in it. They're going to give it one. They hired a Logan Rider. They're going to put some time into this. Feige's more on hands.
Yeah.
A couple of these projects starting to get more interesting. Spotlight series rated R.
Course correcting for sure.
I'm going to look towards the positives on Blade just because it's not in the shittiest position. It still has time.
Yeah. Raymond, so, you know, as always, questions for you guys. Let us know down below in the comments what you guys are thinking about Blade being rated R, about the Logan Rider coming on as it's, you know, now it's going through its 5th rewrite. But all the negatives aside, we can take some of the positives that it is rated R. Logan Rider's on. Mahershala Ali's still on board. Kevin Feige, you know, came in and fixed some things up and everything like that. So moving forward, hopefully we get nothing more but more positive things from Blade. So let us know down below in the comments what you guys are thinking about all the changes, all the positive things, and how much are you looking forward to this film finally dropping or seeing something from it.
Raymond said, weren't they going to make something with Ghost Rider? She-Hulk ruined Abomination.
They were gonna make something with Ghost Rider. I believe that is still on the table.
Last thing I remember is we were talking about
a Halloween special.
That and who was it? Like Norman Reedus or Reed?
Yeah, Norman Reedus from Walking Dead was supposed to. They were talking about him at one point, but who knows? Haven't heard anything about that since.
Grace said Chiwetel. What is his last name?
It's so hard to pronounce his name.
Joey 4 should have been Brother Voodoo. They should have never took that deleted scene of Voodoo out.
No.
They should have left that in the first Doctor Strange, I think.
His brother talking to him?
That's like, yeah, that's one of my, if not my favorite, a top 2 deleted scene. That, I think they should have left the Miles one in with Donald Glover and everything.
I think they should have left
those
that
two.
one. That's a good one.
But, let's see. Johnny said, I still want the Russo bros to direct Secret Wars. Jordan Peele to direct a Dr. Voodoo movie would be dope.
That Jordan Peele on a Dr. Voodoo movie would be really cool. Obviously, we all want the Russos. I feel like that's the only direction you go is the Russos. They've already stated many times they want to do Secret Wars. They've stated they want to do the X-Men. They know this material. You just got to stop bringing in directors that
writers
and directors that don't know shit.
Raptor said Blade got so ugly that Feige blew up at the executive in charge. Sad for us, Nate Moore wasn't involved with the movie, so it's not him. RW said I wouldn't be mad if he left the project. He was wasting years that he could have taken other roles. No, yeah, especially with COVID.
It's true.
Nigga definitely could have just went and did whatever. Got paid. Human said, I don't just Moon Knight. Someday they have to hook up Avengers with X-Men.
Yeah.
Raymond said, it's these high caliber actors who have been done wrong. Hollywood used to want to be in these movies, but lately after seeing what's been out, I'd be like, never mind, give me a sources film. I don't know. That's the thing. Times are changing, too. You know, we used to not believe it, but it's like not a lot of niggas really are going to the movies from what I see. Even when it is a movie that does good, it's like it takes time. I don't think there's ever really, like, sold out theaters anymore like that.
No. I don't think the next sold out theater we'll see is going to be Deadpool.
Yeah.
Possibly Cap.
Let's see. Let me scroll up. Raymond said the way they screwed this Blade project up needs to be made into a documentary because it was highly disrespectful and racist, if you ask me. No, you know, them niggas did not care.
They did mess it up. They did.
Alright, we said I still believe the fact they didn't recast T'Challa, this was going to be the outcome of Marvel.
Yeah, you know?
Domino effect.
It is.
Bad decisions lead to a lot of bad outcomes. D. Steele said, once Brielle Brooks was introduced in comics, I knew they'd try to force her into this first film, MCU synergy. Yep, that's the shit. Hey, Feige. Nigga runs the comics too, so he be knowing what's really going on and shit. But I've read a lot of the ones, unless you see any that you want to read.
That's good there. Sticking on the things kind of going on there, that was just with Blade. We've talked about Blade. Let's kind of get into some of the things going on with the delays there. So the first thing we'll kind of jump into is Venom, and then we'll jump into the MCU delays. We'll kind of tack both of those on to the same because they're both, you know, in the same sphere. Venom 3, as we know, the writer strike just recently ended. The actor strike recently ended. The writer strike also recently ended. I want to say maybe a month ago, maybe. But both are over, and so things are starting. Everything's back into production. We heard that the voice acting for Beyond the Spider-Verse has continued.
Oh, yeah.
Many things have started picking back up.
Wait.
Yeah.
That nigga is, man.
They've got a lot of things that are back in production right now. So with that, obviously is going to come delays. So I don't know why so many people are acting so shocked with the delays because I felt like that was a given with the strike. But Venom 3 has been delayed 4 months to now November 24th. And I feel like that's a good thing because the last time we discussed Venom, we discussed the terrible plot or synopsis plot that was going out around, and that was that it was going to be Venom and Eddie in New Mexico trying to surmise everything they just learned from the bartender in No Way Home before they got sent back to the Sony universe. So,
which is not what it should be.
No, which is not what it should be at all.
What do you think? They haven't came out with any new.
No.
What do you think it should be? If you.
Well, you know what I think it should be. I think it should be what we've been promised. I don't.
No, I'm just
get
saying,
it.
like the lead up to how you think, like, because I think that shit still plays a part of it. I think like part of that movie
that should affect.
Yeah, I think part of that movie needs to be like Venom getting the 616.
It should be because if we're to believe, well, not if we're to believe, Kevin Feige did just recently say that every Marvel project in existence is now canon to the MCU.
I mean, it's not a coincidence. He said that shit before they put that.
Exactly.
They came out with that VC and shit.
Yeah. So with all that going on, you know that. So we're still. So in Venom 3, I highly believe that they're going to mention the events of No Way Home, obviously, because he's not just going to come from that movie into this film and not mention what he just learned. You know, the whole thing about Spider-Man and things like that, and then. Maybe the whole, if there's a multiverse, if they dive into there being a multiverse, then they might be like, well, maybe there's a Spider-Man in this universe. However they do it, I don't really give a fuck. Spider-Man has to be in this movie. He has to be. I've said it before. I'm going to continue to say it again. Please let me just rant. The first Venom was great. Well, it was fun. The second Venom was like, it was like, okay, but we're still. Yeah, the first one was fun.
Good.
It was. I liked it.
I think that's what Venom was
it.
Supposed to be.
I like the
That's what
first one.
expected.
It has major
fun,
rewatchability.
stupid,
Yes, for sure. The second one, it was like, oh great, Carnage. Hate your version of Carnage, but oh great, we're getting Carnage. And then the whispers. Okay, where's Spider-Man? Morbius. Oh, we're promised Spider-Man. No Spider-Man. You're doing all the things that you're doing, and I know I've said this so many times, I'm sorry, but you're doing all the things you're doing over there in the Sony universe. None of it matters, and I say this about everything when it comes to a franchise's main character. Unless Spider-Man shows up, I don't quite give a fuck what Eddie and Venom are doing in New Mexico. I don't care. I don't even give a fuck if they mention the events of No Way Home, because it does not matter if Spider-Man is not fighting Venom. We were promised by Tom Hardy, and he said, I promise you guys, Venom and Spider-Man are going to fight in Spider-Man 3. That's what the whole thing's been building to. How that's been building to that, I've yet to be, I don't know, because there's been no hints of Spider-Man in the Venom stuff. There's been no hints of Spider-Man in Morbius because it was all taken out. I don't know what, Kraven is now delayed until 2025, summer 2025, right? I believe 2024, 25, one of those. Summer, I think 2024 or something like that. I don't know, one of those. We're supposed to get our first look at Madam Web this coming week, or the end of this coming week, or something like that. So all of this Sony stuff they're doing, it's, cool. But again, with Kraven being delayed, maybe they're going in, because they're doing reshoots, maybe they're adding Spider-Man elements. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe Spider-Man's in. I doubt he's in it, but maybe I don't know. But stop doing these villain because Spider-Man's got to be there. Like, he's got to be there. Spider-Man has to be in the shit for it to have some type of appeal. Even with Madam Web, cool, it's Spider People, but it's not Spider-Man. It's Spider-Man is a child, and it's the whole Terminator thing where they're going back in time trying to kill him. Like, I don't get it. I don't know what they're doing, but maybe now with it being announced, with everything being canon, and with the delays and reshoots, I'm okay with the reshoots. I'm okay with the delays, because fix the shit. Make it make sense. Make it make sense to where we can give a fuck about it. Spider-Man has to be there. It's just, that's the overall for me. Honestly, I'll be honest with you, because you guys know I have not seen Morbius. I will never watch that movie. If Spider-Man is not in Venom 3, I don't have the
Yeah, no, and I was about to just say that, like, if I were them, I'd go ahead and look at numbers as well.
Yeah.
Stuff they come out with that's not MCU attached or Spider-Man related is not very good. And
That's
so
it.
I wouldn't. You did it before where you've pitched Spider-Man and took it out, or you never even thought of to have him in the movie, just wanted fans to get excited for Morbius. That didn't work. Fans found out, and so, like you said, the only way to do it right is, I don't care which Spider-Man it is. I don't care how they do it, but it needs to be done by the end of that movie because, and I just don't think you do the shit you did with the MCU and everything, and then the MCU, you can obviously tell they're back on better terms and everything. So it's like, I wouldn't do the things they did in No Way Home, bringing both Spider-Men back in there and then sending them back to whatever universe they came from and shit. And then I wouldn't not take the opportunity to have Venom fight Spider-Man.
That's it.
Just because the first Venom movie alone, I forgot how much movie it made or money it made, but it didn't do bad in the office or anything. And so it's like, that was him stand alone. Like, imagine that nigga fighting Spider-Man, how much that'd probably be one of their highest grossing films if they advertised it right. Now, if they just did it to where it's like, oh, he's gonna 5-second fight and this, that, but it's like I said the other day when we were talking about, sometimes the villain has to win, or not even win, but the hero can't always win in some shit. And so it's like,
but it's just like building up to that. What would the story even?
And that's what I was asking you in the beginning. It's like,
I don't even know what the story would be like. How
in my opinion, I think you do. I mean, you do the Mexico shit a little bit, but it's like, in my opinion, you have to go the route of, I don't know if he can sense any part of him is gone or sense what part of the Venom and shit, but I feel like he has to know, like, a piece of him is in 616 or some shit or whatever Earth we want to call it. I know niggas in the comments don't call it 616. I've buried off a little, but it's like, he has to be trying to essentially travel through the universe to get back over there to fight Spider-Man or some shit. And what they should do, honestly, is just have their own Spider-Man in that universe that's smart enough to stop that nigga for doing it, or Venom wins and that Spider-Man from the universe allows him into 616 or some shit, and then Venom's in. I just think we have to get to the point where we're starting to actually integrate all these stories together, not Kevin Feige just coming out and saying they're canon. Like, let's actually connect them on screen versus like they did with bringing Beast on screen. That shows that the Fox universe is canon and everything. So it's like, do something that, even though they did everything with leaving the Venom, and in the Spider-Verse he went to the gas station and was live action for like 5-10 seconds. I don't see why you wouldn't continue to just connect on that and expand on that. And it's even more of a chance to bring in Andrew Garfield or Toby, whichever one you want to do, because like we all know, they're going to be in Secret Wars. And so it's like, I think it's dumb as fuck to just have them randomly pop up in Secret Wars. I think, why not show what they're doing pre-Secret Wars, or why? Because there's going to be another time when they're going to meet up with Tom Holland or some shit, and I would assume Tom Holland's going to be the reason they get back into, because he's the only one who knows they're there and shit, other than fucking Ned. But it's like, when you think of what else they can do, what is there? Like,
that's what I'm saying.
I don't know fighting action, cinema-wise, plot-wise. Like, yeah, the nigga can be traveling through Mexico, talking whatever, but what is the goal? Like,
yeah, that's
if it's not Spider-Man, what is the end goal?
I don't know.
Like, who else? Carnage, done. Who else? What else?
I'm not sure what the plot could be. I mean, Screen Rant put this out, and they said Venom, and I agree, Venom 3 being delayed is a good thing, but this is what they said. It's just this paragraph here. They said, while it might be frustrating for those who enjoy Sony's Spider-Man universe, it's not Spider-Man's universe because there's no Spider-Man in it, but to Venom 3 getting pushed back again, this is actually a major benefit for the movie. One of the things that superhero movies have particularly suffered from over the last few years, especially in 2023, is rushed production. Whether it's been last-minute reshoots or not having enough time to finish VFX effects, comic book films have been a hit or miss when it comes to their final end results, and all stages of production are crucial factors to that. Even though Venom 3 is resuming filming this week, It is unknown how much of the film had actually already been filmed prior to the shutdown. By having extra months to work on post-production throughout 2024, Sony Pictures is increasing its chances of having a better production when Venom 3 hits theaters. Given that this is likely the last installment in the movie franchise, the creative team will need all the extra time to perfect the threequel. But again, I just don't understand, what is the threequel? And then it says Juno Temple had our guy, 12 Years a Slave, sorry. Have joined the Venom 3 cast, but it is unclear who they are playing at this time. And it says a huge positive takeaway from Venom 3. Venom 3's latest update is that more information about the mysterious sequel may soon start to emerge. It might be through set photos or videos, but some spoilers are bound to get ahead online depending on where they are filming. While the world waits for Venom 3, they can relive the first two movies through Blu-ray. Okay, no, just stream it. Yeah, I mean that's right now. That's all we know. Like I said, it is a mystery, a little bit as to what the plot is going to be. Like I said, I don't know what they do. Yeah. I mean, even if Spider-Man's in it, and I feel he should be, how?
No,
like,
so
what are you doing?
That's what I was about to say. Like, a lot of people in the comments are saying they're Venomed out, tired of Venom and everything. So that's my question. Do you think even Spider-Man saves Venom? Like,
I think it puts
and
in the seats regardless.
It does that, and it does make things interesting. But then it's like, I'm talking like, I want it to be a good fight. I always want the hero to win and shit. But it's like, once he fights Spider, is there anything else for Eddie Brock himself to do? Like, not the symbiote or Venom itself, but for Eddie Brock, like, what other stories is there after he fights Spider-Man? Like, there's no more for him, I don't think, after this trilogy, unless it's like a cameo and some other shit. And so that's why I think it's so. Because if you don't fight Spider-Man here, that means you have to do it somewhere else. And then it's like, you're just dragging it. Because do we want Venom 4? Like, is that a world we want to end up in?
No. Not now. No. It just needs to. This is what Screen Rant said on the story details. It said and this was in September, so take that with a grain of salt. There have not been any story details released about Venom 3, but speculation about Venom's third outing has used Spider-Man No Way Home and comics as a jumping off point. One note that has been made is that Venom 3 is described as the final chapter. Whatever happens in Venom 3 should tie up any remaining loose ends in the trilogy, specifically Eddie's relationship with Anne, as well as his connection with Venom, the Venom symbiote that he never wanted in the first place. The plot of Venom 3 has been hinted at by the events of Spider-Man No Way Home, which featured a number of villains from past Sony Spider-Man franchises, any of which could be aligned with the Venom universe, or Green Goblin, Electro, or Dr. Octopus, could have been sent to Eddie's world by mistake. A LA Vulture and Morbius. Why does it say LA? There are a number of Marvel characters Hardy could fight in Venom 3. But that's not it. It ain't. It's
Spanish.
That's the problem. That's the problem right there.
La Vulture.
Yeah, La Vulture. That's the problem right there. It's that there are a number of Marvel characters Hardy could fight. There are a number of Marvel characters Hardy could fight. There's only one Marvel character we give a fuck about him fighting, though. Yeah. And it's Spider-Man. Bro, I don't care about Venom fighting, even if it's like you throw a obscure
like
Prowler,
Null, and Black Cat are cool, but it's not a movie. That's a little event in my. That's not a plot for a movie that you like. The only plot for a movie is the Spider-Man route and everything.
That's it.
But
it's that verbiage, it's that wording, it's that acceptance of, oh well, there are many people. No. Why do you care about it if Spider-Man's not in it? Then it goes on. I'm sorry. It says including the Sony universe's own Morbius and Kraven. Who cares? Like, I already told you I didn't watch Morbius. I'm not watching Kraven. I don't. about Kraven's your botched origin story where he gets bit by a lion and becomes, unless the reshoots have changed that. I don't care.
Bro, I never fell asleep. Like, I turned Morbius on. I think I was asleep in the first 2 minutes.
Can't do it.
Yeah, I seen that shit on Netflix. I was like, damn, maybe.
I can't.
I can't tell you a single thing from that other than the trailers. That nigga Jared Leto in the trailers, and
I can't.
That's the only thing I can tell you. I can't tell you a single word, line, movie. I can't tell you if it has the Marvel opening. I don't know. I don't know.
I can't. So the sequel could also introduce Prowler without Spider-Man. Doesn't matter. They're naming all. Okay, let's see. The sequel could also introduce Prowler, Null, or Black Cat, as each is historically a rival of the symbiote in the comics. It named everyone but why Venom's even there. It named everyone but Spider-Man. More recent teases from Venom 3 suggest the movie's villain may go down. The movie's villain, as if he's not a villain.
Not the villain. That's what I'm saying.
Oh my gosh. Movie's villain may go down a different line, though, as Tom Hardy shared an image on set of the movie showing himself screaming at graffiti of a dog or wolf. Oh, God. So I'm not going to watch Venom 3. Some have taken this to potentially mean Hardy's Eddie Brock will be going up against the Lobo Cartel. We know who they are. Who are a group of werewolves in Marvel Comics. Though rumors have also spread that Venom will be facing the Jury, who are a group of super suit clad vigilantes who band together to try to take the symbiote down. Like I said, I won't be watching Venom 3 if that is the true narrative, if that is the plot that they're going with, unless these reshoots or whatever they're doing for
that nigga got a Golden State shirt on. You know which ones I'm talking about.
I won't be. I'm sorry. To me, it's a waste of time. It's no different than my rants when I talk about the Black Panther franchise. It's a waste of time to do a franchise without its main character. They're rebooting the Gargoyles right now. Would you go watch it if the Gargoyles aren't in the reboot of the Gargoyles? It doesn't make sense. That does not make sense to me. I mean, I could use so many different examples. I mean, I could use a small thing like the fucking what are the dolls, the pony, My Little Ponies. Would you go watch that if the little ponies aren't there? You wouldn't. Because the appeal is the franchise character.
Stop watching the Cavs when LeBron left.
Exactly, franchise player. The appeal is when my ex-boss invited me to go with him to the Thunder games and stuff. He asked me, "What games do you want to go to?" I chose games where I wanted to see specific people.
If that nigga's not playing, I'm sick.
Yes.
I don't want to go.
Exactly. Bro, another example. I got invited to a Warriors game the Thunder played, but Steph was not playing. I didn't go. What's the appeal? So I'm giving example. I'm using that just to say, you're naming all this stuff. I don't give a fuck about the werewolf clan. I don't give a fuck about the supersuited clan. I don't care. The only supersuited person I care about Venom going against is Spider-Man. The way it was supposed to be. The way it should be. Sony is harboring Spider-Man, not giving Spider-Man back to Marvel. And I wouldn't either with as much as Spider-Man puts in our pockets. But you know that, but you're not using him. You're using every character around him but him.
Using a nigga catalog.
Bro, that's crazy. I mean, let's not forget, before it was canceled, Bad Bunny was going to be fucking El Muerto. El Muerto. They were doing an El Muerto film before they were doing a proper Spider-Man film. Yes, we've got Miles, and that's fucking great. I love it. But can we please get back to Spider-Man being in live action? I mean, that is one of next to Black Panther. Spider-Man is one of my favorite Marvel characters, and I feel like that's for everyone. That's proven apparent with every Spider-Man. Give me a Spider-Man film that failed. I'll wait, and I don't have to wait long. There's not one. Spider-Man 3. But we didn't know that before we sat down. But other than that, there's not failed Spider-Man films. There's not. I mean, I know some people don't like Andrew Garfield's films, and a lot of you fake people started coming back saying that you liked Andrew Garfield after No Way Home, but again, Spider-Man, bro, that's the appeal. That is it. So if that's it, I won't be watching. I'm just telling you now. That'll be another one, I guess. Q will have to come in here and tell us what happened.
That'll be when Corey got y'all. Yeah, I can tell you to this day I haven't seen the second one.
I've only
seen the scenes of him fighting.
I've seen the scenes. I haven't seen the second one.
I didn't watch the second one, so I'm really walking into this one blind if I do like that. Literally, like we said, Spider-Man would be the only reason I'm going because Venom's not in my top 10. I can sit at home, watch the leaks before the movie come out. Most likely.
That's it. That's fine. Like I said, I mean, yeah, we know who these, the Lobo Cartel, we know these things from comics. It doesn't matter because all of those things you're naming, all those characters you're naming, the Lobo Cartel, Black Cat, Knoll, everyone, all those characters are only there because of the one singular character, and that is Spider-Man. That's it. So
I don't see how niggas are doing Kraven the Hunter. No Spider. Niggas' whole mission is to hunt one nigga, and they not putting that one nigga in it.
Yeah. So.
Grand Regent said, "This is why I never liked the idea of Sony owning Spider-Man. They're determined to try and create a universe separate from the MCU, and it won't work."
Yeah, and I think they've realized that, and maybe that's why Kevin Feige, the whole statement came out that everything's canon. I feel like they realized that with No Way Home.
Could making shit canon possibly fuck them over? If the Sonyverse keeps doing all this bullshit, and it has to connect to the stories they're doing with Tom or whatever. Because that's what I think. I don't know if the Sonyverse really is canon. Them niggas just want Toby and Andrew for Secret Wars.
That's it.
And whatever.
I don't know.
Because Miles isn't going to be a Marvel. That's going to be a Sony thing. Everything Spider-Man is going to be a Sony thing. And so it's like Kevin Feige coming out and saying their canon doesn't benefit him really outside of the Secret. It benefits Sony. But it doesn't really benefit him. Now the Fox universe it does, but it's like I don't see how it benefits him to come out and say, "Hey, all this shit that they've come out with that you guys haven't really liked outside of the two characters we brought in, they're canon." Like he really only did it for Toby and Andrew, I think.
Yeah.
The rest would benefit Sony.
Yeah.
Cornelius said, "Do we know when we're supposed to be getting Madam Web, and where's the web film that's supposed to be multiversal?"
Madam Web, we're supposed to get our first look this week coming up. First trailer.
Do we know when the actual movie releases? Is what he was asking.
I assume they will tell us at the end of this trailer. I'm sure it might be out there. And I wish I had more info for you, Cornelius. I really do, and I feel bad. I feel like I'm, like, oh wow, I'm doing a bad job up here. But at the same time, as I said, I just went on a big spiel. I don't give a fuck.
February 16th.
February 16th. Will we watch the trailer? Of course. Will we react to the trailer? Of course. Will we do our job as YouTubers and go watch the film? Yeah, I'm gonna.
I want to see Madam Web.
Yeah, I'm gonna. That's the one I'm gonna go see. I'm not gonna go see Kraven.
Oh no, everything else I don't really care for.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go see the other things. I'm gonna go see Madam Web.
But Madam Web is something that's like, since they are going the route of starting their own universe and shit, it's like that's something I would want to go see because I feel like that's just the start of it, and it'll be how they explain everything of all their origins and how everything's gonna start up, and it's just even if it's done bad, it's gonna be unfortunate that I went and watched it, that it was executed poorly. But like Cornelius just said, I'm gonna watch it because I'm curious, and if done well, it's something that I want to see.
But out of those things announced at the moment. That's the only thing I'm...
Yeah, no. I think that's how everyone's feeling, if I'm being honest.
D. Steele said, "I don't trust Sony, but Madam Web is a big deal character."
She is. Very.
Johnny said, "The only reason the Sonyverse is canon is because Kev trying to play nice so Sony can let him use more of Spidey."
No, I agree.
That too. They really want Andrew and Toby.
Shit, they want Miles too.
Yeah.
D. Steele also said, "Sony skips the Todd McFarlane Venom development and went straight to the 90s Lethal Protector comic storyline."
Yeah. So it's
Raymond said, "I pray and hope Spider-Man rights are somehow reverted back to Marvel soon and very soon." Well, well, my brother.
That is a
Oh,
prayer.
no, that's all
that is a prayer that might not be answered.
No. I mean, if I'm Sony, I'm not
Never.
stupid.
Never.
Yeah, like, fuck you.
Grace said, I'm not watching the Smurfs without them motherfuckers in it.
No, yeah, like
That's what I'm
we
saying,
could sit
bro.
here
I can give you
all
plenty
day
of
and
examples.
Sit
Plenty
here
of
all
examples.
day and talk about that shit. D. Diesel said, Spider-Man 2, Kraven was done well. This animal-loving vegan version is not it.
Yeah.
Grand Regent said, is Spider-Man now the more financially lucrative IP over Superman?
That's a toughie. That's a toughie.
right now, currently,
I'd say Spider-Man, obviously, currently, because I haven't had anything Superman since Man of Steel. Solo film, at least, since Man of Steel. So, yeah, I'd say Spider-Man, currently.
Raymond said, but what Spider will appear in these Venom and Kraven films? Are we sure Toby and Andrew will still be alive or in a multiverse after Secret Wars? I'm pretty sure a lot of this comes out before Secret Wars. So
Yeah.
I'm sure the timeline in the universe should be set before Secret Wars.
Yeah. And if we're to believe some of these other reports, you know, I didn't share this or anything on my stories or anything because I was just thinking to myself, as much as I love him, and I do, I was thinking to myself, for fucking what? But they were saying that Marvel is looking at wanting Andrew Garfield even after Secret Wars. I'm like, for what? To do what? I think after Secret Wars, and I love Andrew, but within the MCU, it should be done.
Does that not go back to the same conversation of Hugh Jackman?
It does.
That I'm trying to say. Like,
it does.
Yes, we love him. We want Secret, everything cool, but after
that should be it.
Nothing much to tell. I mean, there's Wolverine stories to tell, yes, but Hugh.
Yeah.
If we're being everyone thought not us, everyone who knew he would be in Secret Wars, the Deadpool would connect and everything, but a lot of people thought he was done with Logan. Like that was the
stopping point.
That was the population's idea and everything, that we were the audience's idea that we were done with Hugh as Wolverine and even still now, whenever they came out with the reports that it is canon and that Logan does connect and everything, a lot of people are saying, we're wondering how, if everyone said, Hugh, that was the end, is this before or after, and how? And so it's just going to bring up so many arguments of like, we always talk about recasting and always bringing up, it's okay to bring a character, like the story ends sometimes. Right. Like there's new stories has to be told. We don't want this old actor going on in the new universe and stuff like that. And so, yeah, it's the same thing with Hugh Jackman and all these actors, really. I don't want them post-story, new reboot, going into a new character storyline and everything. It's just, there's so many actors out there. It goes back to what Chadwick said about Black Panther. Like, there's so many actors out there that one role shouldn't be to one person. And even with there being 3 Spider-Men, like, I don't like, if they're telling Spider-Man stories when I'm a grown ass nigga with my kids, I don't want them, oh, should we bring Tom Holland back for this? And like, no, like, let it go. Raymond said, after Secret Wars for the MCU, just let Tom Holland continue our live-action Miles. If the Sonyverse is going strong, then have Andrew be Spider-Man over there.
Yeah, like I said, I love, he's my favorite Spider-Man. So I'd love Andrew to be Spider-Man after Secret Wars, doing maybe like a Spider-Man 3 or something like that. But in the MCU, I don't understand his purpose.
Yep.
Or the role he would play.
Grand Regent said, I'm okay with variants.
Yeah, I am too.
I am too, as long as they do them right and don't just start bringing them in for whatever and it gets all confusing and shit. And it can get to a point where it's just old. They bring in a variant to do this and this and this, and it's just the same thing, repetitive. And so
Cornelius said these films need to be thoroughly presented before Secret Wars, so Secret Wars actually hits like it needs to. No.
Yeah.
I agree. You couldn't have said that one better. D. Steele said, Batman really blew up after 1989 Tim Burton film. Spider-Man has been super successful from the jump in Marvel for a long time. It was just Spidey and Chris Claremont era X-Men holding it down.
Yeah, Spider-Man, like I said, major household name. We all know that.
And then Grand Regent also went on to say, like, years from now when someone else is playing Spider-Man, that bring in Tom for an old Spider-Man.
Yeah, no, like that's cool. Like, and that's even cool now. Like, bring them in for the cameos, but for the stories connective to the wider picture, just those variants and older characters and the reminiscence characters that we're getting, they don't need to be the main characters.
No, I agree.
And then last one, Raymond said, maybe Madam Web will be good. I mean, the tree at the end of Loki is similar to the multiverse tree diagram on Across the Spider-Verse. Yeah, I don't think that shit has anything. A lot of people, have you seen that?
I have.
And then they're trying to say the time stone is green because Loki. I don't think that shit has anything to do.
Time stone's green because of Loki.
Yeah, I don't think the tree in Spider-Verse connects to the tree
it's a
from
very
Loki
big
now.
reach.
Like,
It's a
no,
very big reach.
Man,
it would be one of those things like it's kind of like that whole reach where, well, not that reach, but it's like, I'm trying to think of an example here. That one example, just some of the coincidental things that have happened, that beautiful coincidental things that have flown beautifully in the MCU, and that, to think that they planned that back in 2008 for it to happen that way in no. So that's why I was saying, as far as like anything like that happening,
reach to say they had
that's a
TV
reach.
show planned out.
Yeah, that's a reach to think that when they were doing the Infinity Saga, they're like, okay, and Loki's gonna be the mind, the Mind Stone or whatever, not the Mind Stone, the what's the green one? Time Stone. Who'd they have as the Mind Stone? I don't remember. They had, I know Wanda was in there. Shang-Chi was the Mind Stone.
Oh yeah, okay.
Like to me, that's just like coincidental. It's not they didn't plan that. And if it does happen that way, then again, it wasn't something that was planned. But maybe.
Before we move on, I got one more. He said, Grant Regent said, what I didn't get about the ending of Loki is at the end, are we supposed to assume that Kang is no longer the big villain? They said something about a Kang variant in a 616 adjacent universe, but they handled it.
Well, and then we're going to get to that here in just a second, because my time did kind of touch on that, so I'll answer that in just a moment here. Last thing, it's still with this whole topic there, and this is just the delays for people that don't know. Everybody's seen this stuff. If you're in this Marvel space, you've seen this stuff. Deadpool 3 has now been delayed. Is switched places with Captain America. It's going to be releasing on July 26, 2024. Cap is going to be releasing February 14th, 2025. Thunderbolts is going to be now releasing July 25th, 2025, with Blade releasing November 7th, 2025. So we'll get those three Marvel films in 2025, to where you're only going to get the one Marvel film in 2024 with, I think it's Echo and another show, I think, are the only, I can't really remember. I did share that. I don't remember where I saw it though. But it's very, the amount of Marvel content coming out in 2024 is very, very small, and I think that that's a good thing. I think that a break from some of the things going on in the MCU, time for them to collect themselves behind the scenes, to get things fixed, to do the reshoots, to do everything that we've been seeing they're talking about, to get all that stuff together, so that when they come back in 2025 strong, I hope, with Cap 4, because what we've heard, the entire thing has been, not the entire thing, there are several things that have been redone in it, because it's doing extensive reshoots right now. So hopefully when they come back, they've got all this stuff figured out, and it looks good, and everything like that, because we've heard nothing good about the Thunderbolts, and hopefully this time, this now delayed time, can fix some of those negative things that have been said about it. But as always, questions for you guys. With that, just let us know what you guys are thinking about. We kind of read comments there. This was just some of the same things with those delays attached with the Venom stuff. So that's just that. With that, right now we've got to wait and see what some of this is going to look like. But look for a pretty small 2024 when it comes to Marvel. So then we'll move on to it was Blade, Venom, delays.
You still got BP3 on there.
Yeah, I need to do.
I'm trying to find out what's coming out in 2024, but I don't even know anymore with all the fucking shifts and everything. It's hard to say what shows are even still confirmed or still locked in and everything.
Hold on, I put that on there. Let me see. because they had put out.
Is Daredevil next year still?
No.
2025? And that's what, see, even when I DM'd you, I was like, they're going to have to, I feel like, push some things into 2024 with everything getting pushed back to 2025. Just like we're getting Echo on the 10th, and that's, I was like, blase this, but it's like.
Damn, I thought I shared that one, but maybe I didn't.
So Daredevil got pushed to 2025?
I believe so,
because here it says spring of next year.
Oh,
But I mean, I would assume just with, they said it was getting reshoots and everything. So I would just assume it's getting, I don't know what they're doing with Ironheart. 2025, I would assume.
I'm trying to find who posted that one, because there was that one, everything Disney was, everything coming out in 2024 for Disney. And it was a list of all things in 2024. Hold on, let me see.
Apologize, y'all. I'm trying to find some shit. See, but because Raymond said I think it's Deadpool, Echo, What If, and they said What If comes out around Christmas time this year or holiday season. So I would assume What If isn't even 2024. Should be.
Okay, this is from the Direct. Disney confirms its 8 biggest movies releasing in 2024. They've got here Deadpool 3, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, Inside Out 2, the Mufasa movie, Captain America 4, Alien. Disney owns that franchise? Oh, I'm sorry to those fans. Thunderbolts, and that's it for Marvel in 2024.
Did the Thunderbolts not get pushed
I
back
thought
though?
it did.
So it's like I don't even know if and that's why it's like it's hard to find something credible because I swear the Thunderbolts
did get pushed back. Yeah. It's 2025 now. Thunderbolts is now, because I do actually have that. Thunderbolts is now, July 2025. We just read that actually. So the only things I believe coming out in 2025, let me see.
And that's why there's got to be some
8 days
special
ago.
or something because it's like I've been trying to find it too, and it's like you'd have to Google like Marvel shows 2024 and see what's or
okay, this is from 2 days ago. So let's see. The untitled Deadpool movie, Mufasa.
Thunderbolts pushback.
That's really it, isn't it? That's
Blade pushback.
So as far as Disney go, or as far as Marvel goes, it's just Deadpool and Echo.
And that's where I'm like, end of next year is like, honestly, in my opinion, that's where they need to start getting, like, if there was a time to have a second Eternals movie, if there was a time to have a third these movies that they're starting to talk about but need to be fast-tracked and everything, they need to start coming out with some that matter before Secret Wars, like Cornelius said. They need to have some entertaining, valuable stories told that connect to Secret Wars before we actually get there.
See, and they're just talking about all Marvel movies.
I just looked at that, it's everything we've talked about. There's no shows on there or anything either.
So I believe... Okay, last thing I'll check here. Hold on. Marvel 2024... Why I spelled that like that? Let's see. That's from November 3rd.
It's a week ago.
I can't really trust a week ago, but let's see what this is.
I don't even know what other shows there would be.
It's just Echo, it looks like. Is What If in 2024?
I swear they said holiday season this year.
Yeah, because okay.
I swear that comes out Christmas, Halloween, or Christmas, Thanksgiving of this year.
Let's see. I just posted something about it on my story because they.
Unless
Disney confirms What If Season 2 will arrive this year, and I said, what if
this year holiday season is what it is.
Yeah.
And they even dropped the 6 episode names too, so that's how I know it's coming soon because they already have everything.
When is this article from? November 10th?
Check Daredevil. When the fuck
This is from yesterday. This article is from yesterday. So it says, What If Season 2
Christmas
is coming Christmas. Echo is coming in January. So that's 2023 of this year, but that's fine. Loop it in. That's it. That's it, because Ironheart got pushed back to 2025.
So I would assume Daredevil got pushed back to 2025 as well.
Daredevil did get pushed, yeah. X-Men, early 2024. X-Men
Still,
97.
That got pushed back. I don't think that's early 2024.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Well, I know Agatha ain't no damn fall 2024.
That might.
So really, reports are kind of conflicting. This was from yesterday. The last thing I can do, because I know these motherfuckers got it, is our scoopers here. Let's see. Did he say anything? That's despite the longest human legacy will not be pushed in a special message. Thank you.
Yeah, as of right now, the direct says like their Marvel Studios will only release one movie in 2024.
Yeah, it's just that movie, but I'm just trying to see what are the shows.
Fuck. Getting Echo.
Is it? Is it?
And that's what I'm
Echo?
thinking. We have to be getting some special or something at the end of next year. Some shit.
Can we get some toast? Hasn't said anything, but I'm really only... No, he hasn't said anything, so... that, I... want to say that that's it. Yeah, Echo and What If and... Deadpool. And again, I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing. Maybe they need that time to clean house.
2025 is a big-ass year, though.
It is. And they better come swinging.
So next year might just be for work.
They better come swinging. For sure. So, okay. We'll move there. One of the things, let's see, we'll move. Where is it? Where are you? There you are. Let me pull this up really quick, sorry. Okay. We did that. So, and then something else that this came from, well, we'll wait before we get to Loki stuff. But this came from, Kevin Feige said that Iron Man, or he commented on Iron Man returning, on the original 6 returning. And we've talked about that. We talked about that last week when the Variety article came out. And it was talking about some of the things going on at Marvel Studios, them contemplating bringing back the original 6 for an Avengers movie. And Kevin Feige was asked about that, and he simply just said, no, we didn't talk about that at the retreat, or whatever exactly he said. And this is what the direct had to say. It said Kevin Feige gives a blunt response about Robert Downey Jr. rumors returning, Robert Downey Jr. returning to the MCU, to where Kevin Feige, this is from E.T. E.T. asked him, one specific thing I want to ask you that was in the headlines is the idea that some fallen Avengers could make their return. Anything you can say about that? I know the answer. Feige said no is the answer. No, he said no, is that the answer? E.T. said yeah. Feige said, fallen Avengers returning. I literally have not even seen that. Lie again. Is that a new rumor? E.T. said, yeah, it was like one of the things that was talked about at this retreat, where Scarlett Johansson and Robert Downey Jr. were possibly returning at some point. Feige bluntly admitted to the topic, where he said, we did not discuss that at the retreat. It's the truth. We're doing a project with Scarlett. We love Robert. He's a part of the family, but in terms of returning, we'll have to see. Anytime we talk about that stuff, the returning of actors and actresses, that played former characters in the MCU, and knowing exactly if you're a comic reader and you know what rather Jim Shooter's Secret Wars is, or rather Hickman's Secret Wars story from the comics. Regardless, both involve characters that have to be there, especially Hickman's, and we know they're adapting Hickman's and some stuff from Shooter's, because they bought the rights to that too. So, but in Hickman specifically, it is multiversal. It is multiversal, and in knowing that it is multiversal, you have to know without a doubt that Iron Man is coming back. Robert Downey Jr. is going to be back as Iron Man. Now, is Kevin Feige going to come out and bluntly tell E in 2023 that yes, Iron Man is going to be back in 2026 or 2027 or whenever the fuck Secret Wars comes out? No, because then we already know it's happening. We know it's happening, and they're not going to be able to control that, to keep that down as it gets closer and closer and closer. But to say that now, it ruins things. It's not going to, whatever, for the average fan. But when the average fan sees in 2027 or 2026 or whatever, they see a trailer with Robert Downey Jr. or not a trailer, a hint or glimpse or something like the way they did Multiverse of Madness or any of those other trailers, with a glimpse of Robert Downey Jr., Chris Evans, or any of the original Avengers back, that hype is going to be uncontainable for people. Like, that's what I'm saying. You're smoking dick. I've said it many times. If you don't think these conversations have been had, these characters are all coming back. My Time to Shine Hello is already, said many times. Robert Downey Jr. is coming back. Scarlett Johansson, though she said she's not coming back, she's coming back. As everyone is coming back. They're going to be their swan song goodbye. That's it. That's it. People are coming back. It's Secret Wars. You have to know that story. I'm not. It's crazy trying to explain that story to people that are saying, well, no, these characters are done. No. No. It would be impossible to do Secret Wars without these characters. No. So Kevin Feige can say everything Kevin Feige wants to say. This is the same Kevin Feige that said he didn't know anything about Andrew Garfield or Tobey Maguire being in No Way Home. So Iron Man is going to be in that. So any thoughts on Kevin Feige's comments?
I said it the other day whenever he specified the retreat.
Yeah.
We've known. And that's the thing. It's supposed to be a big deal. I don't think as the owner of anything, you go out and just spoil a big deal, like you said, like 3-4 years prior. So
right.
Once we get closer and we start getting the leaked set images and the scoopers coming out and talking about whatever, I don't even really doubt it now, but I for sure won't doubt it then.
No, for sure not. Like I said, I just think these conversations have been placed already. Like, they happened a long time ago, and I don't think that it was like a thing where Robert Downey Jr., Chris Evans, or any of the others confirmed right then and there on the spot to Kevin Feige or Marvel that they were going to return. But that was already put in years. I just firmly believe that. I mean, you have to know the mass amount it's going to take to tell this story accurately and not piss fans off the way you did with just using the name of Secret Invasion and not actually adapting any of what really is Secret Invasion. So
I mean that's not. It goes back to everything of source material and not really using it, not using your sources and shit. They're not going to do that with this because, like you said, not recently, but like recently in the years of the MCU, they've bought those stories, and so I doubt they spent the money to own the rights and not use specific pinpoints. Right. And if we're being honest, it's weird they say they don't use source material a bit, but then we watch Loki and the whole shit is based off comics essentially. Right. So I don't know. It's weird. It's definitely weird.
For sure. So, that's not really much there on that one. It's just, something we've been talking about for a long time. Just the return of these actors and that just being brought up, and this being the first time Kevin Feige talking about it or mentioning anything about it. So, I just thought we'd bring it up because a lot of people were swirling around it saying, well, Kevin Feige said no, so they're not going to show up. Okay. So we'll move here to another hot topic, and that's been Jonathan Majors and the what's going on with Jonathan Majors. Is Marvel going to get rid of Jonathan Majors? Is Jonathan Majors going to continue on as Kang? Some people said, I saw this not just from Corey. Corey asked this last night or Thursday night as well after watching the Loki season 2 finale, and a lot of people were talking about it on Twitter, saying that the way that the finale was set up, the way the show was set up, it felt like they were moving away from Kang as the villain and things like that. I don't see how you saw that, and because my thing is, if you take that one of the other final scenes there, Hunter B-15 talking to Mobius, where she said, or he asked her, have they I don't remember exactly, but have they neutralized, or here's the thing we know about the Kang variants or whatever, and he mentioned the whatever event that happened adjacent to the 616 universe and things like that. The thing you just said, that told you right there that Kang is the villain moving forward still, you know?
Maybe that's what they plan on doing or some shit. You know how they started Loki with Loki being the nigga who needs to get pruned and he's the variant causing all. Maybe that's throughout Loki. Now Kang's going to be the variants of him causing all the destruction and shit. And they got to go through and prune, but essentially this time killed them. Maybe that's the route they go and everything, but it's, I mean, I get where Corey and other people are coming from, because like you said, that it didn't set up Kang, it didn't show Kang, and so I get the questions of like, this show is supposed to be Kang's main thing so far, and it's like we're not even really getting that much of him with everything coming out. It's like, did they do that on purpose? But then no, I mean, like you said, they're mentioning him at the end. They showed the scene of young Timely, of them not dropping the book off. They had much time take that out as they did to put it in. And so it's like, no. I mean, like you said, Scooby came out and said he's staying.
Yeah.
I think as bad as, I don't think they've done good with telling the story of Kang so far and introing it, but I think as not good as that's been, I think Jonathan Majors has been the perfect person for that role.
He has been. He's bodying the role.
Yeah, I don't think there's a reason to.
No. But that's kind of leading me into what we're kind of.
But it's
talking
like before you even do that, it's like I just watched Ezra Miller be the Flash, bro. So
well, yeah, of course.
You can definitely always stick by a nigga.
Yeah, you know, and like I said, it's just leading that whole thing. What he just is kind of leading. Hold on one second. I'm sorry. Sorry, it's real time, bro. Got to send messages, getting text messages. We're in real time here, but we're still live. But everything going on with Jonathan Majors, it leads me into what I'm talking about now. This is something that I saw posted from the Shade Room. You know, the Shade Room has been covering the Jonathan Majors things too, as far not so much the Marvel stuff, obviously, but as far as the pop culture side of things with the actor Jonathan Majors. The Shade Room has been covering a lot of the drama, the witch hunt, as I've called it many times.
Many times some nigga they are.
And this here speaks more to what I was saying about it being a witch hunt. You know, we had the video that that Jonathan Majors' attorneys put forward, the 8-minute video of what the 8 minutes outside of the club of. Of her saying that her hand was broken, but her using her hand and all the things. If you haven't seen the video, we watched it on our live stream. If you haven't seen the video, go back to the 2 or 3 live streams ago and we watched it there. You can watch it there, or you can look it up yourself. Also, when it first came out, his attorneys and things said they had this mountain of evidence that they tried to use against her, but the district attorney's office threw it out and said that there's absolutely enough evidence here for him to go to trial. So they are going to trial, as they have in this year in a couple, like what, 2 weeks, something like that. A week. Oh, okay, a week. So they're going to
start before Thanksgiving, so that would be next week.
Okay, all right. So they go to trial in a week. But this has come out from the Shade Room, and I will read this here for everyone to hear.
Shay might say it on there.
The Shade Room says. Alvin Bragg, a Manhattan district attorney who is currently prosecuting Jonathan Majors, is under fire for how he seemingly handled a similar case. D.A. Bragg, now this is where the witch hunt comes in. For those people that have been, denying it being a witch hunt and things like that. D.A. Bragg reportedly prosecuted Adam Foss, a prominent black criminal justice reform advocate and former Boston prosecutor, for rape and assault charges. Adam Foss has since been acquitted and cleared by a jury for the accusations made against him by a 25-year-old white woman. Adam and the woman were apparently texting and calling each other for a month before linking up at a hotel, and according to the NY Times, the prosecution argued that the woman reportedly declined Adam's sexual advances before she fell asleep and he assaulted her. Adam's legal team said and argued that the claims were fake. And this is a Shade Room, that's why that's in there. They reportedly pulled receipts of text messages between the woman and her friend, in which the woman said her night with Adam was amazing, adding that he was beautiful. Adam's team argued that the woman's recollection of what transpired that night changed after he ghosted her, adding that while some may think he could have been more considerate on that front. That's none of their business, though. It is far different than deciding beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed rape, and that's where that screaming rape. I mean, did we not learn that from the Central Park, the exonerated Central Park 5? I mean, come. Okay. Then it says.
Hey, where did that take place?
In the same place, right? Oh, wow. You mentioned that.
New York, nigga.
Then it said then it says the Limpton here is that Adam's attorneys don't know that name, is also Jonathan Majors' attorney. Oh, okay. Then it says, and I knew that from reading this prior. Then it says, and the DA who prosecuted Adam is the same DA prosecuting Jonathan. If you recall, this is the same DA's office who filed documents refusing to even prosecute Jonathan's white ex, Grace Jabari, despite the NYPD believing Jonathan and arresting and charging her. Criticizing DA Bragg for his actions in the Foss case, Jonathan Majors' attorney said by pursuing this baseless false rape case against a prominent black man despite overwhelming evidence of his innocence, DA Bragg has shown that he values votes over black lives and popularity over justice. So, why did you read all of that, Darius? Why is that even relevant to anything going on? I read all of that to say what I've been saying from day one, that a lot of people like to refuse to believe or acknowledge because you're privileged, and the place you sit within your privilege allows for you to dismiss those things or not see those things, or maybe not see those things, not see those things as we see those things growing up black in America or being black in America, or those things. You know, we have these conversations all the time about putting yourself in our place, putting yourself in not just our place, any different racist place, and trying to empathize and see where we come from. Even if you do put yourself in our shoes, I have a friend that is white with a mixed child, and she argued with me during 2020 that because her child is mixed, she sees the plight and she understands what it's like to be black. I don't care what child you have. I don't care if your husband's black. I don't care if your child is mixed or whatever. Unless you are black or whatever, you can empathize, you can see the plight and things like that, but you will never, and I want this to be understood and heard clearly, you will never know what it is like to be black in America. You will never know what that is like. So what I'm bringing all that up to say, this is a witch hunt. This is a witch hunt. Ezra Miller, as Q mentioned, I've mentioned, as I use Ezra as the prime example every single time. Ezra Miller, who went on a rampage for years, with a $200 million film that came out, supposed to be one of the biggest superhero films of the year. No one batted an eye. There were some of us that were.
I don't think that nigga went to trial for it.
No, he didn't. There was no trial. What he had to do was make an apology. He sent an apology out, an insincere apology. From my opinion, that was just his legal team making that apology for them. But the thing about it is, no one batted an eye. We've seen videos of Ezra choking fans. We've seen videos of Ezra doing the things that they were doing in Hawaii, terrorizing Hawaii. We've seen the reports, throwing chairs, the reports of harboring families at their Vermont farm, guns, calling an apocalypse, calling themselves the second coming, the Messiah, and the grooming of 18-year-old, but at the time child, Dakota Iron Eyes. All those things. I could go on, but we've been there. We know the story. But yet, there's been nothing about Jonathan Majors before the witch hunt. And as I just read, the same DA prosecuting him is the same DA that prosecuted another prominent black star. And this is happening, as Q mentioned, prior to this stream in New York. And we know what happened in New York, not just with the exonerated Central Park 5. And as you saw, this man, Adam Foss, was cleared of those charges as well. It's always supposed to be, and as you've heard me say on this channel many times before we dive into anything legal, or even with Kamala Khan's father in the MCU, innocent until proven guilty. Nothing's been proven on anything for Kamala Khan's father, and nothing's been said either since we've talked about it. And nothing's been proven against Jonathan Majors either. I think all the evidence that we've seen that's been coming out has proven that Jonathan Majors is innocent. Yeah. So the fact that you have a DA that is dismissing all of the evidence, that the mountain of evidence that his legal team is presenting that proves his innocence, further proves once more that it's a witch hunt. That it's a witch hunt, and we know why it's a witch hunt. We know why it's a witch hunt. Because if you were sitting in any other color of skin, I don't want to say any other color of skin, but if you were sitting in, if Jonathan Majors was white, it'd be right. And we all know that. We know that. We know that. And I know people like to say, well, why are you playing the race card? And I say this every time. When it's the hand that's dealt, it's the card I'm going to play. Every time. Every time. And that's just the reality of it. And it doesn't matter if it's 2023. It doesn't matter if it's 3033. I use this quote all the time, and I'm going to stop after I say this. I'll let Q give his thoughts on it. I use this quote all the time. Yes, it's from a TV show, but it was a very powerful quote in my opinion. It's what Viola Davis said as Annalise Keating in front of the Supreme Court. Racism is built into the DNA of this country. And until we decide to, acknowledge that and fix things, we are never going to escape its origins. And that is true. I don't care you don't know what little Cindy is being taught at home. You don't know what Jimmy's being taught at home. Yes, your black child, in 2020, I'm sorry, this is it. I'm done. In 2020, I had this conversation. I was going back and forth with people online all 2020 because, it was the Black Lives Matter movement. There are so many people that didn't understand the movement. Well, why are they doing this? Well, why are they doing that? Well, why do you have to burn things down? These are the same people that, when their sports team lose, they burn shit down. But they were wondering, why are black folks upset? Why are they burning things down? Because our lives are the lives that seemingly did not matter. Not seemingly, did not matter. We were watching black lives getting gunned down with no one talking about it besides our own community. We were watching black lives get gunned down, black lives get taken to prison, black lives getting beat, black lives getting this and all that. And every single time that something happened to one of those black lives, a rebuttal came out from our government, from the people, from whatever, saying, well, but they were, but you had Breonna Taylor who was, but she was just asleep and took 16 or so bullets. So these are black lives that, again, that's what we were saying in 2020. So I was having these conversations and arguing with people in 2020. And I was arguing with someone right here in Norman. There's these things on Facebook called Norman has different wards. It's really stupid. But Norman has different wards where, depending on the part of Norman you live in, that's the ward that you're in. And on Facebook, your ward it has its own page. So I was on different wards. I joined several different wars. I was curious. I was like, what are these folks in Norman talking about when it comes to Black Lives Matter in 2020?
Segregated cult.
Yeah, all those things. So there were several things here in Norman that were going on during the BLM movement that were just proving, what it was, proving, what Norman was, what was and is. I've mentioned many times living here in Oklahoma, Norman, when my mother's family moved here, they were the third black family to move to Norman. And at that time when they moved here, it was a sundown town. For those that don't know what a sundown town is, that meant black folks need to be in town or in your home by the time the sun goes down. And if not, some bad shit could take place.
Nigga, if the sun ain't out, neither are you, nigga.
Yeah, exactly. so
neither are you, monkey nigga.
There was just a lot of things going on in 2020.
That's what they would do. And I remember even and just to say for people who say, not to cut you off or anything, but to say it's not real now, nigga, growing up, every time I'd go to Norman, not because I'm still growing up, but every time I go to Norman, my parents remind me that shit is still real. Yeah, Norman is still a sundown. I mean, it's not enforced, nigga, literally and shit, but technically Norman is still a sundown town. They can stop. They can town. If they wanted to pull you over for whatever and see what the fuck you're doing out, they can. And so it's usually if they run shit, it's not the white person getting pulled or checked or anything. They're checking why niggas are out in Norman in a college town where predominantly white people live, and so it's that's just the way things are in some cities. It
is. It's unfortunate, but it is the reality. That's why I said you will never know what it's like to be black in America. You can sympathize, you can say but you don't. So it's the same thing with Jonathan Major's case here. So anyway, like I was saying, they were arguing with that person. I was arguing with them, and they were saying all the things they were saying, and I went to their page and I saw that they had a daughter, and that their daughter and son, and their kids were in elementary and went to a certain elementary here in Norman, and I commented on the argument they were having. It was an argument between several people. It was a lengthy comment, but I basically summed it up to, are these the things that you're teaching your children at home that are sitting next to the black kids because inevitably they are sitting next to black kids at school. You know, yeah, we do live in Norman, and the black population has grown a lot, but it's not as so you're sitting next to black kids, whether it be in Norman or whatever. There was a white kid somewhere sitting next to a black kid, a Hispanic kid, an Asian kid, somewhere of a different kid of a different culture, whatever. So are you teaching those things at home? Because children are sponges, as we've talked about. So that child is then absorbing that hatred, absorbing that racism, and then spewing, and then taking those things to school and growing up with those ideas, growing up with those thoughts, saying that that's how I was raised, that's how I was taught. So that brings me back to the Viola Davis quote: until you escape its origins, it will never leave. So Jonathan Majors, going through what he's going through right now, as I've been saying since day one, is a witch hunt. There's a mountain of evidence that has proved this man's innocence. The conversations even suggesting that he's not going to be Kang, it's ridiculous, because these conversations were not happening with Ezra Miller. So it's ridiculous. This is the same shit that's been going on Twitter, online all day, not all day, since the inception of this thing. I've seen people calling for the hanging of Jonathan Majors, the same people that were not calling for the hanging of Ezra Miller. Jonathan Majors has done nothing wrong at all. The only thing that this man is accused of is murdering the role of Kang. That's it. That's it. Other than that, you can take your witch hunt and you can shove it so far up your ass, your racist ass, because that's what it is. This is a witch hunt because this man is black. If this was a shoe on another foot, and we, again, Ezra fucking Miller, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We wouldn't. Who just slapped?
You're not Joe Rogan. Dana White.
Dana White. I was just saying, who just slapped the fuck out their wife, beat the shit out of their wife, and it got swept under the rug? Dana White. So, no, it's a witch hunt. It's a witch hunt. That's from, like I said, that's from the direct. That's I want to say maybe 2-3 days old now. 2-3 day old news. So we're going to have to wait to see how this trial goes. We're going to have to wait to see. Do I believe, if convicted or proven guilty, do I believe Marvel strays away? I still don't. And if Marvel does stray away, then you know how you had the whole recast T'Challa movement, which is still going on, still going strong for recast T'Challa. But then you're going to have a whole nother movement with the same, but maybe added with some more people added, going at you again for a whole nother reason. Yeah, you're still going to have those tones of conversation of race talked about in there, but it's going to be a whole nother reason. You don't fire him. You don't. Regardless of the outcome, you don't fire him, because the evidence is proven. Regardless of what the court says, and we know that we know how the American judicial system is. Regardless of what the court says, Marvel has to take a step back and say, do their own investigation. Is there enough evidence to prove it? Yes, there is. There's enough evidence to prove this man's innocence. We kept Josh Brolin though. We've kept Kamala Khan's father, even though nobody. Jeremy Renner. You know, people were talking when last time we talked about that, the last stream, people were in the chat confused about, well, what did the actor that plays Kamala Khan's dad, what did he do? As I've said many times, it is a clipped video. You don't have to go watch the whole live stream. It's I think a 20-minute clipped video on our page where we were talking about him being the accusations of him sleeping with that little sending pictures to that little 15-year-old girl, having sexual conversations with that 15-year-old girl. She took screenshots of the conversation. The screenshots are in that video that we talked about. But did Marvel discuss it? Did CNN discuss it? Did anyone else discuss it? No, it got swept under the rug. So you can surmise it however you would like to surmise it. You can look at it however you would like to look at it. But again, from my point of view, from my BPOV, it's a witch hunt, and it's a racist one. So that's my thoughts.
No, and you basically said, made my speaking even shorter because you said a lot of shit I needed to say, and it's not like I want to repeat it, but you know it's a witch hunt anytime the charges aren't person to person. You know, this is a charge where the DA is after him, not even his ex-girlfriend or anything. You know, Grace dropped the charges as soon as I feel like she got sober and realized everything that was going on. And maybe there was some type of in their relationship disputes and abuse of where they argued and they fought each other and it was two-sided or one-sided or however it went. But however it is at this date, Grace isn't the one pressing charges because Grace isn't going to court. I mean, I'm sure the DA might have her there to testify or something like that, but this is the state of New York versus Jonathan Majors. This isn't Grace Jabari versus Jonathan Majors. Yeah. And so anytime you see something like that, you know it's usually the state or the city out to get them whether it's for the name, the money, they know he's going to pay the lawyer fees, the attention it's going to bring the state, and the taxes you get. There's so many scenarios in which the state could and that's it. Because he's a nigga, he's black, because he's doing good. His career just took off, and like you said, we have this DA who just went after a nigga or has history of doing this to people, and so it's like, it goes back to everything where it's like, I mean, I'm sure if I don't know what the situation would be if this nigga wasn't doing so prominent in life right now with all these roles and everything, but it's just, I don't see how anyone could look at this, watch all the stuff that's come out, and still even, I don't even know what they're going to trial for. I said this last time we talked about it. I don't know what the charges the DA is. I don't know if it's domestic abuse. I don't know if it's assault from the club incident that they think still occurred. I don't know whatever that situation is. But, I mean, I can definitely tell you that race has a part to play in it after the shit that I've watched go down. And I don't think this is, I may sound evil for saying it, but this is no different than like any sports player who has something like this go on and anything, in the sense of I'm a Steelers fan. My favorite quarterback, that nigga was an alleged rapist. Like, Kobe Bryant has shit against him. There's athletes who have so much shit against them, and I told y'all niggas when we talked about Kanye.
Kobe.
Yeah, I told y'all niggas when we talked about Kanye West. Like, I still love that nigga. There's niggas every day will talk about how weird and allegedly Michael Jackson did this and that. I'm gonna support him. There's no, and so it's just when people say how can you keep him in a role, even if, I just wanted to point on the notion that you said, even if he is guilty or this and that, they still have to have the conversation. It's, I mean, I see it no different as to how sports players get a suspension or a fine or something. They're still able to go do their job and everything. So I don't believe in taking, unless it's something extreme. We all know what people should be locked up for, but I mean, committing a crime and going to court and being free and just having some legal issues is completely different than committing a felony and doing time for it and shit. And so I think there definitely needs to be a conversation, even if he is guilty. I really don't think he is at all. But even in the sense of there's innocence but drama brought, you just know, just bringing up the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard situation of how much, in my mind, they were both guilty of shit. Even I think Johnny Depp won in court and in the public, but in my eyes, I think they're both guilty of shit. That terrible situation. So that's how you honestly have to look at things. It's like, that's where the evil part comes in. It's like, how bad whatever the person's done outweigh the good that they're bringing, or the fucking whatever they're bringing to the company? In this situation, I just don't think it does. We talk about how they've put all their eggs in one basket with him, and they've promised so much on the future that it's like, money-wise, it's hard to scrap, but also, like we said, this nigga is Kang. Like, he is bodying that role. I mean, we know nobody is one role or anything like that, but he just got done with the Creed role. His career is taken off, and so we know how he's going to be performing in Marvel and everything, and I just think that's super hard to replace. But it's also, you've watched other companies do it. It didn't tear them apart. What tore DC apart was not having a good universe and James Gunn coming in and saying none of this shit really matters, so why the fuck would we watch it? But it's like, the last thing I'll say is, anyone who doesn't think it's racist or anything or have something to do with skin color, you can go and look at all the white people who have their same charges, same things, same prosecutors, but you can look at how hard the DA in the states go after certain people who even with money and shit. Like, I don't know how many times Trump has been indicted, and that nigga is probably at home right now getting his toes jacked. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It's not even a money issue at some point. It's really just a who do you know money situation. How bad do they want you and everything.
And then one thing too,
no, go ahead.
About the judicial system, like you just said there, looking at Mitch McConnell. Look at Mitch McConnell. How many times did he freeze? Like 2? How many times has Joe Biden fallen? It's things like that. These are people that have been, and Joe Biden has been a part of like Congress and things since this man, like in his early 20s. There's that whole racist period. I don't want to say racist period. I don't think racism can be, I don't think a racist has a period. Yeah, you cannot be racist anymore, but whatever.
I've learned. I've moved on.
I'm not. Yeah. Anyway, so I think that all those people that have been in these offices for a long time, I think this has been conversation before. There should be a cap on that shit. Why? Because so you're telling me that Mitch McConnell is what, in his 80s or whatever? Let's say, I don't know the man's family history, but let's just assume his father was in the position before him, and his father's father.
There's no assuming.
Before him. So now what you're saying is racism has been passed down in a powerful seat. Racist, passed down to racist, passed down to racist, still in that same power seat. And that's not just one person, it's everywhere in the judicial system. So so you can't sit and say, well, like, oh, it's not this, it's not that. You don't know these people's agendas. I don't, like how everybody was like all gun ho for Kamala, I was about to say Kamala Khan, Kamala
Harris,
Vice President Harris. Everybody was for VP Harris, like, oh yeah, we got a sister in there, blah blah blah. She was all, went to school with the blacks, dancing with them, all that kind of stuff.
Fooled.
Bro, I have said this many times.
You niggas got fooled.
Just all skin folk ain't kinfolk, bro.
Bamboozled.
It don't matter. It does not matter. The judicial system is fucked. And your VP Harris, she's one of the ones that kept it fucked. How many people of color did she incarcerate over weed? Weed. One of the things keeping me going through this stream, weed. It's like, no. So no,
you
bro.
seen the interview where they asked her, have you ever smoked weed? And she didn't want to answer that shit.
Yeah, she smoked weed. Look at her lips. Yeah,
she did not want to answer that shit. But it's like, yeah, bro, niggas be like, it's racist now or anything. Racism has been here since we've been alive. I've watched niggas get prosecuted, thrown in jail. In our state, there's a man, we just watched him. What is his name and everything?
Who?
Who was about to death penalty and everything. About to.
Oh my God.
State right now. I can't think. I don't know why. I know his name because I can't. But I don't know why I can't. Had to have so many niggas begging for his life. Like, and they don't even have proof that he's been in jail maybe 20, 30 years or something like that, and they don't even have they don't have proof that he committed a crime or anything. And so it's like, that's big shit. And that
Kim Kardashian had to help him get.
Yeah, that's
and you know what? I remember that because it's huge. It's a huge thing. Kevin Stitt, our governor, waited until the last minute. Last hour. That man sat there all day thinking that was his last fucking day on earth. Kevin Stitt waited until the last hour of the day because he didn't want to do it. And he still can't get out.
Yeah.
He has to do life. That was the deal that Stitt made. Wait till the last hour to say no, don't kill him. And this is the new deal and blah 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 blah. And now it's great. The family, all of us, we're grateful for it. But still, that's
not justice or freedom.
It's not justice. It's not justice because you still don't have the evidence that he did it. And we're not trying to get political and go into legal stuff because that's not what this is. But it's just it does play a factor. When it plays a factor in topics that we talk about, it has to be discussed. It has to be discussed, and that's just what it is. That's what it is, bro. Like
no, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's the bigger shit that goes on. I mean. Niggas, just a couple months ago, niggas had something in their life that we thought was racially innuended and everything. And so it's like, I don't know how many times I've told y'all growing up mixed, both sides of the spectrum, all my life. Kids ask me, oh, that's your mom growing up? Me mixed, walking around with the German mother. Telling people, oh, she's not American white, she's German, and then having niggas tell me, oh, so you're the evil white, you're not, you don't even like your, so which side are you? And it's like, grew up hearing it all, I remember one time, I was going to get some shoes. We were at, I forgot what the shoe store is called, but it was one of them cheap shoe stores for school where you could just go grab the box off the rack and whatever. I was pushing it around. One of the workers dead ass thought my young ass was gonna push this box around like on the, you know how you get on the floor and just push shit around. I was pushing it like a little toy car, pushing this box around. Nigga told me to put it up because he thought I was stealing. Like he thought I was going, like my mom had told me to push this box and I was like, bro, that's crazy. And so it's just like ever since then I've realized, Niggas, you gonna go to school. You're gonna be the less. Anytime you're less of the population, you're probably gonna see how the majority acts and everything. And so I think that's just the same situation that Jonathan Majors is in and everything. Because when you get in New York and the judicial, the court, the public system and everything like that, it's not a lot of black people. And so when you get in situations like that, it's not a lot of niggas that are going to come out and speak for you as well. There's like, you basically have to fight that fight on your own, because once other people start talking for you, they start looking into them. So it's like, it's a situation where Majors is on his, it's like you're on your own in that situation. It sucks. But I just wanted to touch on one of the comments, because that's probably the last thing where I forgot who said it, but they said like it goes on their agenda, or not on their agenda, but their resume and everything. Like,
oh yeah,
imagine how big it is for the DA to say like he convicted or found Jonathan Majors guilty, and how much money he gets paid off that. Yeah. And bro, it's so crazy.
It is, but it's just it.
Nigga said John Campia used the N-word on camera.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
When did that happen?
Did see that one, but that's just is what it is. So those, you're fine.
I started reading that shit.
That's the things going on with Jonathan Majors right now. Do I believe? So the question was, do I believe that Jonathan Majors is going to continue on as Kang? I do. I think that Kang is still going to be the overall threat. I think that Jonathan Majors is still the one that can brilliantly bring that character to life. We've already seen several things of him as Kang, whether it be a variant of Kang or Kang the Conqueror himself. And I just think that that's what it is. And yes, I've seen people making the argument that, it's the multiverse. You could use other faces because he could have variants and things like that. Yeah, you could do that. But you cannot match that star quality. You cannot match that talent. And that is something that Jonathan Majors brings to that role. So I don't think he's going anywhere. That's my thoughts. It's Q's thoughts. Let us know your thoughts down below in the comments. What do you think about Jonathan Majors as Kang? You think he's going anywhere? What do you think the outcome of the trial is going to be? And with the outcome of the trial, do you think that Marvel makes the decision that he stays as Kang, or they get rid of him as Kang? I think that he stays regardless. But let us know down below in the comments.
Just to read a couple. Let's see. Raymond said, and I saw some idiot I follow on Twitter say, even if Jonathan is deemed innocent, I still can't look at him the same because it's a possibility. What? No, yeah, I mean, and that shit, we ain't even, nigga, that's the same thing. Shit, a nigga proven innocent, and he usually not even innocent. That's how it go. He said, I'm shocked the DA has this much time with the Trump stuff going on. Cornelius said, John Campia the first to take the top off of back did what? Yeah, where did that nigga say the N-word? That's crazy. I ain't heard that one. Grant Regis said the timing of all the major stuff was weird. One of the fastest rising stars in Hollywood, and then this makes me think he told someone powerful no and they didn't like it. Hey. Hey.
Telling you.
B. Smith said, greetings all. I think Jonathan Majors remains with Marvel. No, yeah, I don't see him getting fired or anything like that. I don't think that's not gonna happen. That's pretty much all of them. Oh, Gregory said John Campia had a graphic the other day with Majors in handcuffs, and I said something about it too on his page. Yeah, shit, I ain't even seen that. That nigga, the nigga hunter. He going hunting, and it ain't for rabbits. He is hunting monkeys. Raymond said they're talking about John having Majors. Oh yeah, see, what picture are they talking about? Did you just have that one pulled up?
What picture?
Did he have cuffs on in that picture?
I haven't seen him in a
that
picture.
You just had pulled up.
No, he was holding Megan Good's hand.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I haven't seen him I haven't seen him in handcuffs in a picture.
And then Grant said, I don't know, man. Knowing how these companies act, I think they probably shift focus from him in some way. I hope not, but these companies are squamish. No, I don't think Marvel, even if he's innocent, guilty, I don't think they care at all to shift attention off him. Shit. They might be in the position of any press is good press. They get no numbers.
Right.
And then last one, Cornelius said, always had that vibe low key. Campia is a little racial. I don't watch that anime. I just didn't like him, and I really don't watch Campia.
bro ain't entertaining to me. I can tell that nigga I said it too.
Maybe he'll call me the N-word.
Q, you can keep going with those really quick.
That. Let me scroll up. Grandson, I'm in Pennsylvania. I remember I got invited to a basketball camp in Gettysburg. First time I ever got called an N-word by a white guy in a pickup truck with Confederate flag in his window. They didn't even consider it with Miller. No, yeah, that's the thing. DC wasn't worried. DC had way bigger issues than Ezra Miller's legal issues. They had fucking worry about how much money they're going to lose and if they can make it up with the Flash and everything. But, yeah, no, I mean, I can tell you personally, shit, you're in Pennsylvania, I'm in Oklahoma. Growing up, any sports you play in, if you going to play some white kids who use the words, or I've been spit on, they're going to foul you because you colored. And so, yeah, no, shit, any sports player definitely knows growing up going against some white, even the coaches sometimes. Dexter said Norman sounds like a son downtown. Yeah, no, it definitely is. But I'm not gonna lie, I mean, there's some good experiences out here with the cops too. I'm not gonna be the nigga who's like all cops are bad. They've been fine. But I know the situations other people get into, so. Let's see. Raymond said, going back a little more. So my question is, I'm going to say that one because I think we still have to talk about Loki. Grand said, Megan Good next to a brother standing strong. Yeah, no, and that's, gotta feel like he did that shit on purpose a little. Let me go get a strong black queen before this case with this white so she can promote me. And I'd shit. Raymond said, don't get it twisted. We are a progressive city, but the leadership herald system here is trash. New York justice system always been trash. New York just ran by motherfucking money, tax dollars, and rich white businessmen. That's all New York give a fuck about. And then Raymond also said, not just Ezra, Josh Brolin, and Renner. Yeah, we talked about that. Have been allegedly beaten on women, and they still got the jobs and got projects after the fact. None of the Marvel fans got stuff to say when they saw the alleged pedo on screen acting as Iman's dad. Not one word from them. Hey, there were words from me. When Darius come back, I'll definitely, every time he made a little weird innuendo, I was like, bro, why do they have him saying that and grabbing this child all aggressive and shit? Read that one. Let me see. My fault, y'all. B. Smith said, that's why I'm trying to get out of New York. No, I mean, I wouldn't want to live in New York. New York is cool to travel and shit, but, man, being a nigga in New York is so dangerous. Cornelius said, y'all need to move. No, I'm from Texas. Oklahoma ain't been too bad, but, I mean, it's cheap in Oklahoma. So you should look at moving somewhere else, nigga. You better look at saving some money and getting a better job. And then Cornelius said he's a grifter too, but he said he was the first to say recast T'Challa. Campia said that? I don't think so. I don't think that nigga Campia was first in the world to say fucking recast T'Challa. The Omega said, nah, the Flash movie deserves a failure on box office after removing Henry. Yeah, no, shit. That was fucking... We can blame that on James Gunn, low-key. That nigga he didn't even agree with that shit in Black Adam, so I don't know who we can blame, but I still don't know if DC has all that shit figured out. Does anyone know what we're supposed to get next from DC? Because that shit doesn't ring a bell at all, and I can't look it up right now. Grand Regent says, seems like a lot of people move from Oklahoma to Texas and vice versa. Yeah, no, especially people my age and stuff, too, because, I mean, a lot of people moving from Oklahoma to Texas for college, Texas to Oklahoma for college, right next to each other. And it's like people in Oklahoma are bored, so shit, we go to Texas, just a little bit of bigger city, higher pace shit, a little more expensive. But then people in Dallas make all their money, want to save a little bit.
you can get so much land in a big ass house in Oklahoma for so much less than you can in Texas and shit. And so, no, that's definitely a reason. Yeah, a lot of moving here. Raymond said, is it cheap? Nope, but I got transportation. Plus, I do like the city. It's got problems, but I love NYC. People just need to shower, though. Nigga, I'll tell you one thing about New York. I couldn't live there because the day I see a big-ass rat, nigga, I'm done. I'm telling you, nigga. I'm not doing the big-ass rats and shit. But, no, New York is cool. But the thing is, Dallas is... I'm met with shit. And I'm young, so none of us may be alive for it. But if the world's still spinning in like 100 years, there's a possibility that Dallas is up there with fucking New York City. Like, I just went to Dallas a couple weeks ago, and that city is catching up so fast with everything. That shit is so fast paced. Raymond said the rats are a bigger problem now than they used. Nigga, the rats in New York always gonna be a fucking issue. Like, I don't even know. You gotta. That's like a Planet of the Apes scenario. You don't have to go to war with them niggas, cause rats are half New York. He said, Grant said, I think E-Man was the first to say. Yeah, it was E-Man, right? Publicly first came out, recast T'Challa, I would assume. Yeah, I don't know who said it was. Campia said it was Campia.
E-Man did a whole video over that, comparing video dates.
Yeah,
and
that's
shit.
what they were talking about. Raymond said, even though I hate to say it, Campia was the first one to call for a recast of T'Challa. He said it a week after Chadwick died. See? So it's like,
I mean, he did. I watched the video comparison and things like that. I saw Campia that was back when Campia was in his garage.
And then a couple more since we back and can move on. Grant said, hey man, to all the New Yorkers to stay up there, they all moving to Philly, making shit here expensive. That's how the world's moving. Niggas from Cali and Arizona and Texas moving to Oklahoma, making shit more expensive. Then people moving to Philly and Miami, making shit more. Yeah, that's the times we're in. And then last one, Jay Namakai said, is someone born and raised in New York, trust and believe when I say we're a different type of... Oh, no, I know. One of my best friends I knew from New York. I believe it. I'm a Nets fan. I'm my favorite. A lot of my favorite shit is in New York. Specifically the ghetto part of New York and the fucking Bronx. So... I definitely want to go next year. I'm thinking about going at the end of this year for New Year's. I don't even know yet. Gotta definitely figure some things out. But, no, yeah. That's how shit was. Niggas started talking about rats in New York and shit.
Okay. Rats in New York. We'll move...
because we was talking about the legal system.
We'll move here.
The block... My fault. But, Raymond, the block parties don't hit anywhere anymore. Not in New York, Oklahoma. You can't throw safe block parties anymore. Young niggas are stupid and want to fuck everything up with fighting or shooting and robbing shit. You can't trust niggas to do that no more. I know I don't trust that block party hosted my house. No. No, thank you.
Oh, this was published in 2022. Got tagged in this, but I also want to address... Well, before we even talk about that, let's do this first. Well, no, I didn't save it. We still have time. What time do you have to get?
Depending on how much I mean, shit, I'm cool. I should be cool till like 5:30. My mom at the house painting the kitchen. Love you, Mom. Shout out all the moms.
We'll jump here then before we do...
Y'all feel that?
we do Loki and the Marvels thing.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say we had a couple Loki comments too that I was saving before we talk about that.
Before we get to Loki and everything, let me see, because let me scroll through my thousands.
Nah, do your thing. We talk about New York. Nah, Raymond, the Bronx is. I don't know. It's like
I want to go to the Bronx, but I feel like if I take a trip to New York, the Bronx ain't like the place to go visit, nigga. Like that's like if you there for like a summer or something, then you go take some days, not even a long time there. But yeah, no, the parts bro, everything about New York it's crazy because you wouldn't think New York is as big as it is, but it's just straight fucking city.
Oh shit.
Cornelius said. Campius said he was the first, and the whole chat was hilarious for about an hour, saying he was the first to do this and that. And then he also said, I'm glad the MCU made Monica OP. No, that was one of my favorite things about the Marvels. As soon as I knew even whenever she was flying, when she had to try flying for the first time and had to go catch Kamala, I was like, this shit's going to be so clean when she phases through her. Because I just knew she didn't know how to fly. She wasn't going to catch her and shit. And so I was like, they did beautiful in my opinion. I don't think the only way Monica could have been better is just doing more with her. But I mean, as to her being in her first movie, not being the main lead or anything, I loved it. I didn't, like you said, I mean, I thought Amon Vinali was a star as well, but I think the whole cast made that movie fun. I don't know how people hate him. They just probably don't like him personally, and I respect that. Everybody got an opinion. It may just be fake hate. That was the most I've enjoyed that cast all throughout their Marvel time and everything.
Yeah, I thought, like I said, I liked that film. Hold on.
He said the Bronx ain't even that bad. It's mostly Brooklyn. Yeah, no, you just got to know the spots. Yeah, I agree. That's what I've heard too, but shit, that's the thing. You don't know the spots to go to. So many streets, big ass city. You can end up lost on the wrong street quick. quick. And then said handling her better than Sam Wilson and Rhodey. Yeah, no, I definitely like the start to Monica. Even from WandaVision and all the, I like how you didn't really have to understand or watch WandaVision to understand her powers or anything in the Marvels because they kind of explained it. You walked through a hex in a witch town and now you have powers like that. They summed it up perfectly, if I'm being honest. And so short and sweet, nice to the point. I can't agree with you anymore.
All right, we're gonna jump here to the next one. The next topic we're gonna jump to is going to be just some of the things. I don't know. I say I don't know because it's just a jumble of shit. It's a jumble of shit that gets really fucking annoying. It gets annoying. It gets begs the question for fucking why. There's a lot with that, but it is. So obviously, we all know, a lot of us are gathered here or are here due to recast T'Challa. A lot of you found our channel due to recast T'Challa. A lot of our channels found a lot of you, our videos got the success that they did due to recast T'Challa and things like that. And it's something that I am myself and Q and my other co-hosts prior to this, new co-hosts as in Corey and other things are passionate about. Because of all the reasons that we've been screaming for almost 2 years about. But with that comes the never-ending conversation of recast T'Challa. There are some that are the warriors, and I call them warriors because they are going above and beyond of what I am willing to do, and that is the warriors on Twitter that battle day in and day
if
out.
I ever see T'Challa on screen, it's because of you niggas.
Yeah,
I will not lie. I support the movement and I'm here, but you niggas are going hard on Twitter on the daily. My fault cutting you off, but I just wanted to testify to your statement and everything. Like y'all, I fully believe in that. If T'Challa's ever on screen, y'all 100% have something to do with. Not saying me and you don't because we talk about it, but y'all. How much I see on Twitter on the daily of y'all not letting niggas forget. It's insane. It's nutty. But continue, my fault.
Yeah, no, it's like I said to you guys, it's the warriors on Twitter that are doing the things that I am myself not willing to do. I am not willing to go into Twitter battles with non-existent people that don't matter. and to me or to the franchise, or to, you know, try to argue with someone that doesn't know the franchise the way that I know the franchise. And when I say the franchise, I don't mean through the MCU the way that they do when they say the franchise. I mean the Black Panther franchise as a whole, with its inception in '66. But that's another conversation. Or 65 rather. No, sorry, I'm crossing my wires. 1966, it hit the shelves. But so I'm not gonna have those conversations or anything like that. I will sometimes. It's very rare that you guys see me do sometimes. Like I get tagged in stuff all the time. All the time.
Be some ignorant shit.
Yeah, it's got to be something. It's got to be something that's really. I've got
where
to be
he can make a
bored or
nigga
worth
look
my
stupid.
time, or, rage me when it comes to recast T'Challa, something like that, because I just don't give those people my time. But there have been several conversations about that, and this one I did give a little bit of time to, because I thought this was just such an ignorant statement. But Groovy posted this picture from Facebook. I saw this on Facebook, the original post on Facebook, but this was the picture that he posted on Twitter from Facebook. And Groovy, if you were in the chat, shout out to you. You are one of those warriors that are relentless on Twitter when it comes to recast T'Challa. And he posted this picture, and it caught a lot of people's attention, stirred up a lot of strife with some people, pissed some people off. And then, of course, when you comment on someone's recast T'Challa post that is a pro recaster, and you comment negatively, well, you're then calling in all the pro recasters, whether that be from the YouTubers to the Twitter warriors to those that just casually jump in and out every
Can
now
I
and
make
then.
a reference? it's like whenever a white person call a black person a nigga, you gonna have maybe 30 niggas coming for you. It's the same situation. Like whenever you go against the grain of something, you usually gonna have the whole brush coming at you. It's just how it works.
Yeah, that's just what it is. And he caused some drama here on Twitter with this post, and this is just a post of it says Black Panther 3: Legacy of Wakanda, and there's been, of course, the conversation. I thought that article, I never knew about that article, because I told you, as when it comes to the MCU, Black Panther, I stopped paying attention to their franchise or anything that they're doing with Black Panther without the inclusion of T'Challa in it, and I do not mean the great value to child. So I didn't know that article came out in 2022. The 10 theories of what Black Panther 3 could be, and I'll pull that up too. I mean, we're here. So
and I should eat my fault. I keep doing this, but I can't even believe it's been a year.
It's today, right? Wasn't it
like
today or yesterday?
Yesterday or whatever. Yeah,
it was yesterday or the day we saw the Marvels. It was a year. I can't believe it. It's gone by fast, but at the same time, it's been so long since I felt like I've seen that nigga on screen, and it's like, man, the stories they could have told in even this year, it's nutty.
Yeah, no, it's like I said, it's been a year, and within that year, I forget about that film, unless it's one of those ones that. Obviously, recast T'Challa is not something I can forget about or will forget about. I can't forget about it, one, because I'm passionate, and two, because I get the relentless notifications.
That film is so bad, it fucks Namor up. Like I forget the
does.
good in Namor.
I forget. I forget everything about that film. I forget he's even in it. I forget Namor's in the MCU until it's brought up here. I don't remember the film because it's just something that I try to forget. It is a distant memory for me. And so again, I didn't know that its anniversary had even come up. And if it weren't for Twitter, I wouldn't have known. So, it gets discussed. But anyway, Groovy tagged us, a few of us here tagged myself, Theo, D-Real, Buckmeister, who I did see join the chat earlier. Appreciate you being here. Dre Mac. I'm not familiar with this one. Kimoyo. Sorry. Didn't know that. Tagged all of us, and that's my new favorite meme at the moment. That's mine, because that's just how I'm looking at anything in the Black Panther franchise in the MCU right now. It just disgusting me. So Dre Max said, "What is the name of Bass, or what in the name of Bass is this fan made ish here?" Then you had Theo, that has been another one. Theo is also one that is going to go with you on Twitter. Theo is going to go with you, and then Theo's not just going to go with you. Theo's going to throw a lot of that.
Nah, y'all niggas going to drag.
Yeah, you can get drugged if Theo joins in, because he's going to throw his infinite Marvel Black Panther knowledge on you. Not just his Black Panther knowledge, but his Marvel comic knowledge in general. So, and Theo is always there whenever I'm arguing with somebody. He'll jump in or whatever. It's a community. Buckmeister said no one will watch this movie. Terrell said no T'Challa, no ticket until T'Challa returns. Period. And this is the comment here that got me to join in because it was pretty funny. This one was interesting. TJ, whoever you are, shout out to you, TJ's Media. Can we, just for a second before we read this, I like to get I'm kind of like Batman. I like to know who my opponent is before we go here. He said suspended at 900, so I'm assuming he started a new account here. I don't believe that. Some people just say
that's not a lot.
Yeah. He may be of color because of his he may not be. His name is TJ.
What that nigga say? Anybody can get it. To Dominicans, Africans.
Yeah. TJ. So I'm just looking at things here that TJ posts. I didn't really see anything in his besides suspended at 900 here. Again, I just want to kind of know who we're dealing with before we move on. I don't see any Marvel knowledge here. I think his posts stop here, so he only has made 3 posts, and his first one was in April, and it had something to do with
hit the replies.
Yeah, now if you hit his replies, no, I'm sorry, he's got 3,890 posts. So, if you hit his replies, so TJ seems to be more of the type on Twitter.
No, scroll up. He talking about Nia to. Yeah.
Oh, here.
No, up a little more. Are they thanking?
He was commenting on something with the Marvels there. Yeah, but he seems to be one of the ones that on Twitter that doesn't really post a lot on something, an original tweet. It's more so him joining in on tweets or replying to tweets in either in a something with Marvel or
Reach.
He said, mind you, Wanda gave Monica her powers move or something like that. And it's just, anyway. So, it seems a lot of his knowledge is MCU based. So we can now go back. I just wanted to establish that before. Again, I want to get a ground base here. If you're not on Twitter and you're not in the space, I just want to get a ground base of what we're doing.
Bro, probably like a 9-year-old getting drugged. Right?
So TJ comes in. He came in a little hot, as they all typically do, as I always say they do in this space. And TJ, for those I know, I don't know how small it is on y'all's screen. It's small on OBS, but anyway, I'm gonna read it. Of course, TJ's Media said on November 5th, R.I.P. to Chadwick, but y'all knew this was going to happen. Shuri was going to become the Black Panther, regardless, due to the script that was written before Chadwick's passing. On top of that, Shuri became BP in the comics. It's time to wrap it up with an emoji or a GIF, of looking down at the recast group like, come on, let this shit go. I'm just kind of giving the context. Because I think I replied next. I think I did. Before I read my reply, just what he said there's what I'm jumping on. Where he said, Shuri was going to become BP regardless due to the script that was written before Chadwick's passing. Now you all know if you were here before.
Just count up how many wrongs.
Yeah, that's the first wrong. If you were here before the movie came out and everything like that, and you were, I think every week we talked recast T'Challa, because not every day, at that time we were streaming every day. Every day there was something new in the media or something that came out. So we were always talking recast T'Challa. And one of the things that came out was the script and being discussed and blah, 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 the podcast Ryan Coogler did and all that stuff. There was a script written, TJ, before, and we talked about that. We've all known that before all that. Anyway, I'm going to read my comment, but before I do, I just wanted to say this is what happens. I've said this before. When these anti-recasters, or just people in general, whether you anti-recaster or recaster, you can still have inaccurate information as a recaster. But when people come in with information that's not true, with false information, with information they either made up while typing that tweet or that they heard from someone else that didn't know what what the fuck they were talking about. But this is what happens when you assume things, you make an ass yourself. We all know the saying, but when you come in and you're just not knowing what the fuck you're talking about, especially when you come in with limited to no comic knowledge with just MCU knowledge. Okay, so Kamoyo King commented next, and he said, how many more casters are going to pop up with their shit takes on recast T'Challa? He's like, it's like there is someone just pumping these Nimrods out like a factory.
Hold on, scroll up and click, or do you have to click
the comments here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think that's where my comment is, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let me see here. This is where we go with the comments for TJ. I thought so. I typed it wrong, but I meant to say, what script are you referring to? I said that was never the case in the script that Chad and Ryan drafted before his death. That's from Coogler himself. And yes, sir, he does become BP in the comics, but not at the expense of her brother's death. He's there with her. TJ did not reply directly to me. I assume most times, I don't know this, and I'm not trying to make it sound like a big-headed when I say this or either. But if it comes off that way, okay. But I
okay.
I assume most times when I jump in on Twitter or whatever, these people, like I did with TJ, want to know their opponent. They want to know who you're sizing up with, so they will click on our page or whatever. And maybe TJ did this, and maybe he clicked on my page and he can see the list of things we've said. He clicked on media, clicked on the clips of us, and maybe he thought, I might want to sit this one out. It's not a battle I want to go head to head with. I say that, but then I could be wrong because he was going back and forth with Theo, and Theo's much more knowledgeable, deeper in the comic lore than I am. So it's I don't know. But he then replied, y'all can come at me all y'all want, but it's a mantle to mantle. It's not. I'm not trying to hear all that. There were some replies there from some people to him, where Buckmeister said, really, because Batman and Spider-Man are mantles too. Show me where Bruce Wayne and Peter Parker died off permanently and got replaced. Even in the Ultimate verse universe, Peter came back, because they'd never do this to Bruce Wayne or Peter Parker. Why is it okay to do to T'Challa? And Quincy is somebody else that joins in with the comments, said Shuri was going to become a Black Panther, not the Black Panther. She was going to be alongside the Black Panther. You'd know that if you know the comics and not what you saw on social media comments. And that's kind of the same thing that I'm always saying about these people that come in here. Then Theo said another casual to put on mute. Thank you, TJ. An expert on all things WWE. That's why, again, we went to the page, because I wanted to know, how limited your knowledge is of anything Wakanda related. And then we had some others come in and say some things and things like that. But
cut you off.
Thank you for that. Who's that from?
Shout out Stephen Dunn for the super chat. He said, I've been so divested, disillusioned, and entirely disinterested in all things Marvel for so long now. I honestly forgot there's still a thing that people even care to discuss. Hashtag recast T'Challa.
That is so true, brother, and that is so true.
That's why it's even more shout out to y'all for how shit Marvel's been and daily on sticking with this shit. Because it's like shit. Marvel gonna be ass, but it's one thing niggas want, and if niggas gotta keep asking for it daily, I respect the hell out of that. I wish I could join y'all in that battle, but
oh no, can't.
Y'all got it, not me. But once again, Steven, we appreciate you always. Thank you.
Yeah, and like Steven
I was gonna say, if you clicked on his other post too, you'd see where you replied. You're like, most people don't want to hear all that.
Oh yeah.
If you click on like the comment part,
this part here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Steven, like you said there about being disillusioned with anything going on with Marvel, not paying attention to anything like that, and it's not just you. It's I've even found, we were having the conversation when we worked where we worked, talking about founding myself not even talking about Marvel unless I was in this room or anything like that. I even had friends tell me, you don't talk about Marvel as much anymore. Well, there's nothing to talk about. You lose interest in those in things when it's not interesting, and that's just the place of where they are. I did. It was a quote retweet. How do I look at those?
Go to
shit. Go to my page. Yeah. I quote retweeted what he said, because he's ain't nobody trying to hear all that and blah 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 blah. And I said,
so I think it was up there.
Was it?
Yeah, you might have to click it again on your same comment.
Hold on, shit. Yeah, he said, anybody trying to hear all that? I said, y'all really got to expand that limited MCU knowledge. You don't want to hear all that because all that is facts. It's bigger than the MCU. And of course, TJ did not reply. So there's it's, oh yeah, and then this one too. Someone said, oh, I'm sorry. Someone was TJ. Y'all are mad as fuck because Marvel loves and respects Chadwick and won't recast the character he, in caps locks, played. And he said that as if he, in caps locks, made the character. This is what I mean when I say, the limited knowledge and coming in all hot and bothered with shit that you. It's that what's that called? Fake anger. What do they? What's the exact term for it though? It's like fall.
This nigga trying to gaslight niggas in.
Yeah, but it's like
I know what you're talking about. Yeah. But that's the only word I can think of. I can't think of what you're trying.
What's that shit called? I forget what that's called. But I feel like a lot of these anti-recasters too. It's like you're not really angry. You're angry for the sake of social media and the attention and the likes and that stuff. But because saying something like that he played as if he created the character and the character predates him, and I played the video last week.
You know what niggas say? Clout is one hell of a disease. Yeah. Niggas will say, make up, not even, and it's like, they're saying this, and that's what I wanted to say too. It's like, niggas be thinking they know the most until you run into someone who actually know even just a little bit more than you, and then niggas immediately shut down, don't respond, blase this, that. Yeah. It's just, I don't know. And that's where my opinion comes in. It's like, I've never been the type to sit and comment my opinion. I don't know. I know I'm gonna find myself arguing. I've done it a couple times. I don't really have the time, or I don't really. But it's like, not saying y'all who go and argue with them are like whatever this and that, but it's like to say, I don't see how people can just make that shit their job all day to sit there and talk negatively, or not even negatively, but wrong. Like, and it's not your job, because I know nigga ain't getting paid for it or nothing like that. But it's like,
let's see, I'm
have time to sit on the internet all day and be wrong. That'd be the main question. And then I seen something where it's like, I think it was Theo going after him, where it's like, niggas comment shit and he's just straight up like, comic issue. Like, go find me the issue number where this shit happens. I seen someone else talking about his wife said that he didn't want this. And I'm like, bro, niggas really get on here and spit out a whole bunch of yabba dabba nothing.
Yeah. Like, it's never happened.
That shit is phenomenally absurd. And it's mainly because this, like, what did you just type in? Niggas can go to YouTube and pull this shit up. Like, you can pull up his brother talking. You can pull up his brother talking about what his wife wants. You can pull up his brother talking about what the family wants. Yep. You can pull up Chadwick in interviews talking about how no role is prominent to one actor, or how he feels that way. Not saying it's not or it is, but in this particular situation, he explicitly says that he feels that it's not. And so to not recast someone, just to go back into how I feel, to not recast someone who explicitly says, I believe in recasting, essentially, and then to go and, I've never believed in this, but to lie on a dead man's name and say he said this and that, never been my cup of tea. And I don't even know the nigga. I'd never lie on a random nigga's name, dead at least. Shit, if I die, I give y'all permission, lie on my name all y'all want. But me personally, I've never been the type to on my dead this and that. And it's like, that's basically what you're doing whenever you say, it's almost like whenever you go back and try to prosecute a dead man for his crimes or some shit, like this shit with Michael Jackson. Like, they want to go get the money from, he's not here, defend his name, whatever, this and that. It's the same situation with everything. Like, shit don't make sense to go after and say shit when the nigga's not here. When he was here, no one talked about recasting any other roles. In the joke, no one had a problem with the Joker. No one had a problem with any other roles being recasted. So I've said it from the jump. I never understand the problem of people's. I never understand the issue of saying he is Black Panther. He can't be I don't understand that. Like, I don't understand why the nigga can't be recast when I've watched millions of niggas be millions of niggas.
I mean, like I said, it's just it's the constant conversation.
I don't know. Maybe I am a little more respectful than I thought, because like
that shit is so fake to me. Like, to just go and be wrong on a nigga who's dead.
Well, it's like I've been saying.
Even if he's alive, but especially when they're dead, and they've already left proof in the pudding of what they want.
I mean, like I said, I've said it since day one. I've said it day 101, 301, whatever fucking day we're on now with it. It is.
It's got to be 365, nigga. The year. I mean, it's got to be longer than a year too, because they announced they're not recasting them. How long before the movie? Because the movie came out after COVID.
They announced that in 2020.
I was gonna say it's been 3 years or so, like before COVID. So it's maybe a year anniversary of the movie and shit, but it's been a 2.5 year fight for a minute now, like.
Yep, like I said, it's an ongoing battle. So I shown the video last week or whenever I did that stream, week before last, showed that video of Chadwick himself talking yet again about, it was another video that I said you can add to your arsenal of Chadwick yet again talking about more things to do with why BP is important and all of those things. It's like I said, so you got TJ from Twitter saying what he said here.
My fault, y'all. I'll be back.
Where he said, it's Marvel, y'all are mad as fuck because Marvel loves and respects Chadwick and won't recast the character. And I thought that first part was funny. The Marvel loves and respects Chadwick so much. Well, TJ, again, this is why I say people should, again, stay out of spaces that you're not knowledgeable in, and that you just come in swinging thinking you know everything, and that what you saw, like I forget who said that there, I think it was Quincy, said what you saw in a Twitter comment or in the comment section of social media somewhere. If Marvel loved and respected Chadwick, as you so boldly put in your statement there, they would have loved and respected what Chadwick said he wanted done if something was to happen with the role being passed on. He always thought that the role should have been passed on, not just that role, any role. He believes that no role should be fit to one singular actor. Yes, there are singular actors that can body a role, but that does not mean, as in the examples I've used before, but we'll show them again. Why not? We'll say it again. Heath Ledger and Joaquin Phoenix is one of my favorites to use, but I use that one because Heath Ledger, I adore him as Joker. I thought to myself when I saw that film in 2008 that that's it. Nobody else is ever going to top that, and I still believe no one else is going to top that. But had I said no one else can ever play the Joker again because Heath Ledger passed away and his legacy leaves this and that, blah, 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 we wouldn't have gotten the brilliant Joaquin Phoenix performance. And I've used that example plenty of times. Like I said, it's my favorite one. But all of those things. So if you, as you boldly put, TJ, if that was the case, then Marvel would have loved and respected what he wanted done there, as I said, as he pointed out many times. But that I think was at maybe, where are we at? What, 4 wrongs, 3 wrongs now? Whatever. You're wrong. The whole thing's wrong.
I was gonna say the list goes on.
Then he said, and won't recast the character he, as I already mentioned, as he talked about he as if he created him, played, and you're just making shit up and not trying to hear all that. And my reply to this one was just from sorry, I forget what movie that is with Adam Sandler, but it's the, where he says, everyone in this room is now dumber having heard it. So, because none of that makes sense. And one of the things last thing I'm going to show here on this thing is I'm just going to play that last part because I've showed this before. I'm going to show it again because maybe you weren't here, maybe you didn't watch it. I'm just skipping to where Chadwick talked. If you want to watch the whole thing, you can YouTube this video. I'll post the link in the chat if you like, where you can go watch the video that I clipped from the conversation we had about it. But this is Chadwick again. Because he used Chadwick's name a lot, so I thought, okay, well, since he's using a dead man's name and this unfortunate passing of this man, exactly. So let's I guess he sat down with Chadwick and knew him. Let's hear it from the man's name he's using so much. So let's hear it from Chad.
One man said, "As a man thinketh, so is he." Another man said, "Words have power." In the Matrix, and forgive me for using an alternate reference here. The Oracle says, would you have broken it if I hadn't said it, right? Stan Lee has taken words, taken his vision, placed them inside bubbles, placed them beside pictures with fantastic characters with extraordinary abilities. And he has made us believe in those universes and in those worlds. And in doing so, we as humans aspire to be better just like those characters. Those stories have helped us get through cancer. They have helped us when we were bullied at school. They have taken the pressure off us when the daily weight of life is just too much. And in aspiring to be better, the characters have shown us what it means to have extraordinary power, for sometimes we also have power. It shows us how to use that power. The difference between an enemy and a superhero is that responsibility, how they use that moment. This has never been exhibited better than when Stan Lee created Black Panther. When he created Black Panther, he created it in a time, it's 1966, you have to think about what was going on in that time. Vietnam War, Civil Rights Movement, the beginning of the Black Power movement, and the ideologies that were spoken of, that were displayed in Black Panther. You have to think about, it's beyond civil rights, it's Black empowerment. We as African Americans were not just victims, we're not just the colonized, we're not just slaves. We were kings and queens. We were an advanced scientific nation. We were proud. We had secrets. We had abilities beyond what other people knew. So when I think of what you did and the time you did it in, and I think of the fact that many people thought that that would be an impossible movie to make, right? The best creators are those who create things that continue to assist in the creative process, that continue to generate. We as human beings are an example of that. But the stories continue to create. It's exhibited in the fact that we have live action films, we have animations. The stories continue to be written by great writers, but they were first created inside his mind and inside others' minds. Stan Lee, what you have done is godly to a certain extent. So the impression that you have made is just, that we will see right here, is just an example of the impression that you have made on all of us. So I thank you as T'Challa, as Black Panther, and I ask the question again, would it have happened if he hadn't said it, if he hadn't written it, if he hadn't drawn it? No, it would not.
Okay, so
I got one thing to say.
Go ahead.
I want to go first because that's the only thing I got to say. The characters tell the stories. From the horse's mouth itself, the characters tell the stories. Marvel eliminated the character. There are so many stories that they eliminated within that. And so, that clip right there at 5 seconds, the characters tell the stories. Mm-hmm. That shit, eliminating the character of T'Challa eliminated so many characters that are stories that come with them. And so, that's the biggest piece I took from that. There's so many things that nigga was such an incredible speaker.
Yeah.
But that's the biggest point I took from it, just for this point that we're trying to not even prove, but
yeah. Yeah, I mean that's it. And like I said, now in that video, because I was talking before that video, I was saying how, Chad has spoken many times about how he wanted it to be, the role to be passed on and things like that. I did not play that video. Obviously in that video he was not discussing that. He was more discussing the importance of the character and, blah, 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 what you heard. things that we've all been talking about for 2 years now. But if you would like to see that video where he talks about the importance of the roles being passed on, that video is in not just mine. You find any recaster, any pro recasters, YouTube videos with T'Challa and why it's important to recast him. That is a video that everyone uses as ammo, and anytime it's used on Twitter, as I've mentioned before, everyone hushes. No anti-recasters can have a rebuttal to it, because it's from the person that they're saying. As to get back to the person here, the person they were saying, TJ, saying, it's what Chadwick wanted and blah blah blah. So anyway, that I shared that because that was an annoying moment on Twitter this week, because it was just a lot of people coming in saying stupid shit, thinking they know shit again about this movement, about the character, the franchise, etc. Which led to this article being posted. And again, I did not know this was a year ago, and I really don't care to read it, and I don't think we are. And the reason I don't care to read and I don't think we are is because, as I've said many times, I don't give a fuck about what your theories are for Black Panther 3, 33, 50. I don't care. Because if T'Challa's not in it, and because in all these theories, it obviously T'Challa's going to be absent. I've not read this, but obviously T'Challa's going to be absent because it's for Black Panther 3. So I don't care to read the theories. I don't fuck your theories about T'Challa's absence and whatever's going to happen to Wakanda, what's going to happen within the Black Panther franchise in the MCU. So that, if you want to read that, there's the title of it right there. That's something else I can post in the chat if you want to read. This is from the August 29, 2022. 10 theories about Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, according to Reddit. So, yay about that. But the last thing to it's the same thing within all this, and we'll just go to answering questions because this is the last thing to talk about here that I had on the, besides Loki and the Marvels. And that is, this was also posted on Twitter and something that I was tagged in. I was not tagged in this. I wasn't tagged in this, but this just got posted and got asked in general. And that was the question, because no one's really heard about Nate Moore since, I want to say the last time we've talked about Nate Moore was Cap 4 and the struggle story stuff. I think that's the last time we talked about Nate Moore. But Nate Moore hasn't done anything that I've seen drastic in the MCU as far as like saying some crazy outlandish token shit. But someone asked if Kevin Feige leaves Marvel Studios, because that's the rumor that Kevin Feige after the reboot is leaving, and he says he's not, but we don't know. I don't know. Who knows if he really is leaving to go to Star Wars for Lucasfilm or any other place, to try to build them up or whatever. Who knows? Would y'all be mad if Nate Moore took control? Kind of feel like I know the answers already, and there were a lot of people that commented back to this.
Before we even get into that, shout out to Stephen Dunn again for the
super
chat. Before we even get off the topic, he said, "The layers of disrespect of a dead black man is the greatest silent commentary on the lack of intrinsic values our lives/voices really have in life or in death, unless utilized for the benefit of others."
Yeah, I agree.
No, yeah, unless shit.
It's
Perfectly stated.
Yeah.
Like, unless it's used to benefit someone else in power or anything, they're not ever going to use the proof. But
no.
Yeah. No, if it's something the family wanted or he himself wanted, that's not what the big corporation wants or some shit like that, not going to have it.
No.
So, no, I completely agree. Appreciate it again.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate that. Thank you, Steven, for that. There were a lot of comments on this, and as I stated in mine, there's just not enough characters to even to plainly, accurately put as to the reason why this man should not only not take control of Marvel, but shouldn't even be employed at Marvel. But who cares what I think? Professor Film Fan said, I would love to hear answers from others on here. And then Cornelius is the first one. Cornelius said, I think he's one of the issues at the executive level under Feige, from what we can speculate. And if you listen to how Feige talks versus Moore, it's almost as if their thoughts on storytelling don't align. I.e., Kevin wants cast and writers to know source material. Moore said the opposite, and we just talked about that earlier. How he has said the opposite. He said it's a red flag and this and that and things like that. And I also said this in mine. We've said this before too. Nate Moore is not when it comes to Nate Moore getting in front of cameras and speaking, I want to just put this into perspective here, just for a moment. Nate Moore was really prominent. His name was really prominent in the news when it came to Marvel news, rather. During what time? What film? The Black film, right? Because as we all have talked about, Nate Moore seems to be the token spokesperson for all Black things Marvel. So, have you heard Nate Moore talking about anything since Black? No, because he's back in his cocoon. Why? He's the token. So you're not going to hear Nate Moore align with Kevin Feige, because he's supposed to come out here and he's the black face, and that's all. That's it. That's it. He's no more. That's it. So then Ashra said no to the MCU. Steve Urkel, Terry Thompson said, you may as well say goodbye to all the Black superheroes, and that's what I mean. Because it's the last time we did hear from Nate Moore was him talking about how Cap 4 needs to be somewhat of a struggle story for Sam, as if we haven't watched Sam struggle all the time he's been in the MCU. And I'm not even an Anthony Mackie fan like that, but I don't want to watch Anthony Mackie sit and struggle through a whole Again, I watched it in Falcon and Winter Soldier, and the example I use time after time, and I'm going to use it every time, is he's an Avenger that couldn't get a loan from the bank. Meanwhile, Scott was getting free fucking ice cream and waved by everybody, people wearing his backpacks and shit like that, and Ant-fucking-Man hasn't even been here and involved in as much as Falcon has been in the MCU in the events of the Infinity Saga. So you tell me what you see the difference in there. But I'm going to continue. Namor said, Nate Moore, you mean the guy who says it's a red flag if a writer or director is a fan of the comics? Yeah, he can leave and no one would care. Yep, someone said, you, this dude. Someone said that Kevin Feige would never. He built the MCU. Oh, Mary Matt, how I encourage you to come join some streams, buddy. Is that all the comments that we can see there? I thought this thing kind of. Or was it more so just the 10 comments and the?
There's probably comments on like quoted retweets and shit.
I don't think you can see because that's gonna make me retweet it, isn't it?
It's weird.
Yeah.
You have to go to like your replies and then click the comments.
Oh no! See, that's doing a lot. But yeah, there were people that just said several different things about it, and like I said, no. Just to sum it up, I'm not going to be winded. I'm not even going to say anything about it other than no. Just no. Mm-hmm. Just no. Every black character, as the comment said, would get shelved. You could say goodbye to everyone, or it'd be some type of story, struggle story. Did someone hurt Nate? Did we talk about that? Was he hurt when he was younger? I didn't know if he struggled growing up, and he thought maybe that was like something he needed to emulate on screen. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, if he's like, I don't know. And that's, hey, therapy, that is a real thing. I don't know if they offer that in the employment package at Marvel Studios, but if they do, I'd seek that because, and take Ryan, because he seems to, I don't know if it's like, how old is Nate? Did they grow up? Was it same place? They grew up together?
Lamar say, nigga need no therapy. Nigga need no therapy sounds stupid.
Yeah. So there's no news as far as Black Panther goes. I just wanted to share that because my phone is constant with Recast T'Challa on Twitter, so I'm constantly getting tagged in things, and this was just the things I thought I'd share with you guys we were tagged in this week. I thought TJ was pretty funny. I thought that the Nate Moore question was pretty funny and interesting, and yeah, so that's that. We can touch those comments, and we'll just finish with, Marvels and Loki. That's it.
Raptor said, token goober, if you ask me. He doesn't need to oversee anything when butchering franchises for his stupid agendas is all he's ever done.
Yeah.
Cornelius said, and they're doing his entire movie. He's executive producing, which so Sam Wilson's Captain America: Brave New World. So that says a lot.
Yeah.
That they have 6 months of reshoots for it. Yeah, no. Niggas didn't like that first little test screening of Cap. I don't know if you heard that or whatever.
Oh, I heard it. Yeah, I heard it.
JD said, I guess actors will have to start saying, I look forward to seeing what the next actor does with the character. Andre said, no, Nate Moore needs to go as far away from any black characters in any movie.
Yep.
And then Cornelius said, and please don't let this dude touch Blue Marvel. Zang Beto said, please take Ryan and his self-insert version of Killmonger with him. And then a couple more. He said, Steven said his primary function is only that of a token.
Yeah, that's all he is. He's...
Zang Beto also said Nate looks like he puts raisins in his mac and cheese.
He does.
Raymond said, if Nate Moore took over Marvel, just throw the universe away. And then B. Smith said, who cares about lion-ass Nate?
Yeah, that is true. Who gives a damn about lion-ass Nate?
Last one. Cornelius said, I think Feige needs to appoint a whole new executive team under him before he goes to Star Wars or whatever he does.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, hopefully that nigga has his understudy.
I agree. Well, there's that on the things going on there, or not things going on, just the ignorance, I guess, going on,
In the world of recast T'Challa,
yeah.
Ain't nothing changed.
Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. But now, let's see. So last thing here is just really, like I said, Marvels and Loki. Really didn't get to say everything we kind of wanted to say on both those topics Thursday night, because it was a little late, and saw Marvels that night and saw Loki right after, and then streamed right after, and just had to jump onto things. But as I said about the Marvels, I thought it was a good film. It's a fine film. It's not really, it's not. I mean, how do I? It's really nothing. I mean, it's nothing that I'm about to sit and like. I hate using that term unless it's really necessary, because I really don't feel like it's nothing to write home about. But it's okay. It's fine.
It was fun.
Yeah, it was definitely fun. It was funner than anything else we've had lately.
No, it was fun. It wasn't.
Other than Guardians.
Plot-wise, it wasn't good, great, bad. I mean, I guess the term aggressively okay is it, but I mean, more on the side of like super aggressively okay, I guess.
Yeah.
I had fun. I think if we had better intros and more time before with the characters because the chemistry they had with no previous meetings or anything, I felt like was fine. I enjoyed it. I think that's what made the movie fun, was the way they interacted with each other. I didn't think it looked bad graphically. I couldn't spot too much where I was like, CGI is bad here, it looks bad. It looked fine in the sense of that. I liked the ending of the movie and the post-credit in terms of getting started, building a new team with the Young Avengers, and knowing, kind of getting that hint that Kamala Khan might be the leader and probably is going to put the team together and everything, and getting that tie back into the X-Men and everything. I had fun. I'd really compare it to Black Adam. Like, it wasn't great, bad, good. I went and had fun. I'd watch it again. Action scenes were fine with me. Like I said, I think the only thing I'd want to elaborate on was Darbin. Like, we both said I don't think that her goals made her a villain in any way.
Yeah.
She simply wanted to save or give her people a country or a world to live on and ignite the sun. Like, if we wanted to, she could have went to Captain Marvel and just asked for a deal or some shit. Like, can you fly through? Like, there was really no need for her to be a villain or anything, especially how
Why did Captain Marvel not know that she could do that?
Yeah, no. Especially previously, stating that Captain Marvel is one of the ones that they showcased that could go head to head with Thanos and everything, and so I don't know why they thought let's make her next villain Darvin, as we're making Captain Marvel stronger and giving her a team. But I mean, I can get people saying the movie was bad, they didn't like it. I mean, it wasn't the best, and so I understand it. I mean, it's not like I'd be like, oh, you're wrong, and argue with people who didn't like it. But I think I definitely argue with people who still dislike Brie Larson and stuff. I'm not seeing anything. As I personally enjoyed all the casting and everything like that.
Yeah.
I thought the cat scene. I enjoyed the cat scene.
I
thought the musical would be cornier than it was. I could sit through. I know. I like when it started. I was about to get up and go piss, but then I was just like, you know what? Fuck it.
I forgot about it until they got there and she started saying the shit. I was like, oh, this is it. I said it's happening.
No, I looked back at it. He said it's happening.
I was like,
but
oh.
No, yeah, I mean, could I have done without watching it? Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, you're not missing nothing if
it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. When you read it.
Yeah, but my thing is, you still wouldn't be really missing anything if you didn't watch it.
No.
There's really no ties to the universe or
it
like
was just
someone
her saying
like
she needs help.
Yeah, like someone said earlier, no stakes or anything. Like I guess the only thing we got is, and I feel like there is no Marvel's team if we're gonna have Kamala going and putting together the Young Avengers. She's not gonna be a part of two teams, I don't think. Brie Larson saying she wants that, I don't even know. So it's like, it's really just a fun go watch it for whatever. If you want to spend the money, if not, wait for it. Throw it on for some background, watch the good scenes, but
she put out a she didn't. Marvel, I'm assuming, wanted her to do it, and blah, blah. I don't know if I don't remember whose account it was posted from, but it was just her 10-second video of her saying, hi, it's me, Brie Larson. Thank you for supporting this movie. It means so much. Hope you guys go see it, blah, blah, blah. What do they say? Harder, faster, stronger? Whatever the fuck she says.
Yeah.
Whatever the fuck. She's like she's about to cry. Not only she's about to cry, it was very awkward because she doesn't. It's not her. It's not her. It's what she's been made to feel. It's now. She's so disconnected from this character. She does not care. I don't even want to say she doesn't care about the character. She's just defeated.
Yeah.
I mean, defeated.
No hope.
You can't post. You can't even type in the Marvels on YouTube without almost every thumbnail being like Carol with red eyes, or I'm sorry, Carol, Brie with red eyes, or something saying that she's doing this, or I don't. Yeah, it's so. I feel bad for her. I do. I really do. It's unwarranted. It always has been. But as far as the film goes, as I said, it's not something that I'm saying support it, go see the film, but what I'm saying, the reason I said it like that was to say because I know a lot of people aren't. So it is something that you can watch for fun at home on Disney Plus. It's a great little fun time. Honestly, until the post-credit scene and the rip in reality, it does seem inconsequential to the current stakes of what's going on in the MCU, and I mean, I guess you could still say it's inconsequential because nothing really happened outside of Monica being now in a different universe. It's not as if that universe affected ours in any way, from what we could see from now. I mean, who knows what plots or whatever are going to be drummed up in the next movie, but it's just, it's fine. It's fine. Again, it was never one of those things from us over here where we were saying, because I even got slack on it from Twitter when I said what I said. People saying, well, there is a strike going on, and there is a strike going on. That's no one was debating the strike or any of those things like that. It is right now the lowest, I believe, box office MCU film. I don't know the numbers for it. We won't know that until after tomorrow, the opening weekend and everything like that. But it's no one's watching the Marvels. No one's watching the Marvels, and It's not that the film's a bad film. It's that no one's watching it because of the climate of Marvel. No one watched Loki season 2 either. It's just, it is what it is. Marvel's got some holes to dig themselves out of, some trust to regain, and people to get back in seats. But until they do that, until that trust is regained, it's not gonna be where you're seeing people watching every Marvel thing like they were before. And as I said last weekend, Thursday, I think I said it, talking about Loki and everything, I think a lot of people are at the point too where they're going to go see the things they want to see, i.e. Guardians of the Galaxy 3. You saw how great that did, saw how terrible Quantumania did, and it came out after Quantumania. And Quantumania is a story that's supposed to be integral to telling what's going currently on, and Guardians was its own isolated story that had nothing to do with it. As you're seeing Marvel fans going to see things that they want to see, and it's also turning into one of those things where if it's not, and maybe this is for some, maybe not for others, because I think some people don't even give a fuck about the current story being told, but I think it's one of those things where people are like, if it's not inconsequential, or if it's inconsequential to the current story being told, like then I don't care. So, but I thought it was a fine film. I'll definitely watch it again. I tried to watch it last night on that website, but it's a very terrible showing right now. But it's a good one. I liked it. I thought Kamala Khan was great. Aman, she was great. She really was. Captain, what she said about Captain Marvel was funny. I mean, there were so many funny scenes with her. She was emotional when she needed to be. And to think she got the role off WhatsApp. She was emotional when she needed to be. She was funny and humorous when she needed to be. She was a hero in action when she needed to be. She was a kid when she, it was great. It was great. And again, I saw somebody saying, oh, you don't need to watch. I think it was the director, not the director. It wasn't Nia DaCosta. It was somebody else involved with the film that said, no, you don't really need to watch, or you don't need to watch Ms. Marvel to understand this film. And no, you don't, or WandaVision to understand it. You don't have to watch either. But I will say, I think it does add to it if you if you had watched those. Some people that didn't watch Ms. Marvel probably didn't understand what's the whole drawing stuff at the beginning. Well, if you watch Ms. Marvel, the entire show was like that, and it's just her. It's just a lot of little details and little things like that. Like it does help knowing who Kamala is. I mean, most of the shit centers around her home at first anyway, her family and everything. So it helps, but good movie. I think it's fine. It's it's just I as I told Henry, I leaned over to him. I said, we just got to get to Deadpool. We just got to get to Deadpool. That's it. Just got to get there. So as far as Loki goes, though, I know. Q, do you want to go first on that one? I know what you said. You just kind of want to reiterate what you said Thursday.
Yeah, no, I mean, finale. Yeah. I mean, aggressively. I thought it was mid. I didn't. Underwhelming I'm tired of the directors and people who are running the shows coming out and saying the finale, this and that, is going to be the best yet, and this and that. And I said it Thursday. I thought episode 4 of Loki was the best episode, and just to have episode 5, we knew what we were getting into and everything, with the backstories and a little bit of lives and just on the actual timeline of how they lived and just why they are how they are in the TV. I enjoyed it. I knew what I was getting, and I liked it. Okay. But for episode 6 to have so many plot holes, I feel like, and not a lot of it really explained, and then Tom Hiddleston came out yesterday in an interview and said essentially he came out. I mean, we know he's not done, but he made it seem like he was done and everything. And so it's like, there's just so many questions I have, and I feel like the finale didn't really answer anything, in my opinion. I feel like it was just, we watched the same scene over and over. I mean, and I knew that's exactly what was going to happen whenever I saw that happen in 5 or in episode 4 of him going and figuring that out and everything. And I was like, it's just, it's going to end how the end of Doctor Strange. Knowing that nigga's my favorite character, I just seen that's what they do. And so I just wish that more questions were answered in terms, I mean, if you wanted examples, I don't really understand. I mean, I get this nigga Loki sitting in the center of time holding everything together, but then again, I don't. Is he there forever? Is he is Kang gonna try and get that nigga out? He always said he wanted to be on a throne. He's on his throne.
Right.
Cool. We got his glorious purpose. I understand all that, but is there a did the show writer think of like, is there a next for him?
What's the out?
Yeah, no. And
is there an out?
We got the TVAs restarted and everything, but it's gonna be crazy how we go from, oh, the TVA is just now getting reestablished to, oh, they're about to now be traveling through the multiverse and taking variants in Deadpool and everything. I feel like that part is a little bit confusing and everything. And so, no Kang, as we both stated, not too much on Kang. Even with Victor Timely, it's like, did we really get much of Victor Timely whenever we watch? I mean, I feel like half his, we told we're going to get him in half the episodes. Half of his Jonathan Major's screen time was that nigga dying in that loop. Like, shit. If anything, I'm less intimidated than I've watched the nigga die 8, 9, 10, 12 times. They left that scene in the trailers of Ravonna in the Void like it was something that meant something to the story. I don't know what Ravonna's doing in the Void. Right. I don't know what Miss Minutes is doing. They made it
seeming like they restarted her.
Yeah, but they made it seem like she was some villain or something, like she had some bigger overall goal. Like, now, I mean, so essentially we don't know where Kang is. We don't know where Victor Timely is. We don't know where Loki can go. We don't know where Ravonna can go. We don't know how long we don't know the timeline. I don't get the jump centuries ahead whenever I said it all Thursday, like, they jumped centuries ahead when the main goal was that they're not getting it done fast enough. So I don't know. I just feel like it was rushed. 6 episodes fucked them over. I mean, I'm not saying it was bad. I enjoyed it. Yeah. I'm interested in the fact that I can question Marvel and everything, and maybe that's what I need. But I think there was much better routes to go in the finale and everything. But I still think that nigga Jonathan Majors, if he remains Kang, that nigga's bodying that shit though. No, like, he is. The way his dialogue with Loki and everything, that is beautiful. But I said it Thursday. I don't like how they made it seem like Loki has to kill Sylvie and then he still goes a different route and everything. Like, I think that should have been a point in his character arc where he has to do what has to be done.
I agree. He should have killed her.
And then whatever the repercussions are, I don't know. I don't know. But, hey, he found his purpose. He found another way to keep the timeline intact and sacred and everything. Mm-hmm. And I feel like there's obviously going to be consequences because all those new timelines did develop and everything. And this nigga can time skip. And so I feel like we don't know a lot, if I'm being honest. Right. I feel like for a finale and you saying you knew you weren't going to have a third season, a lot of people are saying it was like the perfect ending to his character arc or chat, but I feel like it wasn't. I feel like I'm lost. I don't know. Does he end a hero because he saved time? Like, is that, I guess, but that shit is, there's still more at stake in my opinion too, because every time you touch the multiverse, I feel like, does that not mess with time? Anytime you're going back in time, there's just, I don't know.
I mean, there's a lot of questions,
Finale was mid, though. That would be my opinion. I didn't see it as the best thing ever. I think there are 3 or 4 episodes of Loki season 1 and 2. I think the first finale was better.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
I'm not gonna go into everything I said on Thursday. I'm just gonna say, this one of the overall things that I said Thursday was just, it was okay. It wasn't mind blowing like a lot of people were saying that it was going to be. The people that got to previously view it, like they all do. You mentioned that, but for me, it's the question of establishing Kang and the how many more projects are we going to go through without Kang actually really being established as the overarching villain here, the puppeteer pulling all the strings and things like that. Yeah, you had the scene there with He Remains, and which I like that part and things like that, but I figured that I was thinking that I was going to ask that in our reaction video. I was thinking, like, how is Kang not caught on to, how does he not know, if he knows he controls time, he has to know that this is a loop, that Loki keeps playing in. So, it's just that part was fine and everything like that. But again, I'm talking Kang. I'm talking the Conqueror. I'm not talking Victor or these other variants of Kang. I'm talking about the one that is supposed to be this menacing villain that we're supposed to, as the audience, be fearful for our heroes. And I'm not fearful. One, I don't even give a fuck about our current heroes, so I'm not fearful of their deaths or what he would do to them. I encourage it. Nor do I fear Kang as a viewer, because you've given me no reason to fear Kang. You've given me zero reason to fear Kang at all. So it wasn't what I expected it was going to be. At all. It wasn't. The final 2 episodes were actually more underwhelming for me than I expected. I enjoyed episode 4 a lot more than I enjoyed the final 2. Not to say I disliked the final 2. It just wasn't what I expected. So with Loki's season finale coming to a close, you've had a lot of people asking, the questions of, what's Tom Hiddleston going? Not what's he going to do. The question was, the writer, one of the writers had come out, or directors had come out and said at the time Marvel had no plans for a Loki season 3. But then Tom Hiddleston sat down with Jimmy Fallon? He sat down with, and it made it seem like he wasn't going to continue on as Loki. And a lot of people were like, questioning some of those things and like that. So we're going to listen to what he told Jimmy Fallon here, and then we'll give our thoughts on it.
I mean, if you haven't seen it, no, I will not spoil it for you. But I will say this: it all comes full circle. And
that's a great. Well, he knows how to do it. Yeah, he knows how to do it.
I mean, it is a kind of it's the conclusion to season 2. It's also the conclusion to seasons 1 and 2. It's also the conclusion to 6 films and 12 episodes and 14 years of my life. I think in the finale,
14 years.
14 years. I was 29 when I was cast. I'm 42 now.
Crazy.
It's been a journey.
Good for you. Congratulations, man.
Thank you. But
you did a great job. You've done a great job.
But in the finale, I do think in the finale there are echoes and resonances of every version of Loki that I've played. And I think, without spoiling it, the episode is called Glorious Purpose.
Well, that's your
and
life.
if you remember, in the first Avengers film, Loki comes down to Earth, looks straight at Sam Jackson as Nick Fury, and I say, I'm Loki of Asgard, I'm burdened with glorious purpose. And he's arrogant, and he's hubristic, and he's entitled, and he's puffed up, and he's going to take over the world. And then, it doesn't go so well for him. We've all seen Infinity War. Face to face with Thanos.
Yes.
Not so glorious.
Yeah.
At the beginning of season 1, Mobius, played by Owen Wilson, the best ever.
He's so good in this.
And
he's great, and he's also really funny in this
hilarious.
too. Yeah.
But he basically shows Loki that the glorious purpose was a fallacy, and he gets kind of a second chance. And that, I think, was the most exciting thing about this show, was seeing Loki try to rethink and rediscover that sense of purpose, which we can all relate to. I think we all wonder if we're in charge of our own story.
Yeah.
Can a leopard change his spots? Do we have any free will? And in exercising your free will, you make choices in your own life. You get a black coffee or a latte or a cappuccino. That's a choice. I mean, it's a small choice.
It's all a choice.
Yeah, every choice you make adds up to the picture of your life. And do those choices inform your purpose? And I think all of us as people want happy lives, but we also want lives with a purpose. And that's really what the show is talking about.
It's very good. That's a great way to describe it without spoiling.
In the end, it comes back to meaning and identity and family, which is really what Loki's always been about. It's always been about purpose and family.
Yeah. So, and it's obviously, it kind of goes back to the whole Robert Downey Jr. thing. For those people that are like, oh, we're going to miss you, Tom Hiddleston, please don't go. Well, he's not, because obviously Loki is going to play a major role. He's one of the only people right now outside of the TVA who even know who the fuck Kang is, who knows what's going on. He Who Remains is not dead. When he left that moment, he left He Who Remains, knowing that he still lived. So he remains told Loki, you destroy the loom, even though Loki's holding it, and now basically the tree and everything, the new loom basically. He said you destroy it, you cause a war. The war is still coming, and Loki still has to play a part in that war.
No, and they literally said, "I'll find another way." And
Yeah.
And then he remains. Loose said, and he's like, "Okay."
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like
Loki, he was like, "So have at it," and then he kept playing the Sylvie thing. He's like, "So have at it," and then he started it again.
Yeah, so Loki outside of Ant-Man again and the TVA are the only people in whatever adjacent universe Kang did something in adjacent to 616. The only people that know who Kang are, or whatever other universes Kang has conquered or tormented. Here in 616, it's gonna be like when Hulk landed in Kamar-Taj, or not Kamar-Taj.
He might actually come kill Ant-Man.
Yeah, when he landed in the Sanctum.
I remember you.
And they said he said he's coming, and they said who's coming? He's Thanos, and they said
imagine
who?
that shit. The nigga Ant-Man, the first one. I remember you. You get justified for the ants killing him. Come here, Scott.
So it's like I'm telling you, no, Loki's not going anywhere. Tom Hiddleston was just saying it's been a full 14-year circle for him. Loki is finally at that point of that burden with glorious purpose, sitting on the throne and things like that. That does not mean the story for Loki is concluded.
That nigga has a purpose now.
Yeah. So
and for him,
and it's got to be continued with everything going on with Secret Wars and all the stories coming up. So where are we going to see Loki next? I couldn't tell you that. Outside of Kang Dynasty and Secret Wars, if there's anything before that, I don't know. But no, Loki, I don't believe is obviously not done. But
what can we?
This is what My Time to Shine posted, and she said she wanted to wait until everybody saw the trailer, the finale for Loki before she went and told how it tied into Deadpool 3. So she tweeted spoilers. So anybody in the chat right now that you don't like spoilers, you don't want to hear what's going to happen or how it all connects or works or any of that, now's your time.
Get out of town.
But she goes on to say, spoilers. The events of Deadpool 3 take place after the Loki Season 2 finale. The TVA got word that the Kangs are gathering and a new multiversal war is about to start. So they create an army of multiversal heroes, mostly from dying worlds, to fight the Council of Kangs. Mr. Paradox is replacing Mobius. Mobius was going to be, as you all know, Mobius was going to play a huge role. Mobius was going to be in it for a while and could still have a cameo, but they decided to just leave him out of this story. He'll be back in full in the Avengers films. And then she goes on to say, and is trying to recruit Wolverine. Deadpool, who's in prison, who's a prisoner at the TVA after messing with time, hears about it and escapes. His plan is to get Wolverine to come with him instead, so they could become BFFs. That's just a synopsis, I guess, there from My Time to Shine. Hello. So that is a scooper. Take that with a grain of salt. But that all lines up with some of the things we do know. As far as Mr. Paradox replacing Mobius, obviously that does line up and kind of make sense with what we just watched in the finale. Mobius is no longer part of the TVA, so why would he then be joining the TVA to be so at one point that probably was on the table, but it's now been taken off. So that's how that kind of all ties there with the TVA and things like that. We all knew from the prior leaks that they were going to be trying to build the multiversal team of Avengers to take on one of the many Kangs that's going on, or many different Kangs, if not just one. So, don't know when we're seeing Loki again, but as I keep saying, I did enjoy it. It was fine. I just want to get to Deadpool.
Yeah.
That's it.
I think that's everyone's feeling.
Everyone. We all just really want to get there already because I need to see some more connectivity and things and all that and just have fun with that movie in general. But that's that. If anybody has, we'll just do questions and things for a brief moment here, see what everybody's saying, and then we'll call that one. What's everybody saying there?
Gray said, Hiddleston, Majors, and Owen Wilson put on an acting clinic in both seasons. Kang's definitely adding some cans of Ray to his arsenal next time around.
Yeah.
Raymond said finale made things more convoluted. Is that how you convoluted? Convolted? Yeah. Man,
I didn't even
my
see
GPA
the
is so
comment.
low, in my opinion. But because watching the MCU currently is painful, convoluted, I think is what it is. You know, I didn't go to college. My fault. Zang Beto said, I'm going to tune out of the MCU if the Young Avengers take center stage. If Brie Larson leaves the MCU, who do you want to replace her with?
I don't know, honestly. She is leaving, but I don't know. To be Captain Marvel.
Andre said, do y'all think they should have scrapped the Marvels in Quantumania or just written better stories?
Nope, just wrote better stories. That's all. Quantumania should have been... I've already said that. I mean, it's just a long, drawn-out rant, but Quantumania should have been really a... just guiding light of what's to come, and it wasn't.
The Triggerman said, I would probably hang with He Who Remains.
No, that nigga seemed like a cool ass nigga to smoke with.
We don't even have too many. We only have a couple more. Omega said, I really love the the RIP He Who Remains line. He is so funny. And he said, RIP HWR.
I like when he said, how is Victor timely?
W. I enjoyed it.
I just wish we would have got to see like him fight back a little.
Yeah.
Like in the sense of when Sylvie tried to kill him or like Loki
Yeah.
I don't know. I just wanted to see something.
B. Smith said, this is the problem with having non-comic book writers handle these stories. They don't understand Loki Prime.
Yep.
Zang Beto said, I don't see myself buying a Marvel ticket until T'Challa is back on screen. And B. Smith responded that you may need to wait 20 more years. Gray said he hated how they handled Carol and Monica.
Oh, great. Did you see it? When did you see it? Yesterday? Today?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm caught up on all of them.
It's caught up. All right. Well, yeah, like I said,
that is all of them.
I knew we would be in here for a while because there were several things we wanted to cover and kind of touch on with everyone, and just
5 hours, I think.
Yeah, just a lot of different things. So definitely appreciate everybody hanging out with
Gray
us.
said he saw it yesterday.
Oh, yesterday. Okay. Definitely appreciate everybody hanging out with us and being here this for this time. Obviously, we'll be back Wednesday for our regular scheduled stream, and that'll be more news from I guess starting whatever is going on Sunday up till then. So we'll be with you guys to cover it. Loki is concluded, so we'll be back with our regular stream on Thursday as well. Regular news stream then. So we'll see you all then. We appreciate, again, everyone hanging out. Appreciate the super chats. Appreciate all the engagement. Appreciate the likes. If you haven't liked this video, please do so. Go ahead and like this stream. Yeah, it was. And like I said, for those that do not know, I will go ahead and let you all know. I'm about to, well, not about to. Well, yeah, about to. I need to just finish some things up at the office, and then I will be back at home, working from home again. Since I'm going to be back working from home again, I will be back to the regular streams that we used to do prior to when I took on the job working at the dental lab where I supervised and everything like that. It took a lot of time. So since I'll be home and have the time, I will be back streaming daily as far as Monday through Friday is concerned. Some Fridays may vary, but as far as Monday through Thursday is concerned, that is for sure. We'll be back streaming weekly, every day news, everything like that. I'm not saying that's happening this coming week because, like I said, I need to finish some things up at the office, so it may not be until sometime in December, but that is happening. Like I said, I'm back working from home, so I'll be back streaming every day. So look forward to that and everything like that. Like I said, we appreciate everybody being here. Appreciate all the new subscribers. Appreciate all the likes. Appreciate all the engagement. You guys are truly the best and a fun community to hang out with. So thank you guys. Thank you guys. And also for everyone, I was going to wait until he actually did, but I'm go ahead and say it now since we're talking about announcements and things. With the stream going back to every day and weekly, Kellen will be back as well. Kellen will be back as one of the co-hosts. So it'll be myself, Corey, Q, and Kellen, and we will be here with you guys for all your nerdy needs. So we appreciate all you guys. Again, like, subscribe, share with your friends, and we will see you all in the next video. Peace out. Thank you for your time.